Forgot to get my mic. Good morning. Okay, for those of you that may have noticed, 22 is gone. Channel 22 is gone. They took it. They took it this morning at the crack of dawn. Yeah. Dawn's not a nice girl. Yeah. They got it. Oh. But that's okay. That's all right. We got the messages out there, right? That's what's important, right? So we got to work on getting 25, 26, and 27, 28, 29, and 30 built here relatively quick because, as this progresses farther and farther down the line, we're going to need to be crossing the line more and more every day. We don't really have a choice. You know what I'm saying? We really, really do not have a choice. You know, it all boils down to that they don't want you to have information that proves that they're criminals. And the government's thumb on big tech and the money that big tech is getting from other avenues is just outrageous, you know. So they figure it's all worth it to them. They figure it's all worth it to them. Yeah, go away. Go lay down now. Don't go that way. Go the other way. No. Yeah, all right. Thank you. Okay. You think he's sneaking right up behind? You see this, right? Right back there. You see it right there, right there. I tell her to go lay down, and what she do? She comes sneaking up on the other side. Yeah, she thinks she's all that. Yeah, she's about to find out. Go lay down, all of you. Go on. You're driving me nuts. You're driving me nuts. You especially, Mr. Hi, Samson. Okay. All right. Yeah. So lots and 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 lots stuff going on. We just keep pushing along, and we keep telling as much truth as we can get away with, and we keep doing it. We keep doing it. So good morning and welcome everybody who's just joining us. Let's get into that X feed because lots going on there, and it's at least Elon is so far keeping his word for the most part in supporting First Amendment rights. We'll see what happens. Patience is a game. The way the title of the show. Here we are, born to be kings. Can anybody tell me what show that came from? Anybody? Can anybody tell me where that came from? And what the next line is? Can you? Thank you, Linda. Yeah, my dogs are, they are loving, loving pains in my ass. That's what they are. But we deal with what we got to deal with, and we just move on, right? All right. Here we go. Libs of TikTok. City of Huntington Beach, California, just voted to ban all non-government flags from city buildings. LGBTQ AZYMK plus is activists are, of course, losing their minds, claiming it will harm the community. The mayor is standing firm, though, and says we should fly flags that represent. Here we go.
Early election results show voters of Huntington Beach voted in support of Measure B. Essentially, it amends the municipal charter to ban all non-governmental flags from flying on city property. This comes after the city council passed an ordinance last year, reversing the policy of flying the rainbow flag on city buildings in June. What the move means depends on who you ask.
Well, our whole goal of bringing Measure B forward was to bring unity. We wanted to remove all special interests and just focus on flags regardless of our race, gender, sexual orientation.
It's that message of we want LGBTQ people to be a little bit less seen and a lot less heard in Huntington Beach.
Peg Corley, executive director of the LGBTQ Center Orange County, says the flag is a symbol of welcome, acceptance, and belonging to members of the community. Critical, she says, at a time when recent report shows hate incidents against the LGBTQ plus community increased more than 100% in 2022.
The fact that Huntington Beach had an inclusive policy in the books, and then they are unraveling that policy and taking us backwards, sends a very loud message.
Huntington Beach Mayor Gracie Vandermark says that's not the intention of the council vote or the proposed charter amendment. She points out this is the will of the voters.
We wanted to include the voters in this decision.
So basically, the voters said,
here you go. This is the issue. You guys decide what direction you would like to go.
Okay, give me a second here. I got to kill my camera, guys, because, using up bandwidth. There we go. Okay, so we shouldn't have that problem again. But yeah, it boils down to that, people are tired of it being in their face. What you do in your bedroom is your own business. Okay? What you do in your house is your own business. but keep it there. You know, it's like all this transgender crap and everything else, you know, because it's like, you know, live your life the way you want to live it. Just, you don't have to, force everybody else to live it with you and for you. You know, it's just ridiculous. Feel good moment of the day. You know, now, a lot of buses are actually accommodated for this nowadays, but some aren't still. And it takes a real driver, real person who actually cares about their community to do this job.
Hey, Miss Williams. Hey. All right. Here you go. Simone Slayer. Uh-huh.
Can I hold him?
Absolutely. Please.
Okay.
Yeah, hold him until Miss Williams gets to the
Oh my
bus here.
God. Okay.
Okay.
Fine. You
Okay. Same as usual, right?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Okay.
Sorry.
No problem at all. Here we go. Here we go. She's right here for now. Get your books now. All right, good.
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you. Oh, hi, Slayer. Hi. He's so cute. He's the best. He's so sweet. So sweet. Almost as sweet as a first grader. Can you believe he does this for me every day? I cannot believe this.
Go. Right here. Ready?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay.
All right. Good?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Thank
You
you.
get Slayer. Here we go.
Thank you. Come here, Slayer.
All right. Anything else you need?
That'll be it.
Perfect. All right. Let's get this show on the road.
Yep. Takes a gentleman. Somebody who cares about their community. And you heard what she said. She said, he does this for me every day. He does this for me every day. That's a dedicated person. All right. We're going to start getting into some stuff here in regards to Robert Hur. And there's going to be a couple of clips here with Adam Schiff, but let's go ahead and listen to this one first.
I need to address something that you said in your prior question. What you are suggesting is that I needed to provide a different version of my report that would be fit for public release. That is nowhere in the rules. I was to prepare a confidential report that was comprehensive and thorough of an
What
explanation
is in the
of my position
rules,
as Attorney
Mr.
General.
Hur, what is in the rules is you don't gratuitously do things to prejudice the subject of an investigation when you're declining to prosecute. You don't gratuitously add language that you know will be useful in a political campaign. You were not born yesterday. You understood exactly what you were doing. It was a choice. You certainly didn't have to include that language. You could have said vis-a-vis the documents that were found at the university, the president did not recall. There is nothing more common. You know this, I know this. There is nothing more common with a witness of any age when asked about events that are years old to say, I do not recall. Indeed, they're instructed by their attorney to do that if they have any question about it. You understood that. You made a choice. That was a political choice. It was the wrong choice. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona, did special counsel wish to respond to that final question?
Yes, Congressman, what you are suggesting is that I shape, sanitize, omit portions of my reasoning and explanation to the Attorney General for political reasons.
No, I suggest that you
And-
not shape your
Time
report
to-
for political reasons,
time
which
is-
is what you
time is
did.
the
That did
witness
not
is in
happen,
response.
Congressman. That did not happen.
Gentleman.
I need to
So that's just one of them. That's just one of the clips with Shifty Schiff involved. Here we go. Jim.
Mr. Hur, why'd he do it? Why did Joe Biden, in your words, willfully retain and disclose classified materials? I mean, he knew the law. Been in office like 50 years. 5 decades in the United States Senate, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, 8 years as vice president. He got briefed every day as vice president. He's been in the Situation Room. In fact, you know he knew the rules because you said so on page 226. President Biden was deeply familiar with the measures taken to safeguard classified documents. And Joe Biden told us he knew the rules. Mr. Armstrong said this earlier. Joe Biden was deeply familiar with it. You're exactly right, because he told us when Jack Smith goes after President Trump, Joe Biden says, how could this happen? What data was in those documents that could compromise sources and methods? It's irresponsible. So Joe Biden knew the rules. You know he knew the rules. And Joe Biden told us he knew the rules. So, Mr. Hur, why did he break them?
Congressman, the conclusion as to exactly why the president did what he did is not one that we explicitly address in the report. The report explains my decision to the Attorney General that no criminal charges were warranted in this manner.
I think you did tell us. I think you told us, Mr. Hur. Page 231, you said this. President Biden had strong motivations. That's a key word. We're getting to motive now. President Biden had strong motivations to ignore the proper procedures for safeguarding the classified information in his notebooks. Why did he have strong motivations? Because, next word, because he decided months before leaving office to write a book. To write a book, that was his motive. He knew the rules, he broke them because he was writing a book. And you further say, and he began meeting with the ghostwriter while he was still vice president. There's the motive. Mr. Hur, how much did President Biden get paid for his book?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure if that information appears in the report.
Sure does. There's a dollar amount in there. You remember?
I don't, it may be $8 million. If that's
$8 million. Joe Biden had 8 million reasons to break the rules. Took classified information and shared it with the guy who was writing the book. That's why he did. He knew the rules, but he broke them for $8 million in a book advance. But you know what? It wasn't just the money. Joe Biden, here's this page 231, very next page. Joe Biden, in your report, Joe Biden viewed his notebooks as an irreplaceable, contemporaneous record of the most important moments of his vice presidency. He'd written this all down for the book, for the $8 million. And the next thing you say in your report is, quote, such a record would buttress his legacy as a world leader. You know what this is? It wasn't just the money. It wasn't just $8 million. It was also his ego. Pride and money is why he knowingly violated the rules. The oldest motives in the book, pride and money. You agree with that, Mr. Hur? You wrote it in your report.
That language, and it does appear in the report, and we did identify evidence supporting those assessments.
You also had another interesting statement in your report. You said Joe Biden, I want to make sure I get this right, viewed himself as a man of presidential timber. Remember that statement, Mr. Hur?
I believe that does appear in the report, at least in the executive summary.
I think this is interesting because here's the scary part. Page 200. I said this earlier in my opening statement. Page 200, Joe Biden, this is a quote, Joe Biden risked serious damage to America's national security when he shared information with his ghostwriter. Shared it with his ghostwriter, the guy who was helping Joe Biden get $8 million. And oh, by the way, Mr. Hur, what did that ghostwriter do with the information Joe Biden shared with him on his laptop? What did he do after you were named special counsel?
Chairman, if you're referring to the audio recordings that Mr. Zwanitzer created of his conversations with
Exactly
Mr.
what
Biden,
I'm referring to.
he slid, if I remember correctly, he slid those files into his recycle bin on his computer.
Tried to destroy the evidence, didn't he?
Correct.
The very guy who was helping Joe Biden get the $8 million, Joe Biden had used the motive for Joe Biden to disclose classified information, to retain classified information, which he definitely knew was against the law. When you get named special counsel, what's that guy do? He destroys the evidence. That's the key takeaway in my mind. That's the key takeaway. I yield back.
Oh boy. And what did Joe Scarborough said? Joe Biden is the most cogent president ever. Yeah. He's in charge of all his faculties. Yeah, I want to know the real deal. I want to know the real deal. I want to know what he did with those documents, who he sold them to. And then I want him to go to prison for treason. Literally jeopardizing the defense of this country. Here we go. Matt Gaetz.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida. 5 minutes.
February 8th, the White House. Question, Mr. President, why did you share classified information with your ghostwriter? The President, I did not share classified information. I did not share it. I guarantee I did not. That's not true, is it, Mr. Hur?
That is inconsistent with the findings based on the evidence in my report.
Yes, it's a lie. It's just what regular people would say, right? Yeah, all right. So the next one. And all the stuff that was in my home was in filing cabinets that were either locked or able to be locked. That wasn't true either, was it?
That was inconsistent with the findings of our investigation.
Another lie, people might say, right? Because what you put in your report was among the places Mr. Biden's lawyers found classified documents in the garage was a damaged open box. So here's what I'm understanding, right? As Mr. Armstrong laid out, you find in your report that the elements of a federal criminal violation are met, but then you apply this senile cooperator theory that because Joe Biden cooperated and the elevator doesn't go to the top floor, you don't think you get a conviction. And I actually think you get to the right answer in that. I don't think Biden should have been charged. Don't think Trump should have been charged. But under the senile cooperator theory, isn't it frustrating that Biden continues to go out and lie about the basic facts of the report that lay out a federal criminal violation?
Congressman, I need to disagree with at least one thing that you said, which is that I found that all of the elements were met. One of the elements of the relevant mishandling statute is the intent element. And what my report reflects is my judgment that based on the evidence, I would not be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to a jury that intent element had been
right.
met.
But the reason you have that doubt is the senile cooperator theory. The fact that Joe Biden is so inept in responding that you can't prove the intent, which again, I don't quibble with that conclusion, but it's frustrating to be like, oh, well, this guy's not getting treated the same way as Trump because the elevator's not going to the top floor, so we can't prove intent. While at the same time, Biden goes out there at the White House and says, well, you know, he just blatantly lies. And what I'm trying to figure out is whether or not Biden's lying because he's still so senile, he hasn't read your report, or whether it's a little craftier and a little more devious and perhaps a little more intentional than we might otherwise think. So I also want to go to this Biden Penn Center. Like, did it give concern to you that the Biden Penn Center, where all this classified stuff was being mishandled, was being floated by foreign governments?
Congressman, we were concerned with getting to the bottom of all of the classified documents that were recovered during the course of our—
Yeah, but what bothers me is that the money that was paying for the place where the documents were being inappropriately held, it was the Chinese and it was other foreign countries. Did that play into your analysis? Did you look into the $1 billion in foreign funding sources at the Biden Center at UPenn, for example?
Congressman, we conducted a thorough, impartial, and fair investigation, and we were very, very concerned with getting to the bottom of all the relevant questions relating to the recovered documents.
Did you look into the fact that the Chinese were floating the place where this guy was keeping the documents unsecure? Yes or no?
Congressman, to the extent that we identified evidence that was relevant and significant to our investigation, we put it in our report.
Okay, well, it seemed relevant to me, maybe not to you. Another thing that seemed relevant to me is this ghostwriter, right? So the ghostwriter purposefully deletes this evidence that seems to be like show culpability of Biden's crimes, and you don't charge him. Why did you not charge the ghostwriter with obstructing justice and deleting evidence?
Well, for a number of reasons that are laid out in the report, but in brief, Congressman, yes, when we interviewed the ghostwriter, he did tell us, and I'm trying to get the exact language, that one of the things on his mind, one of the things he was aware of was that I had been appointed special counsel and was conducting an investigation.
Right, so he didn't, just so everybody knows, the ghostwriter didn't delete the recordings just as a matter of happenstance. Ghostwriter has recordings of Biden making admissions of crimes. He then learns that you've been appointed. He then deletes the information that is the evidence, and you don't charge him.
That is reflected in the report, and one of the reasons—
Like, what does somebody have to do to get charged with obstruction of justice by you? If like deleting the evidence of crimes doesn't count, What would meet the standard?
So Congressman, as we state in the relevant chapter of the report, one of the things that Mr. Zwanitzer did not delete was transcripts of the recordings that he had created that included inculpatory evidence relating to Mr. Biden.
Oh, so if you destroy some evidence but not other evidence, that somehow absolves you of the evidence you destroy? Like, here's what I see. Zwaniger should have been charged, wasn't. Biden and Trump should have been treated equally. They weren't. And that is the double standard that I think a lot of Americans are concerned about. I see my time's expired. I yield back.
Yeah. Lots and lots of questions coming up in this hearing. Now, this is the thing. Listen, I know that like 60% of us that are here in this chat right now are already aware of a lot of this stuff. Okay. But there is a percentage of people who are joining us that don't know about this. Why do I play it? Because they need to be aware of what, why, when, and how. You know, and Slow Country, just so you know, you see this? You see this? You see this? As I get through the videos, I will get to yours. Okay? I got you. I got you, brother. Okay? I see what you post. I see what you post. Don't think I ignore you. I see what you post. By the way, everybody loves the t-shirt, just so you know. Okay? You may have to start making a lot of them. Okay? Because, you know, things might just go that way. So, okay.
Quote, Joe Biden risked serious damage to America's national security when he shared information with his ghostwriter. Shared it with his ghostwriter, the guy who was helping Joe Biden get $8 million. And oh, by the way, Mr. Hur, what did that ghostwriter do with the information Joe Biden shared with him on his laptop? What did he do after you were named special counsel?
Chairman, if you're referring to the audio recordings that Mr. Zwanitzer created of his conversations with
exactly what I'm referring to.
He slid, if I remember correctly, he slid those files into his recycle bin on his computer.
Tried to destroy the evidence, didn't he?
Correct.
To quote, Joe Biden risked serious damage to America's national security when he shared information with his ghostwriter. Shared it with his ghostwriter, the guy who was helping Joe Biden get $8 million. And oh, by the way, Mr. Hur, what did that ghostwriter do with the information Joe Biden shared with him on his laptop? What did he do after you were named special counsel?
Chairman, if you're referring to the audio recordings that Mr. Zwanitzer created of his conversations with
exactly.
Okay, so there's his name. Catch his name again. Here we go. Catch his name, because it goes by a little bit too fast for me to catch it.
To the audio recordings that Mr. Zwanitzer created.
Did he say Dewanizer? Is it Dewanizer? Something like that? Maybe we should look up Joe Biden's book and see if we can, see if we can find the title of the book, and then see if we can find out who the ghostwriter is and that.
Of his conversations with
exactly what I'm referring to.
He slid, if I remember correctly, he slid those files into his recycle bin on his computer.
Tried to destroy the evidence, didn't he?
Correct.
To quote, Joe Biden risked serious damage.
All right, still going. We still got more in regards to this. Okay, so Adam Snap said special counsel after declaring Biden unfit for office in official DOJ report.
And it was your obligation to follow that policy in this report, was it not?
It was also my obligation to write a confidential report for the Attorney General explaining completely my
What
decision.
you did write was deeply prejudicial to the interests of the president. You say it wasn't political, and yet you must have understood. You must have understood the impact of your words. You must have understood the impact of your decision to go beyond the specifics of a particular document, to go to the very general, to your own personal, prejudicial, subjective opinion of the president. one you knew would be amplified by his political opponent, one you knew that would influence a political campaign. You had to understand that. And you did it anyway. And you did it anyway. And let me just go to some of the differences here between the president's conduct and Mr. Trump's. In the superseding indictment, on page 3, it says that Mr. Trump suggested that his attorney falsely represent to the FBI and grand jury that he did not have documents called for by the grand jury subpoena. You didn't find anything like that with respect to Mr. Biden, did you?
Congressman, I do not have the Trump indictment in front of me, but I need to address something that you said in your prior question. What you are suggesting is that I needed to provide a different version of my report that would be fit for public release. That is nowhere in the rules. I was to prepare a confidential report that was comprehensive and thorough of an
What is in the rules, Mr. Hur, what is in the rules is you don't gratuitously do things to prejudice the subject of an investigation when you're declining to prosecute. You don't gratuitously add language that you know will be useful in a political campaign.
So basically, we caught the couple of minutes before his last statement. And basically what it boils down to is this, is that Hur said that he seemed to be incognitive and that he shouldn't even be president. And Adam Schiff is like, what are you saying that for? What are you saying that for? Well, this is the thing. Okay. We already know that that's not number one. That's not the real Joe. We know that. Okay. Everybody's aware of that. Okay. We don't need to be told it over and over and over again by anybody else. We already know it. Okay. And we know that, we got an actor playing Joe Biden right now. But the thing is that the whole story needs to come out one way or the other. And when it boils down to it, we got guys like Joe Scarborough and many others saying that this is the best president ever, that he's cognizant, that he knows everything that he's doing, so on and so forth. Well, then that means that he is cognizant enough to stand trial for treason. It's very simple. Very, very simple.
Mr. Biden have 30 years experience handling this information. He received advice from at least 2 separate counsels, the National Archives staff. He has demonstrated enough knowledge of the law to attack President Trump in public over the same exact issue in detail. This is where I can get into this. I just have a problem with this. In your report and this testimony, a reasonable person would conclude that Mr. Biden knowingly retained national defense information and failed to deliver it to an appropriate government official, and that he knew his conduct was unlawful. And I think that's where we end up here, and that's what the point is. Over the last 3 election cycles, there's only been 3 people who have ran for president: Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Donald Trump. All 3 of them have been accused of mishandling classified documents. Only one of them has been prosecuted. And that's what the American people see. That's what we see. We had Hillary Clinton, who ran a program called Bleach It on her server. They used hammers to destroy evidence. Joe Biden has a 50-year history of misplacing classified documents in numerous different places. All of these cases have the same underlying elements of the crime, the same fact patterns, and yet we only see one person being prosecuted. And with that, I yield back to the gentleman from Kentucky.
Very clear. Very clear. Basically showing. Okay, we just watched that one. Oh, that's today's. I'm like looking at that and say, wait a minute, I don't remember putting that one there. Let's see. Okay, this is the one about the 8 million reasons to do that. And I think that was the last one. Or is that the last one? Okay, here we go.
My team and I conducted a thorough, independent investigation. We identified evidence that the president willfully retained classified materials after the end of his vice presidency when he was a private citizen. This evidence included an audio recorded conversation during which Mr. Biden told his ghostwriter that he had, quote, just found all the classified stuff downstairs, end quote. When Mr. Biden said this, he was a private citizen speaking to his ghostwriter in his private rental home. My team and I.
Yep. In his private rental property, you know, just crazy. Crazy. All right, let's start going through the stuff. All right. Moving on to the next subject. This young man. South Carolina Representative Adam Morgan blows the whistle on Washington.
The pressure in here in Columbia is for me to not even vote red on the board. Y'all might not know this. A dark money entity that was created on Tuesday, the day after we voted for this, I went home and a attack piece went out in my whole district about the fact that I voted for this. I get that the people in Columbia, that the lobby wants me to either not vote or to vote green on this, but my constituents want me to vote red, and they want their tax money spent on core government functions, on their roads, on their schools. That's what they want their money spent on. So, they don't want us in here trying to play this government planning thing where we in our bureaus can figure out where the job should be, who should be employed, how much money should be allocated where in the private sector. It never works. It's socialism. It's never worked anywhere before. So what are we doing trying to do it here?
But would you consider the fact that South Carolina's track record on bringing major projects into this state has a winning record, and therefore, again, commerce should be listened to rather than those people back in your district that may not have ever brokered a deal, may not understand what it means of being a project, may not understand economic incentives. So what you're suggesting is we should listen to the people back home in your district rather than the people at commerce that have been successful at bringing these mega deals to South Carolina.
Mr. Rutherford, I don't think that you could have espoused a philosophy that disagrees more fundamentally than me. I completely disagree with you, and I think that you believe what you just said. But no, I 100% am going to listen to the people back home who I represent in this house, and you should listen to the 40,000 people in your area, and not the bureaucrats at commerce, and not the lobbyists, and not the multi-billion-dollar international corporations. You should listen to your constituents like I am. So yes, I will always fall back on the common sense of the wonderful people from Taylor's and Greenville East Side, far more than I will ever listen to unelected bureaucrats, other representatives in here who have been here for far too long and have maybe managed a whole lot of these deals, and far more than I will ever listen to any member out there.
So, Mr. Morgan, we don't.
Yep, standing up for his constituents, and that's exactly what he's paid to do. Exactly what he's paid to do. All right, here's a powerful message for you. I like it sometimes when people come out and just say what is.
This is a message to all of the unvaccinated. I want you to know you are the best of the best. You are what makes humanity great. You are the chosen people who resisted the biggest psychological fear campaign in the history of humankind. You are what makes this world a better place. And I just want you to know, I'm proud of you.
Now, it may not seem like much, but it makes a difference when somebody sees what you're doing and says, hey, I'm proud of what you're doing, that you're standing up, that you're not taking this, that you're not going to allow them to kowtow and curtail and control you. That's a big message, and it's an important message. It's one that we should be hearing every day, okay, because of the fact that we withstood the largest psychological operation ever used against this nation. And that says a lot. That says a whole lot. All right. Redacted put out some really good info the last couple of days. You know, he's, I watch him, you know, I only get to watch him a couple of times. Okay. I don't get to watch him often, but when I do, get the opportunity. I like seeing him get right to the point. Not, not a whole lot of double talk and everything else going on, and makes a world of a difference. And, so I give him a lot of credit for putting out what he puts out.
Bankers are running scared right now. While you were busy enjoying your weekend, and I certainly hope you were, stuff is hitting the fan in the United States banking system right now. They are trying to keep it quiet to protect themselves, not to protect you. I repeat, they are trying to keep this hidden from you to protect themselves, not you. And it's going to be a bloodbath if you're not prepared. So we'll get into all of these details in a second. But first, here's some context. How many of you remember last year, it's like an anniversary right now, when Silicon Valley Bank suddenly collapsed?
A rough week for the banking industry.
The collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, the second biggest bank collapse in U.S. history.
Treasury didn't know what to do about it. They couldn't agree on how to handle it. They flip-flopped on their position. Here was my report from 11 months ago. Here you can tell I hadn't slept much. I was watching all of this crap hit the fan. I mean, look at my beard, for crying out loud. It is bad. So this morning, we had Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, come out and say one thing, and then a few hours later, sources saying now that the Treasury is going back on that and going to say something completely opposite. You know that's bad news. Within the same few hours, there's a major pivot on monetary policy. So can Treasury handle it when it's a seemingly isolated incident? Perhaps. The mainstream media wants you to believe that this was an isolated incident. Here was CNBC this week saying, well, it seems that all Silicon Valley Bank fallout was just an isolated incident, nothing to worry about.
It was more of a one-off than it wasn't it, Leslie?
Yeah, it's kind of remarkable, Joe. I think we could probably say that, although, of course, we're seeing cracks form once again a year later.
You can't make this up. Hours after that CNBC report hit, New York Community Bank, on the verge of collapse, announced it's receiving bailout money to stay afloat. Bailout money? I thought we were done with bailouts. Oh, but no, we aren't.
Struggling regional lender, New York Community Bank, is receiving a, billion-dollar lifeline from several groups, including one involving former Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin.
So isolated incidents? Nothing to see here? Do they think you're stupid? It wasn't isolated at all to Silicon Valley Bank. Signature Bank collapsed then in March of 2023. And then First Republic collapsed in May of 2023. And now this. Gerald Celente, who founded the Trends Journal, has been forecasting the collapse of these banks over the past year. And he says we are being played like fools.
It's already happening with the New York bank over here. They're going to make up something. They're going to make up something. And again, they say that they're covered for $250,000. You're not going to be covered for anything. This thing is going to go down big. There's no stopping it.
So New York Bank is one thing, but again, what happens when they all start failing? Sounds crazy, right? All the info you need, though, to see it is right in front of us right now.
The banks are going to go bust. They're going to call like a bank holiday or something. You're not going to be able to get your money out. They'll come out with something new, a digital currency, because they're going to go from dirty cash to digital trash.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warned the Senate Banking Committee 3 weeks ago that this was coming. Asked about all of these commercial mortgages that were about to come due, will we see bank collapses, she was asked?
So there is concern that in stressful market conditions, we could see the failure of one of these. And as you said, this has become very, very significant.
So Yellen says, quote, I hope and believe that this will not end up being a systemic risk to the banking system, end quote, at this meeting in February. So she hopes? Hoping is a good strategy, right? Yes, banking collapses are coming. And now the latest bombshell from the Fed this week. Jerome Powell admitting the terrible truth in front of Congress. Bank failures are coming, and he is preparing you.
This is a problem that we'll be working on for years more, I'm sure. There will be bank failures, but this is not the big banks. If you look at the very big banks, it's not a first order issue for any of the very large banks. It's more, smaller and medium-sized banks that have these issues.
Guys, they are telling us this through clenched teeth. What is coming? Powell indicated that the risk is tied to small and mid-sized banks, and there's no systemic risk to the banking sector posed by the potential collapse of major institutions, he said. Okay. So all of your small banks in your small towns are finished. Get your money out now, is what he's saying. They want this to happen. They don't want small banks. They want Wells Fargo, Bank of America, and Chase Bank controlling everything. We've been warning for a year that this was coming.
Yep. So we've kind of known. We've known, that it was coming. We're expecting it all along. And most of us are pretty prepared for it. So, all right. Slow Country says, what's funny is the fact that the left keeps saying that the report exonerates Biden. However, Mr. Hurd testified to the contrary when specifically asked if the report actually exonerates the POTUS instead of POTUS, because we all know he's basically a vegetable. Remember, every hearing, whether it be congressional or Senate, will always be partisan, and chances to slam Trump. TDS is becoming more apparent in every instance they can. They never thought she would lose. Yep, that's the truth. All right. Get back to this one here. Here we go. All right, we've seen that one already. These are profiles from the New Jersey inmate database. Does anybody notice a strange pattern happening here? Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this image in another one here so that I can go like this. And I'm going to scroll down here and black. Details, name, white. That seems kind of funny. Wonder why that would be. All right. None of our leaders are punished for lying. Instead, regular people are punished for telling the truth. Tucker Carlson. Yep. Okay. We were told it was Sahara Sand. This put out by Karma. I thought this was a little bit interesting. However, we saw something about along these lines a couple of years ago. And we'll see what, here we go.
Right, just so you know, it's a real person and it's not just made up. I've just done a little sample piece on the other car windscreen. It is really interesting what I've just found in relation to this Sahara Sand on a windscreen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip the camera around and show you what I've just found. Right, watch this, you ain't going to believe it. Right, so I've got a brand new razor blade scraping the windscreen from what crap fell last night. So let's bring all that down together. Right, so we've got a nice pile there. Now what I've got here is, this is a magnet which I use for picking up bolts to drop down the side of the engine. Right, and as you can see there, that's completely clear. Now watch this. When I put the magnet near it, all of this starts moving. I'm literally moving it down the windscreen. That ain't the wind. Right. And look at the end of the magnet. So we're breathing in that shit. You're telling me that that Sahara Sand is stuck to the magnet? I'll tell you what I do. Just to satisfy the naysayers. Let's get a load more of this. And we'll do another little test. Bear with me, because I've got a great idea. Right. Put the magnet in your pocket. I want to keep you to keep an eye on all this so you can see that it's nothing being nicked here. Right, wait there. Right. Got some paper here. Right, so put the paper in the van. I've wiped the, here's the pile again. Right. Alright, keep an eye on it. So you can see I ain't trying to doctor it. Right. Just put it on the paper. Right, how am I going to do this? I'm going to try Right, magnet's clear. I'm going to put the magnet underneath the paper. You see that? I'm moving the magnet around. See that? Just palm out. That's all I'm doing. Is holding the magnet underneath that. What the fuck are they spraying into our skies? That's no sand. Chemtrails, strontium, barium. Obviously aluminium ain't going to be magnetised, but there's evidence and proof in itself. Don't listen to the news. It's not Sahara sand.
We've been seeing that everywhere. It's just nice to see somebody do a little test to show everybody, you know, because some people are not as awake as others. And belittling people who don't know as much as you is as wrong as those not willing to learn. All right. Lawyer Logan says,
because one of the things I asked him is I said, I get it, but I don't get it. The children, you got to, I have such a problem with this. You got to explain this one to me. And he said, well, first of all, you're looking at it the wrong way. I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, they don't define children the way you do. They don't define the world the way you do. The choices that you face are not their choices, right? They look at it completely differently. And I said, well, okay, so how do they look at it? And he said, for them, everything is defined by their one fundamental, all-consuming purpose. I said, which is what? He said, to defeat God, right? Because this is the moment. I mean, for them, it's about the real God. The true gods are them and Satan, there, right? And so he said, children are the closest thing on earth to God, because we are created in the image of God. And as you know, from the moment we're created, we haven't had time to be corrupted and to stray. So for them, the younger you are, the closer you are to God, the more pain they can inflict on God. So the more you can make a baby or a small child suffer, the greater your victory over God. And that is the only consideration for them. Outside of that doesn't exist.
Laura Logan, putting a lot out there. All right. So the Missouri AG wants teen who smashed girl's head into the concrete to be charged as an adult. This evil and complete disregard for human life has no place. And we still haven't gotten an update as to the health of this girl yet. So, all right. In regards to the Black Sun.
Ancient civilizations spoke about other bodies, other lights in the sky that may or may not be visible to us at any given time. It's crazy though, when you see solar eclipse, you don't see the moon at all. I remember as a kid, I like, where's the moon now? And it's like you just see this black circle and then everything goes back to normal, it seems like. It's like, what the heck just happened?
On the total eclipse of the sun, the shadow that the moon casts on the earth is only 70 miles wide. That is impossible. But then they come up with umbra and penumbra, and it's just stuff to confuse your mind. We have an infinitely far sun sending diagonal rays from the side and straight rays from the middle where they cross each other. It makes absolutely no sense.
I went live a few years ago on YouTube during the 2018 eclipse in the United States on a live event, and we were all waiting for the moon to actually show up to cause this elliptical, this eclipse, and all we found was no moon showed up. So that blew my mind to think that there was actually no moon visible, yet this effect of the sun literally being covered by an object I had witnessed.
Why can't we see the moon approach the sun, eclipse the sun, or exit the sun? And we don't. We just see a black circle eclipsing the sun. We never see it next to the sun. Now people say, well, it's because the sun is so bright. When the moon is totally eclipsing the sun, you should be able to see the features on the moon. You should be able to with a regular camera, with your regular eyes, with an infrared camera, but it has never been seen. There's only been anti-flat earthers that will fake an image and fade it into a picture of the eclipse. There's no video of it. Think about what an amazing video would be if they could film it from the International Space Station or from the moon itself. Never happens because I don't believe it. The moon that we see is what's eclipsing the sun. There's lots of ancient mythology about other dark bodies.
There could be anomalous bodies up there. They're not actually visible to us.
A celestial body that we perhaps can't see because, you know, there's no, on the spectrum of light, we can only see 1% of all the light rays, gamma rays, X-rays. You know, we can't see these certain frequencies and energies and lights.
What happens is the sun is eclipsed by the so-called moon, but it's not the moon, it's actually the north node.
There's been, you know, times documented in the past where there's, you know, this eclipse, and the moon's supposed to be eclipsing, and there's no moon anywhere in the sky. Nowhere. Anywhere. And that makes absolutely no sense. So there's got to be another celestial body. The oldest ancient symbols, and it's the black sun, a celestial body that we perhaps can't see.
A lot of ancient civilizations always spoke about a black sun. It's like, why are they talking about a black sun for hundreds, if not thousands of years? And that information now is turned into, oh, the black sun is an evil thing. It's like, well, yeah, of course, that's what they're selling it. They're selling it to you as an evil thing to stay away from it. They already don't want you to like the real sun in the sky. They push it so far away. They want you to not care about it. There's a reason it's close to you. There's a reason it's here for us. There might be more suns and moons on the outskirts of Antarctica, on the outer lands. There might be more suns and moons. There might be more suns.
Yeah. Yep. Here's one for you. Police in the Netherlands paid Dutch comedian Hans Tweeden, I have no idea how to say that name, a personal house call after he made jokes about the mayor of Amsterdam. Shit, I could make jokes about the mayor of Amsterdam. But we'll take a listen and see what they got to say.
Hier is voor ons allemaal, dus die komen we ophalen. Dus het verzoek is, samen even naartoe lopen en dan gaan we...
Dames en heren, klopt. Staat hier nu de politie aan de deur? Het is er niet één.
We gaan er binnen.
Ja, kom maar mee.
Ja, en loop ik met u mee, dan nemen wij dat mee.
Zijn er nogal wat, ja. En geen gefeliciteerd.
They're not in English. Dang it, where's Stephen Walker when we need him to translate? Yeah, I hate it when they do that. So, Washington cops TikTok video that got her a 10-hour suspension without pay. 10 hours. 10-hour suspension. That's so rough.
PSA to everyone out there. I'm speaking for myself, but I'm probably speaking for a large majority of other officers out there. If we're driving on the freeway in our police car, get the out of the way. Get the out of the way. If you merge and we follow behind you and we merge too, you're probably in trouble. Best way to find that out is get the out of the way. I can go 90 miles an hour. You can't. You can't do that. So get the out of the way. If us officers stay behind you long enough, we can find a reason to pull you over. So you might as well get the out of the way. Super simple. That's all. You're welcome.
Well, then, actually, maybe your suspension should have been for
PSA
a
to
couple of
everyone
months.
out there.
See, if you're just on the highway speeding, then you yourself are committing a crime. Go fuck yourself. Pretty simple, right? Yeah. All right. Rebel News put this out. This should alarm you. It is a shocking covert cover-up. Let's check it out.
Now, the origins of COVID-19 still a mystery, despite it killing almost 5 million people since December 2019.
This is the National Microbiology Lab in Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Okay. Well, this is going to tell us about how Winnipeg, Canada received the, what do you call it? The stuff that they needed to make the jibber jabberwocky for. And before it was sent over to Ukraine. Yeah. Because we know about that too. Yeah. So it went from Chapel Hill, North Carolina, to there, to Winnipeg, California, and then was moved on from there. So Kamala Harris on Biden potentially running against Trump.
So are your concerns the same no matter who the Republican candidate is, the Republican nominee?
Well, let me just tell you this. No matter who the Republican nominee is, we're winning. We're winning.
You've seen the numbers, a lot. Do you think Donald Trump at this point is a foregone conclusion?
Well, I'm really confident we're going to win because we're going to cheat. Okay? We're going to cheat. And we have so many different ways how we're going to accomplish that. First of all, we're flooding the country with new voters. I was in charge of ignoring the border in order to make that happen. We're going to release a deadly virus disease called X. Elon Musk can't have all the fun. Once we fearmonger the fuck out of everyone, okay, we're going to go ahead and instill mail-in voting. That's how we won last time. Ooh, we've weaponized our entire Department of Justice to go after our opponent, right? And, if all else fails, we'll release the holograms of the aliens and burn the fucking country down, whatever it takes. Go America.
Honestly, that's just a little freaky. That's just, I'm sorry, but that's just a little freaky. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Breaking, Miguel Sedano was just arrested in Utah for attempting to kidnap a 13-year-old girl from school. He's from Peru and entered our country illegally. He also forged identity documents. Innocent kids just attending school are put in danger in Biden's America. Yep. This is the guy's face. Let's make him famous. Let's make him famous. Not that I have that many viewers to make him famous, but maybe somebody might take that picture and do something with it. And here's his information. Yeah. Child kidnapping, possess forgery writing device. Yeah. Well. What can you do? Okay, IRS is going down. Now we saw some of this earlier.
Movement right now in the United States, people saying, I'm not paying my taxes anymore. The United States government has failed us. They're sending hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine and Israel and all of these other countries and wars around the world. Our infrastructure is falling apart. Our southern border is an absolute mess and we're being invaded and we're going to pay our taxes. So we'll see how this goes, because how is the IRS going to enforce this? How are they going to go after millions of Americans who say enough is enough? Well, we'll see if this movement catches ground. I hate saying this, but they literally just sent over $100 billion to Ukraine. So they're going to go after American taxpayers now for back taxes, and that won't even cover the amount they've already sent to a foreign country to carry out a war. movement right now in the United States. People saying, "I'm not paying my taxes."
We heard you the first time. Yep. Okay. So this 12-year-old explains how government and central banks operate. Sadly, the majority of the public have no idea. What I have discovered is, well, let's give this 12-year-old girl the opportunity to tell her side of the story.
Why the bankers from the largest private banks are becoming wealthier and the rest of us are not. What I have discovered is the banks and the government have colluded to financially enslave the people of Canada. The government borrows money from the private banks. They then lend the debt-based money to Canada with compounded interest. The government then continues to increase taxation of Canadians year after year in order to pay back the interest on the exponentially growing national debt. What results is inflation. The government gave the banks the ability to loan out money that doesn't exist in the form of loans. They click a key on a computer and generate the fake money out of thin air. They don't actually have it in their bank vaults. Margaret Mead said the following, and I hope that all of you remember this. Never doubt that a small group of people can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. Wondered why the bankers from the largest private banks are becoming
Smart little girl, 12 years old. It's kind of things that we want to see all our kids do, right? Isn't it? Yeah. You know, so Angel Rose says, I have 3 different blends of Tim's for you. We'll gather up a few more treats for the box 2 cents soon. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm about out of coffee too, so it'll probably be good timing. So, yeah, let's hit this show 140 posts. And let me tell you, this fiasco with Mr. Godslewski has spread out to encompass his dad now and his mom. It's like, whoa. Yeah, they're like throwing all of this out there. Oh Lord. Yeah, it's just getting kind of crazy. Mr. Sciatica, who happens to be in chat right now, puts up, I don't see another Democrat president for decades to come. The big guy and his administration all need to be removed. Yep. 100% accurate. Wall Street Babe says, 14-year-old girl who exposed overpaid, corrupt superintendent and school board is back at another meeting, destroying these tyrants. I represent the revolution, and I won't back down. No, I won't back down.
At previous meetings, I've revealed Superintendent Roberts' almost $400,000 salary and over $100,000 salary that many teachers and staff members in this district are making. I exposed your abysmal proficiency scores, which are as low as 20% and a shocking 3.4% for your special education students. I've repeatedly called out your hypocrisy and tyrannical actions against speakers at these meetings. You even walked out on me once for doing so. I pointed out your animosity and bullying of a member on your own board. I've exposed this board and even your lawyer for failing to follow state and federal laws and your repeated violations of the Open Meetings Act and Constitution. I even gave each of you copies of the U.S. Constitution. Some of you refuse to take them, even though it's apparent you're not familiar with constitutional rights. Others here have exposed your mismanagement of school funds. There's missing money allotted for projects never done, money traced to marijuana shops, some quid pro quo deals, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's been so much focus on this board's corruption and incompetence. I question if these board meetings are bad comedies playing out or a crime documentary series, especially considering there's a group of people here who praise you at every meeting. They insist you're doing a wonderful job. Everything is literally rainbows and unicorns for them. That is, until our side speaks. We're disparaged for demanding transparency and a better education for students. They refuse to acknowledge the irrefutable facts we present. They'd rather push their sexual agendas, divisive curriculum, and political ideologies on students in this district. Apparently, they're content with this district's low scores, high salaries, and lack of accountability. The only request I've heard from them are to keep sexually graphic books in their school libraries and keep those opposing their beliefs out of these meetings. Newsflash to that group here. This is a public meeting, and according to the Open Meetings Act, anyone can attend, regardless if they own property in the district. Not to mention, many of us have family members in this district. Additionally, it's our First Amendment right to address grievances to our government, and a school board is a government body. We will continue to demand accountability and oppose the agendas detrimental to successful education. In the words of George Orwell, in times of universal deceit, telling the truth will be a revolutionary act. So, to you board members and your cheer team, I represent the revolution and I won't back down.
We need more kids doing this. We need more kids doing this. We need the kids standing up for themselves, because sometimes what we do as adults just isn't enough. And sometimes it's the kids that can make the biggest change in the world, you know. You know, we just go from there. We're not going to cover that. Purposeful. Matt Gaetz, incoming Haitian invasion. DOD officials testified before the House Armed Services Committee that the Biden administration is doing something.
So what's the difference between Haiti and a failed state? It's telling, right? We can't really identify them because the gangs are in charge. The government has been thrown out. And as a Florida man, I'm deeply concerned about this wave of people that we're about to have, that we are having, coming from Haiti, and it will accelerate because I've gone to Opa-locka and I've spent time with the folks that are engaged in Operation Vigilant Sentry, and they say the number one push factor that drives these Haitians into Broward County, Palm Beach County, where they don't disperse throughout the country, they stay in Southeast Florida, that driving factor is the deterioration of conditions in Haiti. So what are we doing to prepare for that wave and to ensure that these people are not paroled into the United States as the administration has done with people on the southern border, but instead are repatriated back at the dock at Port-au-Prince?
Go ahead. Congressman, we're doing a number of things to ensure that we're keeping track of the situation and we're prepared. At the moment, we have not yet seen large numbers, what we would characterize as a maritime mass migration. But we are alert to that.
Mass migration, though.
We are alert to that possibility. I think you're right that the driving conditions in Haiti could very well press more people. So we've recently approved some additional assistance that we can provide to the Coast Guard. I think that has now fully been approved. We'll be providing notifications if we haven't already to provide additional shipboard assistance.
Because I've talked to the Coast Guard, and what they say would really support them would be more naval vessels, would be DOD support. And because I think you correctly said that there is an anticipated mass migration here, there are specific legal authorities that we can access that I would implore you to access. Specifically, George W. Bush signed Executive Order 13276. And in that executive order, there is the ability for any president to designate an anticipated mass migration and then get gray hull naval vessels into the Straits of Florida to deter that migration and then to repatriate those people before they get to Florida.
And from the extent of what's going on in Haiti, I mean, they had over 4,000 prisoners that were broken out of the penitentiary there in Haiti. And these guys are burning cities, eating bodies. And I mean, eating bodies. We're talking freaking cannibals here, people. Okay. Cannibals are real. It's a real thing. Eating human bodies is a real thing for these people. And, you know, It's time people wake up to it. Yep. Libs of TikTok puts out foreigners come into our country illegally, get debit cards, free hotels, food, transportation, free education, and health insurance. Meanwhile, these are the streets of Philadelphia. Just turning down the volume because there's music in there. Crazy, huh? Man, the rain's hitting me again. Dang, I thought it was going to be a clear day today. It's pouring. Okay. Something going on here in Britain.
Let's just bring you a bit of breaking news, which may be of interest to some of you. It's about puberty blockers. Now, these are drugs that are used to delay the changes of puberty in transgender youngsters. In terms of how they are prescribed by the NHS, there has been a lot of controversy over the last few years about this. At the moment, they are only prescribed to children attending gender identity services as part of clinical research, and they are not routinely offered to children at gender identity clinics, but they are still offered. Well, the government, NHS England, has just confirmed that children will no longer be prescribed puberty blockers at gender identity clinics. This is coming from NHS England. It just broke in the last few moments.
Good. Now we need to get that every place else. Yep. Okay, sometimes videos just fall into my lap, and here is one of those times. Surely this will trigger a few thousand liberals with your help. Oh, this is a comedy one. This is
Okay, so basically everything's fucked because of you. The border is wide open. Tons of drugs are pouring in so that your fucked up son can get high while he parties with prostitutes. And on behalf of my colleagues, please go fuck yourself.
Could you repeat what he just said?
Sure, sir. What my colleague just said is that we all hate you here and we would all like you to go fuck yourself.
Okay, so basically everything's fucked because of you. The border is wide open. Tons of drugs are pouring in so that your fucked up son can get high.
Oh, yeah. That's it. Sometimes. Yeah. Oh.
And did the White House get the report before the report was made public?
We did provide a draft of the report to the White House counsel's office and members of the president's personal counsel team for their review.
No, I understand. And did the White House then, once they got the report before it went public, did the White House try to weigh in with your investigation on elements of that report and frankly get the report changed?
They did request certain edits and changes to the draft report.
And did the...
Yeah. Yep. Intentional cover-up. He was arrested 17 times before. 17 times. What is it? Every time I show Biden getting in trouble for being a criminal, you guys mess with my signal. That's not cool. Come on. Dang. Let's try it this way. It doesn't want to work that way. Let's try it this way. Oh, man. Paste and go.
Hey, you okay?
Yeah. He's yelling at somebody behind him. Why you hit me after he knocks that woman out? That's just kind of messed up. More info. Homeless man arrested 17 times before attacking 55-year-old woman. A homeless man brutally punched a woman minding her own business, knocking her unconscious to the ground. Suspect has been arrested 17 different times before the assault. The 55-year-old woman can be seen walking past Kong Sik Tong, a beloved restaurant in Chinatown, New York. Alexander Wright, 48, creeps up on her in an orange hoodie and hits her in the face with a closed fist in broad daylight. She stumbles back, eventually losing consciousness and ending up on the concrete floor. Witnesses surrounded her with concern and provided police with a description of the 48-year-old. Officers arrested Wright a block away from Bayard Street, where the unprovoked attack took place. 4 police officers surrounded him as he claimed that the unsuspecting woman hit him. The spectator shouted, "Nobody hit you, you hit the lady."
Why you walk away? Why you walk away? Why you walk away? You hit me. Nobody hit you. You hit the lady. For where somebody for? So how did this from? Who knows why you do it? Someone hit me. Smacks me. 打同樣斷打真係嘢冇搞。邊個打邊個？佢打暈嗰個有個旁邊個女人佢行。喺邊度啊？佢個女人？佢哋喺呢度，人哋行下佢咁打暈人哋喎。而家咧？佢放喺度喎。而家暈咗喺度啊？係啊，你去呢度瞓下我度。係啊。喺邊度而家？而家喺邊度啊？我喺嗰度。喺嗰度啊，係啊。暈咗啊？係啊，暈咗喺嗰度啊。You didn't hit me. You didn't hit me.
Officers handcuffed the New York City native and took him to Bellevue Hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. Police sources stated that Wright was a resident of Ward's Island homeless shelter and described him as an emotionally disturbed person. Wright had 17 arrests stacked up on his report and 8 convictions in a single year. He punched another elderly person, 72, at a bus stop in the Bronx and committed arson. The aftermath, authorities charged Wright with 1 count of assault as a hate crime and criminal possession of controlled substance. Police found synthetic marijuana called K2 on the suspect. A judge set his bail at $15,000. The 55-year-old woman recovered from stable conditions in the New York Presbyterian Lower Manhattan Hospital. The Asian community spoke out after authorities declared the attack as a hate crime. Asian residents organized anti-hate rallies and shared their fears of the next attack. Activist Carlin Chan says that the city is not adequately combating the amount of crime committed against Asian people. The New York Police Department has since created an Asian hate crime task force to address the increasing violence. Okay. The secret of life is kindness.
Let's check out the T-Mobile coverage cam. So this is why baseball is the greatest sport in the game. Melendez throws it to this fan, so pumped, but he's like, you know what? No, I got to give the baseball to a kid. But then later in the game, Gooby, when Walsh hits the home run, the kid's dad's going to come up with the baseball. He's like, here you go. Now you got your ball back. You got two. He's like, you know what? No.
This is incredible.
Gives it back.
That is so amazing. Look at that.
He's like, no. She's like, that's so cute.
That is amazing. Look at that smile. Both of them. Tremendous. Absolutely tremendous.
Let's check out the T-Mobile.
It's cool. People caring about other people, you know, nothing wrong with that. World of Memes 17 times. Doesn't it mean he didn't need to be in public? Oh, we're still stuck in that post, ain't we? I'll be danged if we ain't. There we go. For comedy purposes only. Do y'all like my new facial? Uh-oh, something's gonna happen here. I can see. I can just see this. Is this who I think it is? Oh yeah, Queen Petty Lex. Okay, here we go. Let's get our day of Queen Petty going.
Hi.
What the hell is wrong with your face?
What you mean? I got it done today. Remember I told you I had a facial? Do you like it?
What's going on with it?
This is what got done. I mean, I love it. I cannot believe you're tripping like this. This is the new look. I mean, this is what's going on today, you know? I'm just keeping up with today's time. I don't understand your reaction right now. I thought you would love this.
I'm gonna need for you to get a refund on that bullshit.
What you mean? It looked that bad?
Yeah. You need your money back ASAP.
Oh, are you serious? I thought you was gonna love it.
Only thing I love is my baby and my mama. I'm sorry.
What?
I'm gone.
Oh, are you serious? Wait, you leaving me? Oh my God. What the fuck? Oh my God, he just left me. Damn. He just straight left me. The fuck? These men today is whole ass bitches. I don't understand. My body, my choice. The fuck? I don't need his ass anyway. I can get me a new man.
She go to kiss another man, she's gonna poke his eyes out. Damn things. Oh, she's funny. Two of my favorite people talking God and country. SD Anon says today I had the pleasure of sitting with Professor David Clements to discuss everything from Q to J6 to his own spiritual walk with God. It was very enlightening and broadening conversation. I believe each of you will greatly enjoy it. I was actually thinking about playing this. As you listen, please take note of the use of symbolism with this particular chat. I don't know why they got OBJ covering that up. But be aware that it was purposeful. Being shot on 3/11 as the 33rd discussion from the QNP audio. Okay, now you're fucking confusing me. But I've been thinking about playing this. I haven't made up my mind yet, though. We might play it. We might. I'm not going to guarantee it. Can't play that. Jeff Dunning is great, but we can't play it. Okay, we saw that, the mass migration. Okay, Ryan Garcia says, after watching a little bit of that filth on that podcast, that the blonde kid host, it came to my attention that I need to clear some things up. Number one, I never said I'm a God. I said I'm with God. Number two, they are trying to spin the narrative that I'm going through something. They are working for the devil. If they just, for once, actually looked up what I'm talking about, they will see there's little kids hurting. Fuck them. They work for the devil, all three of them. Number three, prime taste. Like shit if you drink it. When you're working for the devil yourself, everybody who drinks prime is working for Satan. I don't care what you say. You're helping them gain more money and in return probably hurting kids, especially with the chemicals that are in it. Number four, Now I'm going to clear up something that's been going around. I was tricked by the devil, conjuring of demons. Remember, Satan himself comes as an angel of light. And obviously I was tricked and I was going through spiritual warfare, but Jesus protected me through it all. Number 5, fuck Prime. I have no idea what Prime is. I've never seen it. So want to know how to get your crime rate down? More police talking like this.
And I want to say, as to the person, we don't know which homeowner shot at him. I guess they think that they did something wrong, which they did not. If somebody's breaking in your house, you're more than welcome to shoot them in Santa Rosa County. We prefer that you do, actually. So whoever that was, you're not in trouble. Come see us. We have a gun safety class we put on every other Saturday. And if you take that, you'll shoot a lot better, and hopefully you'll save taxpayers money.
Damn.
And I want to say, as to the person, we don't know which homeowner shot at him. I guess they think that they did something wrong, which they did not. If somebody's breaking in your house, you're more than welcome to shoot them in Santa Rosa County. We prefer that you do, actually. So whoever that was, you're not in trouble. Come see us. We have a gun safety class we put on every other Saturday. And if you take that, you'll shoot a lot better, and hopefully you'll save taxpayers money.
Yep. That's good. That's real good. Freemasons. Let's hear about them.
What's the deal with the Freemasons?
There's only a few real Freemasons that exist. In other words, when I say a few, I'm talking about maybe a few hundred, maybe at the at the top level that really know the ancient secrets. This goes all the way back to deep antiquity. We're talking about 30,000 plus years ago. There were these brick masons in ancient Kemet called the Shattu. After the Great Flood, Amun-Ra, aka Marduk, he's known as Marduk in the Bible, M-A-R-D-U-K. Kemet, he was known as Amun-Ra, but he had these brick masons helping him rebuild the land of Kem. And these brick masons had the secret knowledge of space flight technologies, how to turn stone structures into advanced computer housing, data storage devices, as well as power generators and many other functions. A lot of the stone structures that were built were actually multifunctional stone computers. If you're going to a place when you only have limited resources, that you can't take a factory and a whole bunch of workers with you, what do? You learn how to work with what's there. And they mastered stone masonry, but they also encoded and embedded a lot of the wisdom and knowledge from the ancient Egyptian mysteries and the Kemetic mysteries into the structures. Now, these Freemasons were called Shattu. As a matter of fact, the Shattu helped Amun-Ra escape. In the last, there was a pyramid war. There were 2 pyramid wars. The second pyramid war in the tablets talks about the fact that the Shattu helped Amun-Ra escape through a hidden passage in one of the pyramids. And before he left, he decreed he would leave the kingdom to his Ra-Kam. Ra-Kam, K-A-M, translates now into shield. Kam translates into shield, Ra, shield. Over time, it became Rothschilds. And so this decree came down tens of thousands of years ago. Who's the richest family on the planet, worth $700 trillion combined net worth? The Rothschilds.
Whoop. Yeah, good thing Rothschild's dead or he might kill you. Yep, Ken Buck resigns next week. Let's listen. This is Shipwreck, by the way.
Republican representative out of Colorado, Ken Buck, is leaving next week. Now, he had already come out earlier and stated that he wasn't going to rerun for his position in November, but said he was going to finish out his term, and I guess he changed his mind. A statement released by the press, he says it's been an honor to serve the people of Colorado's 4th District and Congress for the past 9 years, and I want to thank them for their support and encouragement throughout the years. Today, I'm announcing that I will depart Congress at the end of next week, and I look forward to staying involved in our political process, as well as spending more time in Colorado with my family. You remember, Kim Buck was one of the GOP representatives that voted against impeaching Mayorkas. People feel a certain way about this, but let me talk to you a minute. The Republicans only have a very slim margin in the House of Representatives, which was made even slimmer by getting rid of Ken Buck. He was also a member of the Freedom Caucus, but they kind of kicked him out after the Mayorkas thing. He said a while back that he had a real problem with the way that the GOP party was being run, specifically with the person who was in charge of it, which would be Donald Trump, stating we're really at a time in American politics that I'm not going to lie on behalf of my presidential candidate and on behalf of my party, and I'm very sad that others in the party haven't taken the position. As long as we get the White House, it really doesn't really matter what we say. Party politics is the fucking worst. It does matter the person sitting in the White House. What doesn't matter is if that person is a Democrat or Republican. What does matter is if that person is going to do right by the people that vote them in. These old boomers, man, they are still stuck in that 2-party mentality. All Democrats are bad. All Republicans are good. All Republicans are fascist. All Democrats want people just to live freely. It's the two-party mindset that has drove this entire thing straight to the fucking ground. Say good riddance. It sucks with the slim majority, but good riddance.
Damn, her volume was way off in that one. That sucks. All right, this is the fifth one found. Any idea what the hell it means? The Gateway Pundit put out Monolith Mania, fifth metal artifact found in Wales. Yeah, another week, another seemingly supernatural mystery coming from the United Kingdom. This time, it's yet another installment of the years-long metal monolith conundrum. This time in Wales. You never know. Woman in Planet Fitness claims she went into the bathroom and this man who thinks he's a woman is in there shaving.
Good day. I just wanted to say I just came out of Planet Fitness, and there is a man shaving in a women's bathroom. I realize he wants to be a woman. He gets to be a woman. I love him in Christ. He's a spiritual being having a human experience. He doesn't like his gender, so he wants to be a woman. But I'm not comfortable with him shaving in my bathroom. All right. I just thought I'd say it out loud. Good day. I just wanted to say I just came out of Planet Fitness.
And this is the guy shaving. Yeah. Good job there, pal. Freaking people out for nothing. Real raw news, or raw alerts, I should say. Breaking. Multiple emergency crews are on scene of a significant house explosion occurred with fatalities. Currently, dozens of first responders are on the scene in Crescent Township, Pennsylvania, after a significant house explosion happened that claimed 2 lives, one being a male and the other being a female. Numerous witnesses have reported feeling the explosion miles away. When it happened, authorities are urging people to avoid the area while they investigate the cause. Wow, not much left of that house. But notice that this particular fire, not only did the house burn, but the trees got burnt too. It's kind of weird that that didn't happen in Lahaina or in Chile. Yeah, kind of weird. Weird. Don't know why that would happen. I mean, really, seriously, how, yeah. Media and FBI, white violent extremists are a rising threat. Also, media, literally every criminal is white now. Yep. We already showed that. All right. Sup, friends? I have no idea what's going on. I think it's supposed to be cute. That's not cute. You're just making me hungry. You're messy. All right. Enough. Oh, wait a minute. I wouldn't let that thing near my pot plant.
各位先生、女士、小朋友们，大家好！小熊猫是国家2级保护动物，请您在互动时不要触摸动物或投喂菜食，并加收或杀伤动物。Dear visitors, the red panda is a national second class protected animal. We soon pass the animal for your own food. You will interact.
He's saying to that lady that's filming him, don't you know it's kind of rude to stare at people when they're eating? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't know if anybody ever noticed this, the $1 bill. if you look at the $1 bill, you'll see a little owl up here. See it? Yeah. Take a look at your $1 bills. As a matter of fact, I got a $1 bill here. I'm going to look. Where's my glasses? Because, you know, I can't see crap without them. Let's see here. No. I think I need a magnifying glass. But, yeah. Look at that. What the heck? What the heck? Yeah. Okay. Now that Nancy Pelosi and Gavin Newsom don't have their boss, the president of Xi Jinping in town visiting the poop, has returned to San Francisco streets. San Francisco resident records the shit all over the streets and sidewalks. It's everywhere. That's okay. I'm not really interested in examining anybody's poop. Okay. Actually, I thought that this was actually pretty cool. Light bulbs and attention span. Here we go. I saw this last night and I meant to share it, but I didn't.
So I want to bring forward this one, and this one's really important, and it relates to the book Health and Light by Dr. John Ott, and it's about children paying attention in class. Now, I was one of those kids who didn't pay attention in class, and this is a really interesting thing to look at. So see that kid right in the back? The kid's kind of just doing whatever, playing with the chair, really not paying attention. What's interesting is it was noticed that in this book, Dr. John Ott talks about how fluorescent bulbs can actually make a certain portion or percentage of children not be able to pay attention and focus. And when they took lead shielding and they put it in front of the fluorescent bulbs, instantaneously that same kid moved up to the front of the class and became a very, very attentive student. So lights play a very big role in our ability to think and also influence our minds in many, many ways. This is a great book on this topic, but really makes you rethink. So I want to bring forward one. This one's really important, and it relates to the book Health and Light by Dr. John Ott, and it's about children paying attention in class.
You see what this?
Now, I was one of those kids who didn't pay attention in class. And
now,
this is a really interesting
up here, he shows how,
of children
he's acting all crazy and everything.
And when they took lead shielding and they put it in front of the fluorescent bulbs.
Now I want you to watch the girl who's sitting in the same seat.
Moved up to the front of
she
the
can't
class
sit still
and became a very, very attentive student. So lights.
So they moved this girl back into that exact same spot, and look at she's fidgeting nonstop.
Our minds in many, many ways. This is a great book on this.
Funny how that happens, huh? Yeah. Holy cow. Now I have something else to worry about.
Ooh. Get the dogs out. Get the dogs away. Get the dog back. Get back, Charlotte. Charlotte. Lewis, get over here.
Scared the shit out of him. Get over here. Holy shit. Did you get pictures of it?
Yeah, I got video.
Yeah. Where'd it go?
He'll pop back in a minute.
Insane. Oh, look.
That's crazy.
Oh!
Holy shit. What the hell? You know what? After this video, I'm going to back my ass up. He came to shore. Like that.
That thing came right up on the land.
I can send you guys some video.
Holy shit. Well, now you've added something else.
Scott, I don't know what Clint's bringing down here, but he needs to go back to fuck home.
That thing is fucking huge.
Oh, shit.
Hey, buddy. What? Hey, buddy.
Hey, you got a cheesy cracker? Apparently you like some cheesy crackers.
No.
Hey, Lewis.
Okay. Yeah, well, people are messing around in the water. It's just ridiculous. Yep. So surprise. Yeah, I'm not going to play any Tucker. Morning campers. The Ides of March is on Friday, which is the 74th day of the Roman calendar, and something very interesting pops up in Gematria when you look this up.
Morning campers, coffee time. Heidi hey. Now, it's interesting. It's the 12th of March, and I keep getting the same message about the Ides of March. The Ides of March falls on Friday the 15th, which is this week. 2 days before St. Patrick's Day. By the way, if you're in Ireland, Fergus is organising a massive St. Patrick's Day celebration to go up against the nonsense that's being organised by the criminal Irish government. Don't know the location, but go and follow Ferg Power on, I think it's Ferg Power 1 on Twitter, and I'm sure your details will be given out at some point. But anyway, Friday, Ides of March on the 15th, which was a day of great celebration historically, but it's also the date that Julius Caesar was assassinated. And I thought that's interesting because, as you know, I know that the White Hats and everybody else in this crazy war uses numbers and symbolism. And if you type in Gematria to Google, don't shout at me for using Google, it doesn't really matter. Then you will find a Gematria calculator. And if you put in the number 74, something very interesting pops up because all these words come up, phrases, okay? And the reason you put in the number 74 is because the 15th of March in the Roman calendar is the 74th day of the year. And there's a lot of interesting words and phrases that pop up in that. That's me doing a list. Look, it's good, isn't it? But one of the phrases I just saw was Biden dead. Wouldn't that be interesting? Wouldn't that be interesting? And it's also interesting that locally I've seen a number of military police cars and army trucks. Started noticing them about a year ago, but there was one, I was behind one this morning. I think the nearest base to here is Athlone, which is an hour away, which is also interesting because this is the biggest military operation in history that we're in the middle of. And although most people have absolutely no idea about that, it's true. It's also the biggest sting operation in history. So it's interesting to see who's being stung right now and how they're going to be washed out. Because if you look at the Biden situation, as if you're a regular viewer of mine, you'll know that I am 100% convinced, and have been saying for 4 years at least, that Joe Biden is not the real Joe Biden. The real Joe Biden, I think, is long gone. He was an absolute monster. So this character that's being played by a man in a mask or by a clone or by CGI or a mixture of all three and more than one actor by the looks of it. I mean, just go and look at when Joe Biden fell off his bike. He had the legs of a 30-year-old. And then that's the same guy who couldn't walk up the airplane steps. It's been a comedy show from start to finish. And is he really, how do we get rid of him? Is this important? Absolutely, it's important because America is the front line of this war, and the cabal's intention was always to take down America and destroy it. And I am firmly of the opinion that there are many good people working on behalf of humanity at the top of the tree, and they've infiltrated over many, many years. And it's actually very exciting. And if I'm wrong, I could be wrong, but I've been at this a long time, in terms of looking at what's going on in the world. And I am an apocalyptimist as well. I'll just give that caveat. That's just that I have a very strong optimistic feeling about the apocalypse, and the word apocalypse in Greek just means great unveiling. And there's a lot of people arguing, constantly arguing about whether it's, we're all doomed. We're all doomed, laddie. No, we're not. We're not all doomed. It's shocking to see people still falling for the narratives and still I got an email this morning from somebody that said in Australia, Western Australia somewhere, that they passed a law overnight in the middle of the night that says that they can knock your door down and force you to have a jab. You know, if that's a real law, it's pretty scary, isn't it? But it is, I think, designed to wake the populace up. David Cartland posted, was it David Cartland? Somebody posted this morning on Twitter. Oh no, it was Chris Sky. Chris Sky posted some information from the Office of Statistics in the UK, which he says it's like a smoking gun. It's the first time that this data has been shown, and it compares unvaccinated to twice vaccinated or once vaccinated and quadruple vaccinated. And the chance of death between somebody that's had 0 vaccines and 4 vaccines is 300% higher. That information would not be coming out from the Office of Statistics if good guys were not in control of all of this. And that's where it gets sticky, because people say, well, how could the good guys be in control if people are dying? Well, you have to keep coming back to the same thing. It's a spiritual war. It's an unconventional spiritual war. We've been given all of this time since COVID started in what I call spiritual quarantine in order for us to find that connection to God that was taken away from us, because it's Satan's world. Even according to the Bible, it's been Satan's world for quite a long time, but that is going away. And I do think another lockdown is the only answer, really, to flush them out. But will it be the Ides of March? I don't know, but it's interesting. Go and do the gematria thing. Have a look. 74, Biden dead. Have a lovely morning. God bless you.
Right on. Yep, Mark Atwood. And I was just talking to Stephen there in chat, and Stephen did an interview with him a couple of months ago. Really good interview, and he said he's getting ready to do another one. Stephen, if you want to come up on panel for a few minutes and kind of fill people in on what you got coming up for interviews and what you're doing with your podcast and stuff, I'd be more than welcome to send you up the link and let you come on up. It's up to you. Just give me a thumbs up or a middle finger, either which way. I'll know whether to send it or not. Yeah. Let me get that ready just in case. We can do that. Okay. Here, I'm going to send it to you on X. That way it's not out in the chat, so that other people are grabbing it. There you go, brother. Yeah, come on up. Take a minute, get yourself ready and stuff. And it's well, the middle finger is the no, the thumbs up is the yeah, kind of thing. All right. So while we're waiting on Stephen to come up and join us, people like Ben Shapiro are groomed at a young age. This is put out by Kevin.
Morning, campus.
Okay. People like Ben Shapiro are groomed at a young age to be in the spotlight by the globalists. In exchange, they get a wonderful life with fame and money. When they are ready to perform, the mainstream media will elevate them into their designated position. Then the programming of humanity starts. You know what else these guys do? Protect the globalists when it's needed. You know what the trick to their deception is? They agree with you on most things that don't really matter to gain your trust. Then they do the programming, defending when it really matters. Without the mainstream media and people like Ben Shapiro to protect them, the globalists would never be able to do the things they do or get away with the atrocities they commit. You got to be able to think deep to understand what's going on. This is a network machine that's been established for hundreds, if not thousands of years by some of the most evil, smart people with extreme wealth and resources. The depth and sophistication they operate by is inconceivable to most people. Do you get what I'm saying? Ben Shapiro on Medicaid and Social Security. No one in the United States should be retiring at 65 years old. Go fuck yourself.
And let's be real about this. It's insane that we haven't raised the retirement age in the United States. It's totally crazy. Joe Biden, if that were the case, Joe Biden should not be running for president. Hey, Joe Biden is 81 years old. The retirement age in the United States at which you start to receive Social Security and you are eligible for Medicare is 65. Joe Biden has technically been eligible for Social Security and Medicare for 16 years, and he wants to continue in office until he is 86, which is 19 years past when he would be eligible for retirement. No one in the United States should be retiring at 65 years old. Frankly, I think retirement itself is a stupid idea unless you have some sort of health problem. Everybody that I know who is elderly, who has retired, is dead within 5 years. And if you talk to people who are elderly and they lose their purpose in life by losing their job and they stop working, things go to hell in a handbasket real quick. But put all of that aside, just on a fiscal level and on a logical level. When Franklin Delano Roosevelt established 65 as the retirement age, the average life expectancy in the United States was 63 years old. Today, the average life expectancy in the United States is close to 80. It's totally insane that you believe that you should be able to work from the time that you are essentially 20 to the time that you are 65, which is a 45-year period, pay in, and then you will receive Social Security benefits sufficient to support you and your family, you and your wife or whatever, for like another 20 years. That's crazy talk. That is not fiscally sustainable. The notion that if you have to raise the retirement age to 67 or 68, that everyone is going to fall apart. My parents are that age. My parents are not retired. And they shouldn't retire. It would be very bad for them to retire. By the way, it's disrespectful to people who are 67, 68, 69 years old to suggest that they are in the same shape as people who are 65 were in 1940. It's not true at all. Have you met a 65-year-old lately? 65-year-olds are not old in the United States. They're not. 68-year-olds are not old in the United States. Again, Joe Biden thinks he's not old, and that dude is running for president again, and that dude actually is old, and he's 81. I fail to see how a country in which our entire leadership class is 80 plus is telling you that we should have a retirement age of 65. It makes no sense at all.
This guy is a flippin' fucking idiot. Okay? You work your ass off for 40 years paying into a program, okay? You should be able to enjoy your life after a certain age and go see the world, go on cruises, go and play cards with your friends, go to the beach whenever you want, go for a hike whenever you want. Okay, you did your work. You should be able to retire and be happy with your retirement. And the thing is that people discover things that they would love to do throughout their life, and they wait for retirement to do it. So Ben Shapiro, go fuck yourself. Okay? Really, seriously, go fuck yourself. How dare you try to dictate to us about what we should be doing in our lives? Okay, because let me tell you, if I have the opportunity to go and travel the world, I'm going to go and travel the world. Okay, if I have the opportunity to have a ranch and raise animals, totally opposite of anything else that I've ever done in my life, I'm going to take it. If I want to sit on a porch on the front of a log cabin and enjoy the sun and spend a few hours a day fishing, then that's what I'm going to do. You want to know why? Because I fucking earned it. Take your globalist mentality and shove it straight up your ass. Okay? Just like, what the? Steven, what do you think of this idiot?
Can you hear me, Hawk?
Yes, sir, I can.
Oh, well, think of your Dicky Ticky, Hawk.
I know. I got my blood pressure up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's great to be on your show again, Hawk. Nice to meet your beautiful audience again. And yeah, I'm glad to be back because I've been ill since the second Boxing Day, second Christmas Day, the 26th of December. I've been quite ill. I've been in bed for 8 weeks with a cold and terrible respiratory issues and lung problems, and very short of breath. And yeah, I'm picking up now, thank God, because
you had a bit of heartache too, you know.
Pardon?
Yeah, I said you had a bit of heartache too, and let me tell you, the viewers totally understood why you hadn't been around after Janet's passing.
Yeah, of course.
It's a heavy thing, man. It's a heavy thing, and
Absolutely,
you know, it's and that doesn't help, you know, because it's like when you're when you're psychologically attacked like that, you know, then the ease of illness to creep into your life is exponential. You know, I mean, it goes from only a 10% chance to literally 100% chance that illness can creep in, you know, because your heart is focused on a situation like that, and your mind is focused on it as well. So the rest of the body begins a breakdown, you know, and that illness creeps in and kicks the butt out of you, or kicks the crap out of you, you know. But it's good to see you back on, brother. You know, I was very pleased to start receiving messages from you again over here on X and everything. And I played quite a few of the videos that you shared with me. You know, because you know, you put out a lot of really great information, you know, and you share a lot of good things. And you actually gave me a really good reminder a few days ago, and I played it for everybody, was you know, the Q, we are the plan.
Yeah,
you know, you know, it's one thing to see, you know, Q plan to save the world, okay, and look at it from that beginning perspective. But when Joe M came out with the we are the plan, really put into perspective that people, you know, we the people, and it's not just in our country, it's worldwide, you know, need to stand up, need to be heard, you know, and need to react and do things in order to put things into a perspective where even those sleeping sheep begin to see, you know. It's the only way it can happen. So it's great to have you back. So what do you got coming up? Let me know.
Well, I've got a lot of interviews planned, of course, now, because I've not done a lot of interviews whilst I was ill. But I've been in contact with quite a few people, and especially celebrities here in Holland and in Belgium. I've got a few things coming up. I'm going to do a show with Mark Atwood, probably coming week. I've had contact with Max Egan. You might know Max Egan.
Yes.
Max Egan. I mean, he's also truther. He's got certain views on topics, but it doesn't always resonate with everybody. But it's interesting to see his view. I mean, it's very interesting. Neil Oliver, he's an Irishman. I've sent him an email. I would like to interview him. FCB Decode, my Australian friend. We've got contact now for a new show. Ole Damagard. He's a truther, and I wouldn't call him a conspiracy theorist, but he's got the biggest vault. The vault is a kind of vault with lots of terabytes of proof on conspiracies, and he's a Danish Swedish researcher. He lives in Bali, and I've already done two or three shows with him now, with Ole, and he's regularly on the show of Michael Jaco, for instance, and other people.
I have a hard time with Michael Jaco. I really do. You know.
What did you say?
I have a very difficult time with Michael Jaco.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Not everybody resonates. I mean, it's
the hang on one second. No, Stephen Walker, the maestro, is on panel right now. Get your ass on here.
Who are you talking to?
Dave.
I also sent Dave as well. I sent Dave a message today because a while back, Dave and me were talking about doing a show on flat Earth, and it's kind of got, you know, it's kind of got out of picture. But love to do a show with Dave on flat Earth. But it's nice to see Dave is picking up as well in these shows, and he's he's getting his life back together. He's had a lot of trouble, of course, and a lot of throwback, and it's good to see. Yeah, it's good to see Dave getting back on track again. And I've got a lot of I'm visiting a lot of book presentations of good friends of mine. They're writing books. As a very well-known Dutch guy here, he's called Marcel Messing, and he lives in France in the Pyrenees, and he's written a new book. He's got this book presentation on the 23rd 24th of March. And I'm there as well, and it's great to meet these wonderful people and these, you know, really enlightened people and way showers and light showers, and yeah, it's fantastic to meet these people and just get along with them and converse with them, and yeah, it's great. It's great. But I'm picking up, like I said, Hawk. I've had a difficult time, but my energy is coming back, and I can really feel it now, and. A lot of people have sent me love and healings and, you know, prayers, and that really helps. I mean, it's not Big Pharma that helps you. I mean, we know Big Pharma makes people ill, and it's just one big way to get money out of people and make them ill. But I've had a lot of support from people that follow me on my Telegram channels, and I'm very grateful for that.
I didn't know you were on Telegram too. What's
Yeah,
your channel? What's your channel on Telegram?
I've got 6 channels really. I've got 3 channels and 3 chat rooms. One channel of mine is a back channel. It's a sort of VIP channel where people support me, and you know, so I can keep a roof above my head and put dinner on the table. Because, as you know, Hawk, I lost all my employment as a professional musician and orchestral conductor because I didn't comply with all these idiot, absurd COVID measurements and restrictions. So I lost all my employment, so I had to start something else. So I got this VIP lounge going on Telegram, and people support me there. But my main channel is Stephen's Real News Corner on Telegram, and I've got about let's have a look now. I've got nearly 11,000 subscribers there, and
Nice.
I've also got a BitChute channel where I post practically all of my shows that I do on BitChute. And my BitChute channel is called, let's just have a look so I get it right. It's called The Maestro 1962, The Maestro, Stephen's Real News Corner, The Great Awakening, so everybody can find it there. So I would like
I'm going to post the link for that right now.
Yeah, okay.
For that channel, because I can pull that up while I'm on here. However, if I open up Telegram, it pretty much shuts my StreamYard off.
Yeah, don't do it now. I mean, it's too much.
It requires way too much power or something. I'm not sure. Memory that's being used up or whatever. This is actually one that I'm getting ready to play here later on today. That Admiralty Law. I think you know what word means. You need to see what these words really mean.
I would like to invite people to my Telegram channel, Stephen's Real News Corner. Quite a lot of it is in Dutch, but I would say 80% is English. And I've got 10 administrators there, 10 moderators or 10 admins. They are helping me post all kinds of stuff there. And I do a lot of subtitling of especially English language clips, so Dutch people and Belgian people can understand it. And I also do German videos, or what do you call it, audio clips, because I'm quite good at German as well. I understand a little bit of French. I'm good at English and I'm good at Dutch. So I get the information out there one way or another, so that people, you know, they can hear the truth, because we're not getting it from mainstream media. And it's getting even crazier because we've got this Digital Services Act now in Europe. The European Union have installed this Digital Services Act, and it's just censorship. And they can take things. I mean, I was on LinkedIn. You know LinkedIn, Hawk?
Yeah, I've heard of them. I never signed up for it though.
Yeah, LinkedIn. I was kicked off Facebook and then Instagram in 2020. And I was a bit pissed off for a day, but you know, 4,950 connections, and especially music worldwide, because my arrangements got played worldwide. I mean, they know my name there. But I was kicked off Facebook and Instagram in 2020, 2021, and I had a LinkedIn account. So I thought a few months ago, I thought, well, I've got this LinkedIn account. I'll just start pumping the truth out there, you know, getting all this information out. A colleague composer of mine, he was kicked off LinkedIn 2 years ago for you know, posting all this stuff. And I thought, well, I'll try it now. And I was posting stuff, you know, everything about these vaccines and all about, you know, the McDonald's Rabbi Finkelstein and all this stuff. And I didn't get any warnings. And all of a sudden, in the weekend, 2 or 3 days ago, I was kicked off, and I could get back on the LinkedIn if I would give my information, you know, copy of my passport or my ID. I thought, you know, stuff it. I'm not going on LinkedIn anymore. So I've just got Telegram and BitChute now. So
yeah, can you drop your Telegram
Yes.
links
Yeah.
into the private chat for me, and I'll drop
I
them
will.
into the chat.
I will.
And yeah, I'd like to get those out to the viewers. While you're getting that ready, I'm going to pull up a video that was released this morning. And this is and because of the fact that it's in Dutch, I have no idea what they're saying, because that's the only language that they speak in this. It was
Okay.
put out by Ian Miles Kyong, and it is the police in Netherlands pay Dutch comedian Hans Theeuwen.
Yeah, I know what it is. I know what you mean. I know it. I've seen the clip. Yeah, Hans Theeuwen is a comedian. Hans
Okay.
Theeuwen is a very respected comedian. He's so funny. He's really crazy, this guy. And he made a video of the mayor of Amsterdam, and she's called Femke Halsema, and he was parodying. He was doing a parody about the. They had a Holocaust. What do you call it? A Holocaust. What do you call it now? They
ceremony or an
They
event?
remember the Holocaust in Amsterdam. It was Holocaust Museum or something like it, and he made a parody on this. And apparently there was an air pistol on his table, and you could see this air pistol. It was 1 or 2 seconds. You could see it on the table, and 6 policemen they raided his house. And he took this air pistol and another stuff. I think he took his laptop as well, where he had this movie on him, because he parodied the mayor of Amsterdam, and he had this wig on, and you know he was taking the piss out of her. I mean, she's World Economic Forum as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that put that into context for me, because I saw the clip and I was getting ready to show it, but I couldn't show it to everybody because of the fact that nobody would understand a dang word that they said, because there's no. It'd be one thing if there were captions, you know, because that's one of the things I like about the BitChute. Whenever you put videos up on the BitChute, you're actually putting up the text translation, you know.
Yeah, the captions, the original clip with the Dutch subtitles.
Right, you know. And I'd really like to see more people who are actually doing that, because it would allow people to take and get a lot more context out of the people who are standing up around the world, you know.
Absolutely,
You know, maybe make it a point one day to, you know, to let fellow podcasters know that, you know, listen, you know, if you're getting, you know, if you're getting, you know, an extensive amount of foreigners who are just, you know, trying to find some inspiration in standing up, then the best way to do so would be to have, you know, those translations on the screen, so that, you know, you're going to end up picking up more people who are going to follow you, because of the fact that you're willing to go that extra mile in order to provide them with, you know, with this. And, you know, when you're looking for inspiration to stand up, you know, having these things is so quintessential in the movement, for new people to be able to catch up, learn, you know, see what's happening, understand what's happening, have context to what you're seeing. That, you know, that's a huge thing, because I notice a lot of people put up videos and they don't put any context to the situation that we're watching. You know, they're not given a breakdown of what started it, why it's going on, you know, things like that. Now, where the Dutch farmers are concerned, you know, we're seeing a lot of full content, you know, with people really writing out the narrative, what sparked it, why they're continuing it, and how the progression is going.
Yeah.
But if you know, if you know, if you find somebody who's relatively new to this, to the podcasting side of it, it makes it a lot more difficult because they, you know, there's no context to what they're putting out. They're just putting up the video because the video is cool because they were spraying poop on a building or something, you know. But how about the context behind why that's going on, you know, and teaching these new podcasters that context is super important.
Absolutely.
You know, almost like there should be a class, you know, on, you know, you know.
Yeah, this is the group of people, Hawk, we should take into consideration, because there are a lot of people, they are very aware of what's going on now, but there are still more people, you know, coming into this big grand classroom, and they are none the wiser, and we've got to educate these people. So we'll have to start from scratch with a lot of people to educate them so that they can take the information and spread it out to other people, because when you've gone down all these rabbit holes and you know all the information that you've got, you can't tell it to Tom, Dick, and Harry, because they won't understand anything about it. They'll ridiculize you and you'll say you're an idiot, you know, because we've got so much information, but you've got to let it trickle down to the people that are just starting to awake, and that's a great challenge, really, isn't it?
Yep, it is. It is. You know, is you know, the other a couple of nights ago, Dave was on with me. We did a late night podcast, and Sir Oliver Pollock joined us, and you know, it was great because, you know, now, you know, being here in the West Coast where I'm at, I'm actually getting on the ground news of what's going on there in New York, you know. What's really great about what Sir Oliver is doing is his correlation to the drops. You know, he is really putting a lot of 2 and 2 together, and, you know, in doing so, is really effectively showing people the correlation between, you know, Q and the situations, which is getting people to look at Q more and say, okay, maybe there is something to this, you know. You know, where Q is concerned, you know, as far as I'm concerned, is Q was my reminder that we're all great researchers.
Yeah.
We just have to let ourselves become that again, you know, because I was a straight A student, even though half the time, you know, of school, especially high school, I was living on the streets, you know, but I was a straight A student, you know, and I put myself through school, you know, no matter what the circumstances were. You know, the rest of my life sucked, but school was my shining light. And the ability to have the time that I had, you know, being homeless while in school, okay, actually forced me to spend time in the libraries. My days off, I was in the library. I was going through books. I was finding everything. I did a paper on lasers in 1970. I think it was 78 or 79. That not only got me an A+, but, you know, the teacher used that research paper I did on lasers all the way back then to teach for the next couple of years, to show students about a way of, you know, how much attentiveness was important in regards to researching. But then, you know, then that teacher left, a new teacher came in, and when the new teacher came in with a whole new plan, you know, and basically it was no longer researching, just believe what I say, you know, and go with that, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's so disappointing watching teachers turn off the drive to learn, that
And
spark to learn.
And the creativity as well there, Hawk. Eh?
Oh, absolutely.
That's the first thing. That's the first thing you get taken off you when you go to school is creativity.
Yep. You know, it's like you look at the artists of today. You know, there are so many fewer artists today than what was generated 20 years ago, or 30 years ago, or even 40 years ago. You know, but about every 10 years, we see a big decline in real natural artists. You know?
Hawk. When you look at the word artist, I think it was heartist. People making art with their heart, and there are so many artists. They don't do it with their heart; they do it with their head, and that's not really art. Heartist is when you do it really, you know, with the creation power, the creative power from the creator. That's art.
I mean, if you think about it, I mean, if you look at the creation that we live in, you know, looking at the animals, looking at the mountains, looking at the prairies, looking at the oceans, you know, you see a beauty that surpasses anything that could ever be put onto a canvas. But when an artist sees with their heart and translates that onto canvas, then you have something that accentuates, that lifts up the creation that the creator made for us.
Absolutely. And when you got composers, they can put the sounds of nature into music on paper.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, it's a you know, now do you have like old videos of you conducting and stuff like that?
Ooh. I don't know really. There must be a few kicking out there. I had a website up to shortly, Hawk, but you know, I'm right out of music now, and I didn't pay my subscription to keep my website up to date. So I can't find the website anymore because it might be there, but I'll have to, you know, do the prescription and get the money flowing. But I've not done anything with my website. There are a few films on YouTube, a few clips from years ago. They are out there, yeah. They are definitely out there, yeah, definitely, yeah.
Because it'd be great to be able to send people to, you know, to understand what life you were living before this.
Yeah.
You know, and when they get to see what you were doing before this, then they become, you know, they get a new understanding of the change that you have gone through from that time to now.
Yeah, I understand. I'll have to look if we can find a few. Let's have a look. I have my music channel here. Yes, there are a few. There are a few here. I can see it now. I'll send you the link here. I'll put it in chat, Hawk.
Put it into the private chat. If you look over to the right there, you see where it says private chat.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, because your links won't come up in regular chat.
Private chat
and do your Telegram too, so that way there I can post those for everybody to look at and see. Let's see here. Okay,
look in your private chat now, Hawk. I'll send you a link.
Okay, so this video here, guys, is from 5 years ago, and this is an arrangement by Gilbert Tyner, and it is Best of Kool and the Gang.
Oh wow!
This should be interesting. I'm Kool and the Gang was one of my favorite bands growing up. You know, when I was a kid.
Yeah.
So I think that's great. It's bring it on over here and make sure that my camera thingy is off here. And you remember this, huh?
Oh, yeah.
This is like a flashback memory for you.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, guys.
Wow.
Here we go. This is cool. I love this. This is great. I want to jump to another one that you have on there real quick, and this was another one of my favorite groups to listen to as a young man. Was your arrangement Peter Klein Scharz? I hope I say the name right.
Yeah, it's Earth, Wind, and Fire, probably.
Earth, Wind, and Fire. Oh my Lord!
Yeah, great. Yeah.
I'm like waiting for you to break out dancing. You know what I mean?
Mogen we jullie danken voor deze gastvrijheid. We zijn vereerd hier te hebben mogen musiceren. En danken jullie voor jullie aandacht. Graag tot de volgende keer.
Into my life. Oh my.
Yeah.
That is, see, to me, music has always been a big thing in my life. So you sent me here too, Angels.
Yeah, Johnny Logan. Johnny Logan.
Oh wow, we get to actually.
This is Johnny Logan, and Johnny Logan won the Eurovision Song Contest 3 times. He won it twice as singer, best singer.
What did he win again? What's that called?
The Eurovision Song Contest.
Okay,
it's a song contest what's held every year in Europe, and he won it twice as singer, and he won it as composer. So he's won it 3 times, and I gave a concert with Johnny Logan. It's nearly 20 years ago now, I think, and great artist, and he's aged, of course, but his voice is still very powerful. And he performed "Angels" by Robbie Williams, and it was great. So this is what you're going to listen to now.
Oh, okay, all right. Robbie Williams. See, now he Robbie Williams. He did a song that I actually danced with my wife at our wedding to. Was called "She's the One."
Yeah.
You know, great love song, beautiful love song. Something happened to him after that album, though. It just he seemed to go off the rails.
Many artists have gone off the rails. Meanwhile, Hawk, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. So
very sad to say. Very sad. Yeah.
Let's take a listen. Here we go. "Angels" featuring Johnny Logan.
I sit and wait. Does an angel contemplate my fate? And do they know the places where we go when we're gray and old? 'Cause I have been told that salvation lets their wings unfold. So when I'm lying in my bed, thoughts running through my head, and I feel that love is dead, I'll love in angels instead. Your turn! And through it, she offers me protection, a lot of love and affection, whether I'm right or wrong. And down the waterfalls, wherever it may take me, I know the life won't break me. When she comes to call, she won't forsake me. 'Cause I'm loving angels instead. When I'm feeling weak and my pain walks down a one-way street, I look above and I know I'll always be blessed with love. Yeah. And as the feeling goes, she brings flesh to my bones. And when love is dead, I'm loving angels instead. And through it all, she offers me protection, a lot of love and affection, whether I'm right or wrong. And down the waterfalls, wherever it may take me, I know the life won't break me. When she comes to call, she won't forsake me. 'Cause I'm loving angels instead. Loving angels. I said loving angels instead. Yeah. Oh, my. Angels instead. And through it all, she offers me protection, a lot of love and affection, whether I'm right or wrong. And down the waterfalls, wherever it may take me, I know the light won't break me. When she calls the call, she won't forsake me. 'Cause I'm loving angels. Yeah. I'm loving angels. I'm getting too old for this. I'm loving angels instead.
You know, I got to tell you, timing is everything.
Yeah.
Timing is everything.
Yeah, especially now with this war we're now in, Hawk. Timing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. There are people in chat right now that are feeling what we just laid on them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you know, guys, you know, I want to point something out. That guy just sang, and there was no auto tune. Okay, like you hear with these pop artists and stuff that are out there today. There is no auto tune there. That was 100% raw talent. And I love to hear that. You didn't hear all these echo effects and reverb and somebody sitting there playing with his buttons. And there was no auto tune. That was 100% raw talent. And his name is Johnny Logan. And the gentleman sitting here on the panel with me, Stephen Walker, was the conductor for the band that just performed that music. So, you know, and the thing is, you know, now I'm a musician myself. You know,
okay, wow.
I'm not like a great musician. I play the piano, I play the guitar.
I see that every time you do this show, Hawk. I see you playing the piano.
Yeah. I play the Native American flute. I actually make flutes. You know, and I play the native drum as well and sing native songs. And one of the, you know, I had an opportunity to go to Nashville. Went down this is about I'd say about 5 years before I came out to Oregon here. So it'd be about 25 years ago. I actually had a contract signing with a label. And got they put a big chunk of money down on me, you know. And a couple of days later, I went in. I had to have a physical done. They did a bunch of blood work and everything else. Now, you know, certain things in your life do not have to be disclosed. You know, HIPAA laws, you know, protect you. Well, these doctors released all the information to the label, and I received a letter basically stating that the contract was nullified, and I had to pay them back every penny of what
my God
had given me after 62 days of recording and writing music. They pulled the contract because of something, you know, in my body, and because of that, you know, yeah, it was kind of strange. I had one record label, RCA, who offered me a contract, and I took that contract to my mom, who worked for the courts. And when she went through it, she was reading all the legalese that they do in these contracts, and she said to me, she said, "You can't sign this." And I said, "Why?" And she said, "They want you to sell your soul."
Yeah, well, we know that, Hawk. We know that in the music industry, in the pop scene, that many artists have sold their soul, and it's all been exposed now. But it's terrible because they are criminals. I mean, when we look at Michael Jackson and his contract with Sony.
Oh yeah, he said it. He said record labels are the devil.
Yeah, he exposed them, and Prince did as well, eh?
Yep.
And
yep.
it would be fantastic. It would be fantastic for mankind if these artists were still alive and in the witness protection program, so they could come out and tell the truth and really heal the humanity and soothe the pain, because I hope these people will taken out of society to protect them from this criminal evil cabal.
Yeah, it's just crazy what they get away with. When you look at it all and you look at the effect that it has, and the thing is it's not just the effect on the artist himself, but it's all those people around them who loved them before they became this other person, and the destruction of family value, family. It's just so disappointing. It's like, Reba McEntire, she used to take her kids with her on tour. She wanted her family with her. It wasn't, and there were a few others who also did that, where, the kids are growing up in the industry. Yes. But by having their family close, it made it a lot harder to, for the devil to creep in.
Absolutely. It was their blessing. It was their blessing, really. Yeah, it was their savior as well.
Yep. I mean, but in most cases, most of these artists went through hell.
Yeah,
went through hell before they signed the dotted line.
I mean, if you look at Britney Spears and Taylor Swift and Beyonce and Celine Dion and all these artists that have sold their soul to make a career, and become famous. And it's terrible how these individuals have just walked into this trap, and it's devastating. I mean, a lot of people, especially youth, they will be in shock when they find out what these artists have been up to. Yeah. I mean, the whole pop scene, the whole entertainment industry is going to collapse like a house of cards.
Oh yeah. It's hey, I have no problem with going back to sea shanties.
No,
some of the greatest music ever written.
Absolutely.
And the thing was, your fame came from going from town to town, with your guitar and maybe
like the minstrels in the Middle Ages, Hawk. Minstrels, they went from town to town with their music instruments, and they entertained people. Yep. And minstrels had a very happy life because they weren't married and they could just,
Yep.
That was music then. I mean, it's gone right out of hand. And all these people that idolize these pop musicians, and even conductors, a few conductors have been exposed in the last 20, 30 years. This conductor called Levine, he was a pedophile as well. This conductor.
Yep. I just saw something about that a couple of weeks ago.
James Levine, he was his name.
Yep. Yeah, it's such a shame. It really is. Because it's music is a universal language,
Yeah,
but it is
should
so,
it should unite. It should unite people.
Yep.
And there's been a lot of disadvantages. I mean, we must protect our children, Hawk. That's our most important duty, to save and protect our kids.
Yeah, it is. It is. And the thing is it's like, I mean, you know, if we look into context of that, you know, songs that deliver a message, you know, Michael Jackson and who was it? It was Michael Jackson and another writer did that. We Are the World. Lionel Richie. I believe it was Michael Jackson and Lionel Richie who set that up. You know, and you had artists from all around the globe who participated, but it seemed that you know, we can look at that video today and see who sold out.
Yeah, it's shocking, really. I mean, if you look at the Beatles, huh? The Beatles had a they were taking a disadvantage. I mean, if you look at Paul McCartney is not the real Paul McCartney.
Correct. I don't remember what his name is though.
He was Billy Shears.
Yep, there you go. Yep.
Billy Shears is the stand-in for Paul McCartney, and they were trained by the Tavistock Institute, and Tavistock Institute was installed by the MI5 and MI6, I think, and CAA. And people should look into Tavistock Institute. It's mind control, eh?
Yes.
And these songs weren't written by the Beatles; they were written by other people. Apparently, it wasn't Lennon and McCartney, but they took the credits. But it was other people that wrote their songs. And some of the songs are very demonic. If you play the songs backwards, you get a certain message.
Yep.
And it's I mean, somebody that's really dived into this is Mark Devlin. And Mark Devlin is a DJ, and British DJ and researcher, and he's done studies about this. Mark Devlin is certainly a guy to look into, and he's researched all these pop artists and the satanic rituals and the satanic stuff that they've really got into, and it's very revealing and also very shocking to hear what's been going on all these years. Tavistock Institute. Yeah, it's terrible.
Very much so. Yeah.
Yeah, I see Linda Darlene's Sgt. Pepper's Band. I mean, if you look at the cover of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, you can see Alistair Crowley is on the front. He's on the front. His face is on the front of that cover of this album. And Alistair Crowley is the top Freemason, top Illuminati. Yeah.
Yep.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Yep. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and pull that up here. See if I can make it full screen here. Let's see. Here we go. And let me make it full screen here so that everybody can see it.
He's up there left.
Actually, let me do this. And because if I do this, I should be able to make this bigger. Yep, there we go. Okay, so the top left. Yep, right here. Right
there
here.
is yes, Alistair Crowley. Yeah.
Yep. It's there's a few others on here too, that are kind of shady, you know. But it was kind of funny. They had Marilyn Monroe in here.
Yeah, you've got Edgar Allan Poe at the top in the middle, and you've got Karl Marx as well. Yeah.
Yep. This looks like Fred Astaire. Of course, Marlon Brando.
Yeah.
Jim Kelly.
We can make a quiz of this. Grace Kelly down there at the right, I think. We can make a quiz of it.
Yep.
How many people do we recognize?
Yeah. It's you know, and the crazy thing is that you know, when we look at this, the semblance of, you know, why would Aleister Crowley be pictured with all of these?
Yeah.
You know, and then the younger Beatles with the older Beatles.
Yeah, the real Paul McCartney, and the Billy Shears is in the middle with the blue outfit.
With the blue on. Yeah. Yep. That's crazy. And it's you begin to identify it, and as you begin to identify, you begin to realize that there is a satanic connection with all of them. And it's and they all suffered. John Lennon suffered. Ringo Starr he's the only remaining Beatle, right?
Mm-hmm. I think so. Yes.
George Harrison, if I'm not mistaken, passed already.
Mm-hmm.
They all went for during one period of their lives, during the 60s, they all kind of went their own separate ways, and each of them fell into a different religion.
Yeah.
So it's like looking at all of that and understanding, but then, at the same time, they've had, they had pictures done with bloody babies,
Yeah, that's terrible. That's a cover of an album as well, Hawk. Can you pull that up as well? That's really
I don't remember the name of the album though.
I'll have a look as well.
Type in Beatles. I'll type in Beatles album covers.
Babies.
And it should all of them should come up. Let's see. Oh, here's one where they're doctors. It's not that one, because I explicitly remember the babies and the blood.
Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. I'm looking as well, Hawk. So we'll do.
I really hope that they haven't hid that one, because they didn't want people to identify that they're satanic. Now this one here, they have a baby in this one.
This is it. Yeah, this is the one.
But look. Oh yeah, this is it. Yeah, look at the baby. The head. It's a headless body. The head is in. It's John in the back, right? Or is that Ringo in the back? No, Ringo's right here.
That's George Harrison.
Okay, so he's there holding the head of the baby, while Paul is holding the body. John is covered with body parts.
This is terrible, really, isn't it? It's so terrible. I mean, there was another. There is another one, Hawk, if I'm not mistaken, where it's really bloody. It's really bloody. I want to try and find it. I remember that. That's what I was looking for was all the blood, and I didn't see it in that one there. That's why I kind of was going to skip over. You've got the right one. I can see it now. You've got the right one. You've got the right one.
Yeah,
it is the right one. It is the right one. They've got their heads in their laps. Paul McCartney has got a head in his lap.
Oh, here we go. Right here.
Yeah, this is terrible.
There we go.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Terrible.
So yeah, and he's got a head implant now too.
They are flashing it right in our face, This is Satanism.
Yep, they showed us all the way back then their influence and who they follow. And it's a real shame too, because beautiful music. When they started, the music was it was about music. And then it became about messaging. It turned from music to messaging. And that's what most of these artists go through. And people just don't recognize or realize that these are, that this is something that is real. It's very, very real. And they don't want to believe that their favorite artist could do something like this. There's no way that they could be involved in something like that.
The limits were pushed all the time, Hawk. The limits were pushed to see how much people could take, and the limits were being pushed all the time, and we were too blind to see it.
Yep.
It's unbelievable.
So true. So true. You know,
Yeah.
it's just it's just absolutely crazy to know and understand the extent that this has gone through since just from the 60s until now.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and it's just like, wow. Devil Dog says, what do you guys think about the Boeing whistleblower getting unalived? Did you hear about that?
I've not followed it, Hawk, but you might be able to brief me on that one.
This whistleblower used to be the inspector. Okay. This guy was his career was filled with prominence for airline safety worldwide. Okay, not just a little bit, but I mean completely worldwide. He was known for, and it's crazy that this guy came out and basically said that we found 41 different spots that needed undivided attention and extreme engineer type work on, and the company ignored them.
So is it neglect? It was a kind of neglect.
Oh, 100%. It's part of it's that DEI thing, that diverse equity inclusion thing, where they're just pretty much hiring anybody. There was an interview done. Well, it wasn't necessarily it was a secret interview where a guy went into the Boeing factory and basically asked all the people who were building the plane, would you fly in this plane? And almost all of them said, absolutely not. No way. I wouldn't get on that plane.
I mean, I would certainly not get on a plane now, Hawk, with all these pilots that have been jabbed. And there is a shortage of pilots. So, and this is all done by design because the World Economic Forum doesn't want people to fly anymore. They want to be the only people that fly in their private jet planes. But all these pilots that have been jabbed, and they have a certain test they have to do every year, a sort of physical test and a mental test. And there were so many pilots they couldn't pass this test that they've brought down the what do you call it?
Qualifications. Yep. They brought down the standards in order to keep the pilot.
Yeah. Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. If you're flying from where you are, say to Australia, your life is in somebody's hands for a minimum of 14 hours.
Yeah.
And
they've been thinking of putting one pilot in a plane instead of two. That's been a discussion as well. Put one pilot in a plane so they could keep these planes flying. I mean, this is total absurdity. Putting one pilot in. If one pilot gets a heart attack, I mean, you'll have to rely on the automatic pilot.
Yep. And is that autopilot going to land you?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That's so you better hope that there's a passenger on there who's willing to dare to land the plane. I mean, how many movies have we watched? Since the 50s, where a passenger who's has absolutely no plane experience whatsoever is the one who has to land the plane.
Yeah, dude, can you fly a plane? Can you? I do model aircraft, model planes. I fly model planes with the remote control. Come into the cockpit.
Yep. It's I can see it now. Stephen, can you fly a plane? Well, I was a conductor. Well, come on. You're used to moving.
I could fly my baton through the air.
Yes. Oh, Lord.
It's really so absurd, the world that we live in now. And you can see the plans of the World Economic Forum just collapsing, and it's all crumbling. But you can see the devastation and the amount of destroying that they've done. I mean, they're wrecking the world. And
they figure if they're going down, they're going to take a whole bunch of people with them.
Yeah, that's the tactic of the what do you call it, the scorched earth.
Yep.
But, we'll have to go through a lot of shit, but before we get to the other side. So sad to say, but it's got to be. People have got to wake up. There's so many people dormant at the moment. They haven't the slightest clue what's going on, and they'll have to awake, because if they don't awake, they're not going to make it. I mean, people will go crazy.
It's part of it's almost like you got to get people to stop and breathe.
Yeah.
So that they would have the ability to begin to recognize, it's almost like the reason that the country shut down, actually the world shut down. Look at the mass awakening that happened because of that shutdown. Imagine if another one comes.
Yeah.
How many more people are going to wake up?
I mean, I'm quite honest, Hawk. I'm very grateful for this COVID period, because it's awakened me up in a very large amount, and lots of people have been awakened by this COVID pandemic.
Yeah.
And it's not going to work out a second time. There won't be a next pandemic. The next lockdown that we get, if we get a lockdown, it's going to be a lockdown for martial law to clean all the shit up.
Yep. Yeah. And that's my perception of it as well. Is that thinking about how the end can begin. And part of that has to be a semi-revolution, which has already been sparked in every other country around the world. People are literally fighting back against their government, using the most peaceful means possible.
Just stop paying taxes. There are so many people now in especially in the Netherlands, I think, and in England as well. Don't pay your taxes. Just stop. If we have enough people that don't pay their taxes anymore, we're throwing enough sand in the machine to make it stop. And it's very peaceful. We're not using any violence. We're not grabbing our guns. We're just doing it very peaceful. Just stop paying taxes, and it'll stop. It'll stop in an instant.
Yep. And there's a lot of groups all across the United States and they've been posting a lot of videos up on X, Twitter, and basically stating, listen, we're not paying our taxes. There's a whole group of us, and we're not doing it. We're not going to fund. We're no longer going to fund these wars. We're not going to fund genocide. We're not going to fund this corruption that's going on. And one of the points that I was making with people yesterday was the fact that all this money that they're printing, that's the corporation who's doing that printing.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, that debt that's been incurred was done by a corrupt corporation.
Yes.
And frankly, the corporation is the one who needs to pay that debt, not the people. That generations of Americans should not have to pay their bill for them to enrich themselves and and their friends and family and their lobbyists.
Absolutely.
So
I have a metaphor, Hawk. If you have a neighbor come to your house and he asks you, can you lend me $5,000? What do you ask? What's your next question?
Say that one more time.
If your neighbor comes to you and asks you, can you lend me $5,000? What will you ask him?
When are you going to pay me back?
Yeah, really. My first question would be, what do you want it for?
Yeah. I've never been one that really got into why somebody needed something. Because in most cases they would that's when the deception begins.
Absolutely. I don't understand what you mean, but what I'm trying to point out here, Hawk, is if somebody comes and asks me, can you borrow me 5,000 euros or dollars or whatever, first question what I would say, what do you want it for? What do you need it for? And if this neighbor says, well, I want to kill the neighbors next door. I want to kill the whole family. I want to buy some machine guns and ammunition and kill them. But then you're going to say, well, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to get any money. But what does the government do? The government does exactly the same. With one difference, they don't come and ask you; they steal it from you.
Yep.
They steal your tax money, and they go and murder people on the other side of the ocean, innocent women and children and seniors, and they just go and murder them with our tax money. Pardon. And I have a moral compass, and I have my, I don't want that on my conscience. That my tax money, well, I've worked hard for. It's my blood, sweat, and tears, and energy, and
your
what do you call it? Yeah, my labor. I don't want my money, my tax dollars or tax euros being spent on a war that we haven't asked for. We haven't asked for this war. We haven't given any permission for this war, and our governments are a criminal syndicate. So and it's illegal as well. We have an article in the Constitution in Holland, Article 114. It says participating or financing a criminal organization is illegal, and you can go to jail for it. So our government is clearly a criminal organization. So funding it we're going to get into trouble as citizens. So that's why you shouldn't pay taxes. Just stop. And if we have enough people that do it and don't live in fear, we can stop this whole charade and the whole shit show in an instant.
Yep. And then how they enrich themselves off of everything else that they do between drug trafficking, human trafficking.
This is the tip of the iceberg, Hope. We're not talking about all the other shit that they're doing, and that's far more worse. I mean, what you're pointing out now, all these children in the dumps and all this human trafficking and organ trafficking and child ritual sacrifice, and it's terrible when you think about it. It brings tears to my eyes, and I hope this shit show is because every day kids are getting killed, kids are getting sacrificed. It's got to stop now. I'm sick of this show. I'm sick of it.
It's like looking at, Trump stopped a very large network of traffickers here in the United States while he was in office. And it seems that they, that the deep state side of it had a plan to implement as soon as they went into office in order to start to get enough children for what they needed. And that came through the border being open, and it was, so now we have 100, over 100,000 migrant children who have come up missing or have been sent to work in slave factories or in the sex, in the sex slavery realm. And it's crazy. There was a sheriff down in Florida who just over the last couple of weeks, they had Operation March Sadness. And basically what they've been doing is rounding up all these pedophiles, traffickers, cannibals, everything all the way down the line. 288 of them in just the first 2 weeks of March in one state. If every state did that and every county did that, we could in fact clean up this country.
Yeah, that's one of the disadvantages of the system in America, huh? Yeah, all these states have their own rules and this kind of stuff, and that will have to change in the new world. And I don't think there will be a Republican and Democrat system anymore. It will be totally different. I hope, and I think. Yeah. And
I think it's just going to be we the people, of the Republic for the United States.
It has to be, Hawk. It has to be, because if it doesn't, nothing will change.
Yeah. Now, what's the trafficking situation like in your country?
I mean, it's difficult to say because it's very covert, and I mean the government and the judicial sector of the government, they are very involved in this child sex trafficking, and even the monarchy as well. I mean, people know it, and it's very difficult to tackle them because it's an omerta. It's so difficult to pull the system down because it's so corrupt, and it's difficult.
It's basically the whole system's got to go.
It's full of pedophiles. It's full of pedophiles. Holland, Netherlands, apparently is one of the worst countries in the world, considering pedophilia.
Wow.
It's terrible. It's terrible. I mean, there are so many what do you call it? There are so many confessions of people that have witnessed it, and the highest politicians and the highest people in the judicial sector, ministries of what do you call it? Department of courts, the Supreme Courts of Holland. So many people that have got literally blood on their hands. It's terrible.
Yeah,
and it's got to fall. It's got to collapse very soon because people are really pissed off here in Holland.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. Yeah,
and you know what the problem is.
The only time anybody could say anything about Amsterdam was that's where you can go to find the world's greatest cannabis. And
the hookers on the Wallen and the red light district.
Yep.
I mean, when you talk to people about this, and you talk to the ordinary John Doe in the street, and you talk to them about what's going on with children in the politics and in the higher tiers of government in Holland, people don't believe you. They think you're crazy. They say it in your face, "Oh, you're crazy," but they won't believe it. It's a pill that they can't swallow. It's too big. It's like a gigantic T-bone steak. They can't get the teeth into it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. It's part of it is that they don't want to see it because they don't want to be proven to be ineffective as the stewards of the land.
But if you say, Hawk, they don't want to see it, they would acknowledge it. But people don't acknowledge it. They can't believe it because people have too much trust in their government. They have too much trust in the medical sector. They trusted these jabs. They trusted the COVID. The governments were doing all the best to protect the people from this COVID. All these lies, and they're trying to protect us from Russia because Russia is the big bad guy and Putin is a beast and all this shit. It's all inverted, and people believe it because they watch the idiot box every day, and they don't believe people that are on Telegram. They don't believe people that have been doing all this research for 4 years, 5 years, even 10 or 20 or 30 years. I mean, David Icke, for instance, he's been banned from Europe. He's not allowed to visit Europe, the Schengenlande. He's not allowed to come into the continent of Europe, I think, for 20 years or something like it. It's ludicrous because, he's called the elite reptiles, and that's one of the reasons he's not allowed to travel to Europe for, I think, 20 years or something like it. It's absurd.
Yeah, and the thing is the reptiles are still going to be there. And that it's amazing that people don't believe that it's possible.
When the people will be confronted with reptiles in the way that we reptiles. We had a TV series in the 80s or 90s. It was called V.
Yep. V, the final battle. Yep.
I watched this series, and it was a way of Hollywood again pushing it right in our face. Reptiles are real. Reptilians are real. And till people really see reptiles physically, They won't believe it. I hope we get disclosure quite soon. I hope it.
I do too, and I think that will be, you know, because like even in the movie V, you know, it was when the mask was pulled off, and people saw, then they began to resist, then they began to fight back, and I really think that is going to be a catalyst for you know, for real things, you know, because you know, this whole operation wasn't just about the government, you know, wasn't just about the medical industry. It was about those that are in power and have been in power for hundreds and hundreds of years, you know, if not thousands, you know, and it needs to be, it really needs to be revealed. You know, the fact that, you know, that we're able to talk about it still, tells me that disclosure of that is still a bit away, but it is coming to that point where people are beginning to recognize. It was like, you know, I had my brother, or one of my good friends over in the UK. He's in the chat. Fred Blogs Returns. I call him Brother Ganja. He's a medical patient, you know, who basically grows his own in order to take care of his own problem, you know. You know, he came up on panel one day, and I said to him, "What's the one thing that we should know about the royals in the UK?" He said, "They're reptiles."
Yeah.
You know, and everybody was like, "What? Nuh-uh, no way." You know, yeah, way. It's you know, how do you think that they've survived as long as they have? Deception is the key, and you know, the great deception is that to me is that we've never been alone.
No, we've never been alone. They've been among us for years. I think, Hawk. I'm very convinced that they've been among us for years, and we haven't noticed it. I mean, when do you think this Biden character is going to pull off his mask? Because the Simpsons have already predicted that, in one of their episodes.
Yeah, well, I mean, you saw that clip that I just played where Mark typed in the number 74 into gematria, and it came up Biden dead. You know, Biden now dead, we know quite a few of us have had this conversation that Biden's been dead for years. You know, I would go back to the point of Trump going into office, and then immediately, I would say, you know, within a year, Biden was gone. You know, now
I mean, the cannon shots. We remember these cannon shots.
Yep. And it's you know, but getting people to understand that that's not the real Biden. You can show them a side-by-side comparison, and people are still blind to it. It's like, what? No way. And then if you got a real diehard Biden supporter, you know, it's going to take the mask coming off. And when that happens, it's not going to be, you know, you know, people say, well, it's going to be a gotcha moment. But there is going to be people who are going to literally lose it. I mean, beyond anything that we can think of.
The end will not be for everybody, Hawk.
No, it won't. It can't be. It can't be, because it, you know, there's the shock value is what is going to awaken people, and at that point they're just not going to be able to take any more.
Yeah, we're going to get a great divide, and even Q speaks of suicide weekend, huh?
Yep. Yeah.
What that may be, I don't know.
I have a feeling that that's going to be coming pretty soon. I don't think it's going to be too much longer. That's just my personal speculation. I have no inside information or anything like that, but I see things beginning to becoming to a point of coming to a head here relatively quick. You know, the information has gone from drip, drip, drip to a steady flow now.
Yeah.
And when that flood comes, people need to be ready.
Absolutely, and we will have to be ready to help them as well. It will be great to philosophize with you and Dave about this, how it's going to unfold. But we will have to be ready to stand by for these people and to help them and say, well, don't say I told you so, I told you so, but
Speaking of trouble. Speaking of trouble,
yeah.
What's up, brothers? What's going on?
Hey,
Stephen, how are you?
Yeah, Dave. Okay. When you talk about the devil, you say in Dutch when you talk about the devil.
Oh, did I pop up in an inopportune moment? Did I?
Oh no, we were just talking about you. We literally were just talking. Yeah, we were talking smack, big smack.
Oh
no.
Well, please continue. I could use the humbling. What's up? What's up, Hawk? How you doing, bud?
I'm doing all right.
How can I turn on this camera?
How can you? Down below you'll see where it says you can enable your camera.
Oh yeah.
You might have to go into settings and tell it where you are. There you are. All right.
There you go.
This is terrible.
He's disappearing in his green screen.
Terrible. Settings. How are you doing, Dave?
I'm doing well, thank you. I just got back from a lunch with my sister and daughter, and a little.
We lost him.
We
lost him. Oh, hold that thought for a minute, James.
I think he's going in to correct, maybe.
Yeah, might be changing some settings. Yeah, give him a second to get back. So, how was your birthday?
Oh, it was great, man. Thank you. It was really. It was really special. I'll tell you guys about it. Yeah, thanks for asking, guys. Thanks for all the birthday wishes. This is so I had wonder if Steven, I wonder what's going on. I wonder if he can come back in.
Oh, he's got the link, so
okay.
All he's got to do is click the link again.
Yeah. So yeah, so it was wonderful. Sunday, my friend, one of my oldest friends from high school, we played together at we met. He grew up in Connecticut. I grew up in Illinois, Ohio and Illinois, but Illinois for high school. And we met when we were 17 years old at a Scores table. There he is. All right, good to see you, man. How you doing?
Better than the previous. I've been ill for 8 weeks now since Boxing Day, second Christmas Day. It's been terrible, really. It's.
Are you okay now? And is it anything?
I'm picking up now. I've had terrible respiration problems and lung problems and coughing, and I've still got a cold. But it's getting better. It's getting better. Yeah.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear you're out of the woods on that, man. That can be brutal.
Wow. Yeah.
So Hawk was just asking me about my birthday and everyone. So at any rate, I'm 17 years old. I'm from Illinois. I'm in Pennsylvania. And I reach over. We're both at the Scores table, and I reach over to shake this guy's hand, and we're both going in the game. Him for the other team for the All-Star game. And this was like the top camp in the country at the time, and so I basically we reconnected almost a year later. On going to Germany to play for the USA team in the Albert Schweitzer games. And so so at any rate, we've been friends since we were 17 years old. And he surprised me on Sunday that he was in town, and he came out to the house. He saw my house, and we made made dinner for Amy and Annie. They came a little while later, and my daughter and ex, and we had a wonderful night. And he surprised them because they didn't know he was coming. So so at any rate, it was just really a wonderful night before my birthday, and then me and the girls went to Fredericksburg yesterday, which was like an old German town, which is really cool. Yeah, so it was it's been wonderful. And then I just I was up all night. This was the anniversary of my brother's passing 1 year, and I was up all night with him the night he passed, and so it was just a little rough getting to sleep last night. And so I'm a little tired. I actually sat down in the chair. I propped up my laptop to come on with you guys, and fell asleep. So I literally just not dozed off because I got a coffee as soon as I got back. So yeah. So oh well, let me show you. I got to tell you, I don't know why that's not showing up here. I'm trying to show something, but it's not coming up on the on my options. I don't understand why that's not allowing
Are you
me
in Brave?
Yeah. Let me see. Well, I could show you oh, maybe it's not on that. No, I thought it was. So this is my Holistic Hoops website, my basketball, and so this is me with Harold Jensen, my buddy who came over. That was us when we were 17 years old, playing for the USA team in Mannheim, Germany. And we had just got done beating the Yugoslavia team. And the Yugoslavia team, I got to tell you because some of you guys will know this. But the Yugoslavia team, let me see if this is yeah, it's acting kind of weird on me. It's kind
Is it basketball, Dave? Basketball?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So
how tall are you?
I was 6'8" here in this picture.
And now you're 6'9".
6'9", yeah. And so we beat a team. So Harold played for the 1985 Villanova National Championship team. And he was the one that scored the winning basket to beat Georgetown and Patrick Ewing. And in this particular game, we're still in high school. We defeated the Yugoslavia team, which was Drazen Petrovic, Vlade Divac, Tony Kukoc, and Dino Raja. Those are 4 NBA All-Stars right there. And there's my friend Billy. He coaches the Chicago Bulls now. And Rick Pitino, who's at St. John's. And so this is when we went to the Final Four. So there's a trip
down memory lane, Dave.
Yeah.
Trip down memory lane.
Yeah. So it was great to see him and be with him. So that was really special. And him to see the girls. So it's been a wonderful birthday. Thank you, everybody. Jasmine, I can't get on Facebook, but Jasmine sent me Jasmine Agnew, who does our gold and silver, the colloidal stuff. Sorry, the colloidal stuff, and Ed's coming over, so I just need to text him real quick. And I got more work. I thought, yes, okay. All right, we're pushing till tomorrow. So at any rate, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Oh, Jasmine sent me a scroll of all my Facebook happy birthday wishes of over 400 people, which is really brutal. I can't get on my Facebook and just even see my birthday wishes or anything. It's pretty ridiculous. But at any rate, So it's been wonderful, and people sending donations, and that's been really nice. So thank you for those of you who are sending donations and I'll pull that up if we can. I'm trying to get off the, but I'm only on one screen. So okay. Let me stop that share there. Okay. And then get you guys back down to size here. This is weird. Something's going on with my StreamYard today, Hawk. I don't know what's happening. But so it has been wonderful. Thank you guys for asking, and hold on one sec. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get back to you guys, and it's just not working out here.
This is a recording. This is not live. Is Dave gone? Has he left us?
All right, I had to reboot. Sorry, guys.
I had to go to the bathroom. I've been holding it for like an hour.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Yeah, I had to go. Boys, go on, go.
So at any rate, I was just saying thank you all to those of you who reached out or sent me a birthday gift. I appreciate that.
Go there and lay down. No.
So guys, what's going on? What's happening? I'll wait till those guys come back, but what is welcome everybody, and good to see you all here. And I'm back. So I'm good.
Oh, I should add your ex.
Oh yeah. Please.
Yep, I'm going to do that right now. I can't add your Rumble. I don't think I'm going to try and turn on your Rumble too.
Okay.
We'll see if it works. Because I don't know if you need to have a new code. So far, I got to check and it hasn't cut off. So it looks like we're live on Rumble as well.
Oh, really? Okay. Very cool.
Yep.
I'll double check that.
Yeah. Oh, nope. There it goes. Okay. Nope. Just came up. Having trouble streaming to your destination. So, okay. But your X is active. So your viewers will start popping in here relatively quick. And yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, man. So, yeah, thanks for asking. It was wonderful. Wonderful. And I'm just dragging. My butt is dragging. That's all.
I was on until about 2:00 this morning.
Oh, is that right? Yeah, I did see you on late. I was posting pretty late myself.
Yeah, I came on about 9:00 last night and ended up running through. Ended with watching yesterday's And We Know. There was just way too much info from the weekend and the top of the week to not play him. Just way too much. And his perspective on the news is, a little bit different than what I would do. But he was showing a lot of the stuff that I had already covered from X. He just broke it down in a different way. so that people had a lot more context to it. That was one of the things that Stephen and I were talking about before was, a lot of these guys are posting up videos on X and stuff and posting up articles, but they're not putting any context as to why they're posting it. So you'll see a video, you'll see somebody reacting or saying something like to a council or something like that, but there's absolutely no context to what they're fighting about. What they're fighting for. What are you fighting for? It's a lot of these newer podcasters that they come on and they think that just because it's a great video clip that's more than enough for you. But as well as I do, you being a director, and the same thing with Stephen being a conductor, that each instrument or each item that you're using in your film or in your music, each and every thing has a direct correlation to disappear like Dave just did. He's rebooting again. And guys,
is it Hawk? Is that a puppy that you've got there?
Oh yes.
Show it. I can hear it, but I can't see it.
Oh yeah, Dad's gonna pick you up for a second. Yeah. So give me 1 second. Yeah, you're just not with Mom. I'm dying. I'm away from my mommy.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
How old is she?
Their eyes just opened yesterday.
Oh, how old?
2 weeks old.
2 weeks old. Wow.
Yeah. They grow. German Shepherds grow very fast.
Yeah.
Very, very fast.
Speaking of dogs.
Oh, look at that! You got your friend's dog over again.
That's my sister's. I'm watching him for a week.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you got to get, and the thing is you got to get a puppy, because every time that dog comes over, that dog is going to teach the puppy new things.
Right.
Now that could be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on what the dog's going to teach.
Yeah. Right.
But at the same time, it's like bringing Mr. Whiskers in. You want to make sure it's a puppy, because that way then they develop a relationship with the animal that comes to visit or is there, I did shoot a video of the puppies. I'm getting ready to upload it onto the computer here. While you guys go ahead and continue talking for a few minutes, I'm going to go ahead and mute myself.
Look, how many puppies can we hear? Is it 1 or is it 10?
Oh, there's 8 in there. Yeah, there's 8. She had 11, but lost 3 because they were underdeveloped. My largest litter, completely surviving litter was 14.
Oh my God!
And believe me, I sleep right here at nighttime. This is my bed right here. I just roll it out and unfold it. My bed goes out right here on, and then the dogs surround the bed. But that puppy pen is like 2 feet away from where my head is. And let me tell you, sleep is not something that is in my life much anymore.
I mean, Hope, you must really love your pets.
I do. Yeah. It's and the great thing is I do a lot of work with people who have disabilities or illnesses that require a service dog, and then I get a lot of vets as well who want to have that companion animal, the emotional support. When you're dealing with PTSD, that's not a little thing. That's a big thing, and it's something that can be debilitating in so many ways. But it's the responsibility of taking care of the animal becomes so instinctual that I have to get up and live my life because I have to feed my dog. I have to get my dog out to go for a walk. and
Yeah.
it gets them out and begins a socialization level that they need. And it's been kept, separated as being an anchor for these guys, because of people's fear of the breed. They're afraid of the German Shepherd breed, because what are you showing on TV? You're seeing shown a German Shepherd working with a cop and taking down a bad guy. Okay. You're seeing a German Shepherd attacking in defense of, and that's the thing, is almost every time that they see that these dogs, that it is a protection mode, but the fear of the breed comes because of how they did it. No different than watching the opening scene of Hogan's Heroes. What's the first thing that you see? A German soldier walking on the outside of a concentration camp with a German Shepherd, and the dog barking. So it's this. It's the instilling the fear of the breed. No different than pit bulls. Now pit bulls, if there's been a lot of inbreeding going on, there is a sense of sneakiness about the breed as the dogs are more inbred, and they will become extremely aggressive against other dogs. But the thing is if they're brought up around these other animals, then it's instinctual for them to actually protect those other animals, and they're humans at the same time. And it's absolutely no different with German Shepherds.
I've just sent you a small clip of a demonstration in 2022 in Amsterdam, and you can see a German Shepherd there attacking one of the demonstrators. It's terrible to see again.
In the let me see here.
In your personal X Twitter.
I'm opening it now.
And this is a small clip of. I was there actually on that day, and it was very,
it's disturbing that dogs are taught to act this way. It's one thing to be a protective animal, but it's another to put the dog in a frame of mind of aggressiveness like this. Because when the dog finishes service, that dog's not going to be able to just go home with somebody and retire and live. That dog's going to have to be put down.
Yeah.
You train that dog to act this way, and then when he gets done acting this way, the way that you want him to, his reward is you kill him. That's
vicious.
That's not cool.
Vicious dogs. Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
And let me point out, one thing in this clip right here, it's about right here, okay, that the guy is trying to get away from this beast who is, attacking him, okay, and instead of, allowing this guy to be scooped up by fellow officers, the officer controlling the dog turns around and whacks the guy in the head with a nightstick, allowing the dog more aggression time. It's like intention. This is like it's intentionally done like this, and it's so disappointing to see people utilize this animal who has the greatest loyalty, next to a Labrador. Labrador is the second most is the second most loyal of in all breeds, and it's like how dare you do this to an animal and teach them this in such a way that it's just it's awful.
It's abusive, Hawk. It's animal abuse. This.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
The highest
It's,
level.
Yep. It's and what's bad is officers think it's cool. They think it's great.
Yeah.
Right.
It
Yeah.
gives them power. It gives them power.
Yeah, anything that gives them more power is unbelievable.
Yeah.
I had a Shepherd mix, Aussie Shepherd mix, for 17 and a half years, and I did a short film, Stephen, in New York City, and there was a scene in the script where the dog attacks the muggers and of this young man, and they're like, dude, how every day of the shoot, they were like, how are you going to shoot this? Like, how are you going to do it? Because we want to. There's no way Barney, my dog was Barney, is going to attack somebody. You know, I said, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Right. So the day came time to shoot. Nobody still knew how the heck I was going to do it. So what I did was the lead actor, I shot these guys coming at him and attacking him, these two guys, and I told them to wear really thick, heavy coats, right? And which they did, and so I had them start to attack him, and then they had him down on the ground, and I went and I put his coat on, and I got down on the ground, and these guys just started kicking me. And my friend let go of my dog as we're rolling, and my dog came and attacked both those guys.
Yeah.
And they were, and it was like he went after him, and it was amazing, right?
Loyal, very loyal.
Yeah. And it looked great on camera. I'm gonna share that here. I was just talking to my friend about sharing some of our films that we've done. So you guys were talking about context, like people just posting stuff without context. And I see that all the time. And I lay people out for that. Like, I'm like, you know, you see this meteor shooting through the sky, or this, you know, spaceship or whatever the hell it is, without the city, without the country, without the time. What year is it? You know, and it's a waste of time. And we talked about this a little bit, Hawk and I did the other day, because I read an Entios quote and talked about how, you know, exchange quality for quantity, right? You know, get more quality and less quantity, and, you know, focus on, you know, what you're posting, the context of it all, and everything. So
not a lot, not just that, David, but there are people that are just awakening now, that, you know, they're opening their eyes. We've got to educate them, because they're stepping into a cycle, into a what do you call it? A process that we've already digested. That they're just stepping in, so we have to educate them.
Yes, yeah, and we also have to show them the things that have been supposedly educating them in the past, but have actually been propaganda, right? Because you know, those things. So we've got breaking news, you know, we've got exclusive content, you know, we've got an inside source, you know, I'm part of the Q movement. I talked to Q today, you know, that kind of stuff. We got to let people understand that they're people that are preying on their curiosity and their human psyche of what excites us. Shiny, you know.
Deception as well, it's deception.
Yeah.
I mean, operators don't divulge, and no outside comes, and that's the way it is. And there's so much people, you know, coming out with dates, and this is going to happen then, and the bank's going to cross this date, and we're going to get, you know, all kinds of hopium, and it's not doing the truth of movement any good whatsoever.
No, it's not.
That's killing it. That's killing it. I've been getting into back and forth with Savins followers on stuff, and I'm just dropping the BitChute that shows him completely, you know, cashing in on the JFK Jr. thing. People think then he was JFK Jr. And it's just, and he's also pretending now, because he's at Mar-a-Lago all the time, that he's got inside information, and he doesn't. He's never had inside information, and operators won't divulge, and no outside comms. Just what you said.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So what were you guys? So in terms of the, somebody asked about the this Kenyan cannibal.
Oh, well, Haiti. It's
I saw a short clip of this barbecue guy.
Yeah. This guy literally cooked a body on the street and started eating it right there on the camera. There's clips of it all over X.
Dumbass.
That's crazy.
Yep.
And they're calling him the Kenyan cannibal.
Well, they say that there's an entire gang of them that were in with the group of 4,000 that broke out of that prison. Because it's a little over 4,000. I think it was like 4,200 and something broke out of that prison, and there's like 400 to 500 of them that belong to a gang that they eat their victims.
Wow.
I've got a short clip here of this Haitian gang member. The leader of the gang who took over Haiti is named Barbecue because he literally barbecues his enemies. He's a cannibal demon worshipper. Haiti has been a home for demons for a long time. Pray for the righteous of Haiti, if there are any. Reminds me of Sodom and Gomorrah, where they couldn't find 10 righteous. This is where every country is headed if we don't cast out the demons. I mean, this is...
Yep. And that was the thing, is Sodom and Gomorrah wasn't, a lot of people think that on the aspect that it was just the sexual nature of the people that God punished them for. That wasn't it at all. It was, that had part to do with it. But the fact that they would rape a victim, kill the victim, and then eat the victim.
Wow.
Was where, it was, where do you think the word cannibal came from? Cain and Abel.
Yeah.
Cain
Indeed.
ate Abel.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Is that right?
Yeah. I've heard it as well, Dave. Yeah, yeah, indeed. Cain and Abel, cannibal.
It was Abel's.
Well, they didn't
where
eat each
is
other.
Okay? So our Creator asked Cain, "Where is Abel? I hear his blood crying from the ground." Okay.
Wow.
It was because Cain ate the evidence, and God couldn't find any parts of him.
Do we know that to be true? That does
well,
it say somewhere that he ate?
That's no different than there was no apple that was eaten by Adam and Eve. It was the apple was the serpent's penis that Eve delected herself upon and then shared with Adam.
Okay. Interesting.
It wasn't a fruit, it was sex. Sex and cannibalism. Wow.
Wait
What
a
a
minute.
combination, right?
So my
quite dangerous, that Hawk, sex and cannibalism.
I know, we're teaching Dave something now. Here we go.
That's like isn't that like the praying mantis? Doesn't the praying mantis have sex and then the female eats the male?
Male kills the male. Yep, absolutely.
Black Widow as well, The Black Widow as well.
Yep.
My understanding. My thought.
I'm going to see if this will quiet them down. Give me a second here. I'm going to do a quick present here for the viewers so they don't freak out on me because they think I forgot them. Here we go, guys.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Hawk, send me one. I want one.
I know.
If you came to the United States, I'd give you one.
Yeah, no.
Look at those. Oh my goodness. They're
Cute.
amazing.
Very cute.
Today they're learning how to see and move, but they're also learning how to poop. Mom has to
Nice.
stimulate them to get them to go to the bathroom. So they're
How does she
learning
do that?
today to poop for the first time. So, yeah. So I figured I'd share that with the viewers, get that out of the way, you know,
Amazing.
so that we can carry on. But they are loud today, I'm telling you. This
I
is
know. Yeah, the
No way.
I was like, did Hawk give Honey a squeaky toy? Or
crazy.
something?
I know.
What podcaster gets
It's like
her dog a
they know
squeaky
you're
toy,
talking
you know?
about them.
What's that?
They know you're talking about them. You know,
Really?
it's like, yeah.
That's awesome. So this here's my understanding of the Bible. My interpretation of Genesis is that the apple wasn't a fruit at all, but that it was knowledge. And that, see, to me, Genesis, in my opinion, was written as a control mechanism for humanity, because she reached for the forbidden knowledge, which is outside of God. It challenges the dogma. And that's how I've always interpreted Genesis. I'd be interested in your guys' opinion on that. But to me, it was like this. I did this whole just breakdown of how, they don't want us properly educated, which is why our education system the way it is. That's why the indoctrination, because they need to use that to teach us what they need us to know and what they want us to know. And they can't have us checking into Antarctica, checking into Tartaria, checking into where is the real promised land, where is the real
Flat
Israel,
Earth.
the flat Earth. I mean, all this stuff. I mean, that NASA, the sun. What do you mean the sun is 93 million miles away and just happens to be the exact same size as the moon? And how does that work? And isn't that a little bit more far-fetched than having both of them at the same distance, from us, at the same size? So they cannot have us knowing the true knowledge, because that is very empowering.
It takes us away from the creator as well, David.
Yeah.
It keeps us separated from the creator. And that's the whole
It makes
thing.
it
Yeah.
easier for them to convince us that there is no creator.
Yeah.
Right? Like you're just an accident. I'm just an accident. We're all
Insignificant.
Small speck in the whole vast universe. Right?
And the evolution theory, Charlie Darwin.
Yeah.
We come from the apes.
I mean, it's all, and we want to have sex with our mother. Freud. Really? Wait, what? All this stuff that it just messes with our mind and it messes with who we are. And so I've just, I saw that as, it's kind of like it's kind of like the blasphemy that people throw around, like, as easily as calling Trump a racist, or in that, if you challenge the Bible, that's blasphemous. Really?
Absolutely.
By the way, what a great tool for a cult, right? Okay. If you question Jim Jones, that's blasphemy. Drink your Kool-Aid, and it's like, it's one of the smartest things you could do. And so instead of really, tapping into the stars and the way they move and how they affect our our psyche and our being, it's seen as, you know, a fringe, or it's seen as the devil's work, you know, because, you know, we're into, hey, are you a Pisces, you Capricorn, what are you, what, you know, it's like, that's like science. That's like, because you've got all these same people born in the same time that are very much have these characteristics. There's something to that. Why are we just pushing it aside and saying, oh, if it's not for Jesus, it's not for us, you know? If it's not in the Bible, it's not okay. Or it's like, well, you know what else isn't in the Bible? Supposedly, you know, 77 books and you know, all this, you know, stuff in the Vatican. So at any rate, that's kind of my take. It's kind of when I was going through this whole challenge and everything that I've been taught, you know, about God and religion and the Garden of Eden and so forth.
I believe the Bible's been manipulated many a time. I mean, King James version, that's a manipulation of the Bible, and I believe many have manipulated it so it's to their advantage. And humanity will be in shock when we see which books have been left out. I mean, if you look at the Book of Enoch, that was left out. Book of Enoch, and that describes, I think, a lot of our real history.
Yes.
Of giants and Nephilim, what have you, and extraterrestrials and aliens. I mean, yeah, they didn't leave that out for nothing, huh?
Yeah, yeah, and so why did they leave it out, right? Because it's, you know, they can't have us knowing the real truth, right? Nope. The you know, the people that are, yeah, I mean, it's just. See, this is what Jordan Maxwell talked about. This is what I've talked about. If you're awakening to the education system, which is the indoctrination, or I call it education nation. If you're awake to the medicine, I call it medication nation. You know, if you're awake to the jabs, the vaccination nation, right? If you're awake to the you know, for-profit Wall Street prisons, incarceration nation, okay? If you're waking up to all these different areas and you're not challenging religion in whatever shape you bring it on, or it's just, to me, it's just too damn convenient. I'm sorry. You got to break everything down. You got to challenge everything.
Absolutely. I mean, religion is also a divide and conquer. Eh?
Yeah,
the Vatican created religion. Eh? The Muslim and the Jews and the Christians. What have you. Vatican did that.
People think that, you know, Jesus is the answer. Well, Jesus isn't the answer for the Muslims and the Jews and the Hindus and the Buddhists and the, you know, agnostics and the, you know, he's not the answer for them. You know, people think, you know, the Jews think of a Messiah coming back that's not Jesus. Well, that doesn't work for the Christians and the Muslims and all them. The Muslims, you know, think, you know, they're, so it's all, we all can agree on, oh, we have a creator. Somebody made this magical, beautiful, you know, dome and earth and soil, and, you know, it's amazing. So there's no question about it that we were created by a sentient being or beings, because also in the book of Genesis, God said, let us create man in our own image. And I'm like, who's our? And most people say Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And I'm like, I don't buy it. I think there are more gods. Monotheism didn't come around until much later in our history. And so let us make man in our image. I think it took, you know, a lot of people, you know, a lot of beings to create this. And so if they, you know, and also I would want to hang out like that. Let's say the three of us, you know, we're the only three people we get to spend time with for eternity. That's the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And I'm sorry, guys, I love you, but you would bore the shit out of me after a while. Okay. All right. So if I'm a God, see, we're the pets, we're the dogs, you know. It's like if I'm a God, I want to hang out in my living room or in my den or wherever that realm is. And I want to have some friends over. I want to have some family over. I want to engage in this thing we call life in whatever realm or whatever, you know, fashion that looks like. Right. So yeah, please disagree with me, folks. I see Shell, but you know, come up with your own thing. Like what see, because see, here's the thing. We can all agree on a creator, but once you put the prophets in, division.
Yeah.
And then most people can't even tell you what the Council of Nicaea really was. And that was Constantine and pulling them together to control humanity with yet another religion. So it's, you know, and there's so many lessons that we have to understand from history, like the Crusades. And you know, certainly Christians, Catholics will say that the Crusades were protecting them from the you know, Islamic invasion, right? But there were a lot of people that were killed during the Inquisition and different periods of history, every level of history, because of religion. Because of your prophet is not my prophet.
Yeah.
And you know.
Well, I mean, just think of the Spanish Inquisition by itself. You know, if you were Protestant, they were going to make you a Catholic or you were going to die. You know, it's, I mean, just absolutely crazy. You think about the witch burnings in Salem, you know, here in the United States with the Pilgrims. You know, it was understanding the sense of evil, but at the same time, everybody's looking at it from 25 different directions instead of one. Evil is evil, period. You know, either we put an end to it or, you know, or it's going to end us, one or the other, you know. And it's the same thing with a spiritual leader. You know, either we go all in with the creator. Now, I have absolutely no doubts that there was a creator. There is so many unique things that it is impossible to have come from a big bang.
And it's so perfect as well, Hawk.
Yep. Yeah. Very, so much, you know.
Even our junk DNA is perfect. It's just being deactivated.
Yep. And that's and I think that's going to be another thing, is that I think that there's going to be a some semblance of us realizing what our bodies can actually do, how our bodies can actually heal. And I think that that's going to become, I think it's something that's going to become apparent over a short period of time. I don't think it's going to take a long time to get there. I think it's going to be, there's going to be something that is going to not, okay. So we're going through one type of awakening right now, but I think that we're going to go through a physical manifestation of our connection to our spirit and the ability to heal, you know, differentiate. We'll know a liar for a liar. We'll know a thief for a thief. You know, we'll know these things just instinctively. You know, Dave and I had a conversation not too long ago. You know, I have not cut my hair since it grew back from the time that I had my chemotherapy. Okay, so I've never cut my hair. My mom told me never to cut my hair. My grandmother told me never to cut my hair, but throughout my life, I've had, different things happen where I've had to cut my hair. But those are my antennas.
Yeah.
They feel the environment in which I'm around and warn me of danger. And I don't think that people really understand that connection. Dave even said he wants to grow long hair now.
That's why I look the way I do.
It's
I'm already starting to pick up radio, but it's only AM.
Yeah. Wait till you get to the mullet. When you get to the mullet stage, then at that point there, then sensories are going to go on. Not the mohawk, mullet.
Okay.
Joe Dirt kind of mullet, long in the back.
Do you know why women had to wear scarves in the churches? Churches were electricity machines or what have you.
Yeah, used to run. Yeah.
Because the hair used to stick up because of the electricity. Women had to wear scarves.
Wow,
keep their hair down.
I never thought of that.
Yeah.
Is that why the men, the
just
Jews
used to
wear
stick
little hats, the little beanies?
Yeah,
I don't know.
but you notice the hair goes away in that spot.
Yeah.
You ever notice you can almost tell who's Jewish because they'll have that same bald. Everybody's got the same bald spot. Now if it's bald from the front to the back, we know we have to ask, are you Jewish? But because there are people who get that, and a lot of that comes from wearing hats all the time. You actually kill your hair by cutting off the oxygen to it, forcing the sweat instead to roll down your face is being caught in the brim, and that brim is being rubbed on the hair, and that sweat, that salt is bad for your hair. It's not like sea salt. Okay, going and washing your hair in the sea is actually the best way to wash your hair.
I was just about to ask you about that. Go ahead.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but it was natives used to travel to the coast of whatever of whatever side of the country they were on. At least once or twice a year they would journey to the sea, and that's where they would get like a spiritual cleansing of their hair. Now, they were known for spending a lot of time in the water anyway, so they were clean people for living on dirt. Very clean people. But that salt, and it's same thing with the Jamaican culture. The Jamaican culture was really big on the salt. Bob Marley used to talk about stories that his grandmother used to tell him about going down to the ocean to wash their locks, and stuff. So it's like you look into the connection culturally, and that salt is a different kinds of cleansing than what fresh water is. And it actually reconstitutes your hair. It strengthens your hair. And your hair will grow twice as fast being in the ocean.
So I was going to ask about how to wash the long hair, because it feels like when when I'm washing it with shampoo, I use high quality shampoo in terms of like I don't put nasty chemicals on my head in the shower or my body, so I use natural stuff. But I feel it strips away the oils and things like that. So what's the key to keep those antennae?
I use a product called Mane and Tail. Mane
like
and Tail.
Horse product.
That's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. It was designed for horses, but it proves to be one of the best cleansers, and they're chemical free. They're completely chemical free. And Mane and Tail, that also constitutes what's that stuff that people would get that were going bald that they would rub on their heads?
Rogaine.
Rogaine. Okay. It is the purest form of natural Rogaine that actually works in comparison to Rogaine. You know, you'll hear these guys have been using Rogaine for 2 years and they got maybe a few hairs sticking up. Yeah, well, look at how much hair I got because they got 10 hairs. They got 10 hairs. So, you know, and 2 years ago, they didn't have any. Okay.
And if you stop using it, you lose
it
it.
on your scalp and you'll find out your hair will actually start to, you know, it'll start to grow back. And it doesn't have any Rogaine in it.
Wow.
You know?
And if you stop Rogaine too, if you stop Rogaine, then you supposedly the
hair dies.
The hair dies. Yeah.
Yep. The roots actually grow completely out so that the hair won't grow back. So it's like when you pull hairs like on your face and things like that. If you pull it out wrong, that hair can grow back. You know, the base of the root is still there, so it reconstitutes and grows another hair. Then you got an ingrown hair in your face, or you know, or somewhere else on your body, and you know, it basically works in that same course. So you know, people who wear a hat all the time and don't allow their hair to breathe, they're cutting off the oxygen, which is causing the root to not be able to absorb that, and when the root dies, then the hair begins to die, and it's also one of the leading causes for going gray.
What is the
lack of oxygen to your hair?
Okay, all right.
It's not stress; it's actually lack of sex and oxygen. And if
Say that again. No, say that again. Say that again.
It's a lack of sex and oxygen.
Gray hair.
Or you just making a joke?
No, it's the truth. When you get married, your sex life cuts in half by the end of the first year. It cuts in half. By year 5, it cuts down to a third. Okay. By year 10, it's once every 4 or 5 months. Okay. I mean, come on. Let's be serious about this. If we're going to talk about it, let's be serious about it.
Okay.
Okay. It's when you guys get in your 60s and you're wondering whether it'll still spark, if it'll still work, that you rediscover sex with each other, you know? You know,
You got it mapped out, brother.
Yeah.
You ought to write a book.
Yeah, but sex and oxygen, and when you're having sex, you have less oxygen. Okay. You know, it's who'd have thunk it, right? But you don't wear a hat when you're having sex.
I guess it depends where she's sitting.
You know, yeah. That's why my beard's gray.
Okay.
But the hair on the top of my head's still good because it's still out in the oxygen.
We are all single, aren't we? Hawk and Dave and me, we're all single, aren't we? We're all single, eh?
Yeah, we ought to do.
This is a good way to get ourselves into trouble. Here we go. The women in this chat are going to want to go before this conversation's done. It's like thank God a woman can't wish a period on a man. You know what I mean? It's because we'd be in trouble.
And still, I enjoy life, even though I am single. I enjoy life. I mean, I cherish my liberty. Let's call it that way.
How long have you been single?
I divorced in 2007.
Okay.
And then I had 2 relationships, about 3 or 4 years. 2 relationships. So, 2016, I was. My last relationship broke up, and then I've had 2 relationships of a few months, few weeks, and really since 2019, I just, stopped working on myself, doing the shadow work and doing the inner work, clean up the shit, clean up the traumas, and clean up the grief and stuff, and that's really helped. If I hadn't done that, guys, I wouldn't have been able to do this what I'm doing now.
Is that right?
Yeah.
How long did that process take you?
It started in 2012. The last relationship I had, it was it was a woman that got me into cleaning up the traumas and the shit, and belief systems. And that broke up in 2016, but it gave me the push to go on and to keep on going, doing this shadow work and doing the inner work. And 2016, it really started. I went to Nepal on a trip for 12 days, and the last day I wanted to go to a monastery, with the Buddhists, what do you call it? The Buddhist,
the monastery, the monk.
Yeah, the Buddhist monks, and that was really cleansing. And I was sitting in the top of this mountain in this monastery, gigantic drums, and there was an enormous Buddha in this monastery. It was about 12 meters high, and these eyes were just piercing into me. And these monks, between 7 and 70 years old, they were chanting these. What do you call it? These these prayers,
Gregorian chants.
Yeah, chanting these prayers and blowing on these instruments and hitting these drums, and it went through my soul, and I was sat there and I'd just weep for 3 hours, and it just cleansed me, and it just brought me on this path to just find myself, who I really am, what I really stand for, and cleanse my soul. And that prepared me for this COVID period from 2019, 2020 up to now.
And now
So
you
it
found your
brought me
purpose.
really. Sorry, Hawk?
And now you found your purpose.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's
And,
you weren't meant to be a conductor your whole life.
No.
You know what I
no.
mean? It's we all experience different things. It was like, it's watching an athlete come out of sports and going into the next field of life.
It's the same,
What do you get to share from your lived experience that will heighten the value of somebody younger future lived experience? Teaching them how to appreciate the abilities that you have and utilizing everything and every part of it, because you were taught things at one level, but as you're doing that level, you're beginning to find things on your own in order to enhance it, to make it even brighter, and now it's spreading truth. Who'd have thunk it? Did you think 25 years ago that this is what you would be doing today? Heck no.
5 years ago, even, Hawk, 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't have any idea, but it's prepared me for what I'm doing now, and in this awakening. And I think everybody now that's doing their part in this awakening has been put here, especially to do this. We're all on a mission, and we're all doing our part.
Yep.
Dave's doing his part. You're doing your part. I'm doing my part.
Yeah.
And it's very grateful to do.
Something just came to me, and it was, I was thinking of making a joke. It's like how well Stephen does. Well, that depends on how he conducts himself. Right.
Oh,
And but then it became, I thought about the work that you have to do with yourself and going deep inward. And I've said, especially since the past year and a half, I've gone inward and talked more about how we have to, the revolution begins from within. And we have to bring the best version of ourselves to this revolution to really create the kind of change that is going to be lasting, is going to be amazing. But when you're conducting all these different instruments, not only do you have to make sure that each section sounds good. I'm not, correct me if I'm off on any terminology, but conducting an orchestra is like conducting yourself. It's like, well, you know, how is this part of me? How is this part of me? It's a little out of tune, you know, it doesn't sound so good. It doesn't resonate very well, you know, so let me focus on that part of myself, this part of myself, this part of myself, just like you're talking about an orchestra, right? And yeah, how one conducts oneself, it really, when you think about it, the self is bigger than an orchestra. You know, the all the different aspects of our mind, our heart, our soul, our feet, the map of our feet and our hands to the body, and our teeth, and how our teeth are connected to parts of our body, and the brain, and the second brain, which is the stomach. I mean, this is like, there's more parts to this than a 64-piece orchestra. You know,
and it's not just a body alone, Dave. It's also the energy what's surrounding the body, the vortex, the torus. Huh?
Yeah. Because that's what's going out. That's what we're emanating. Right?
That's the energy. It's the sound. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And we're emanating what we're feeling and what's going on inside of us. And so if we can't love ourselves, we're not going to love others. And we're not going to send out that vibration of love.
Yeah, exactly.
And we talked about the hair and the antenna, and how, you know, that it just brings about an awareness of the world around us. And yeah, it's and quite honestly, being single, I'm single less than, I don't know, maybe 7 months, 8 months, but it was before that. It's been a time coming in a discussion, but it gives you more time to work on yourself because you're not constantly, you know, entertaining or cooking or cleaning or doing things around the house or interacting. Because so many amazing things come out of solitude, and the solitude that we take with ourselves to really, you know, be quiet enough to hear the voices that have been drowned out.
I mean, Dave, solitude doesn't necessarily mean that you're lonely.
Right.
Loneliness
Mm-hmm.
and solitude aren't the same.
No.
And
Not
many
at all.
people they confuse this solitude and loneliness, being alone.
And when I feel alone, you know, that's I rarely is that a good feeling, I think, for anybody, right? Because obviously feeling alone means that we don't want to be alone. We don't want to be alone. So feeling lonely must mean we don't want to be alone. Or we may not even be alone and we're lonely. We can be in a room full of people and be lonely.
I want to share.
You can be in a marriage. You can be in a marriage and feel lonely as well.
Absolutely.
So I want to share something with you guys, and this was part of last night's podcast, which YouTube so nicely deleted the channel this morning at 5:30. Yeah, dicks.
Sorry about
but yeah. So 22 is gone. For those of you that are just discovering that, it's gone. They took.
I shared that was the vaccination video, right? That I shared.
Yeah. It's it was we talked too much medical stuff and they went off. It's the WHO, you know, that's just the way, you know, way it goes. But I want to share this with you guys, and then I have a couple of comments after you guys hear this.
You know, God separated you for this.
Hold on, talk.
He saw you.
Okay.
And he said, I need to.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was just going to suggest kicking it over to me and I'll run it. But if your video is down on your face, it should be fine. You're right.
Yeah. I have that app turned off right now. So
okay. Can you start that over? I screwed that up. Yep. Okay, go ahead.
No problem. I say no problem. What happens?
Yeah.
It what the heck? What
Why
the
don't you
heck?
just send the link to me and
Yeah, I'm going to. I'll send it to you in X right now.
Okay.
In the messenger.
Hawk,
thingy
you
there.
know the universe doesn't know the word no or not, huh?
Yeah.
So when you
yeah.
say not a problem, you get problems.
Yeah. It's Murphy's law
Oh,
kicks
right.
in.
Yeah,
It's disappointing when that happens. So let me pull this down so Dave can pull it up on there. But I want to share this with you guys, and then I have a couple of comments that I want to make afterwards, and then you guys can expand upon that.
Okay.
But we had this conversation last night. I think it was about. I think I played it. It was right around midnight that I played it, and so we had a good 300 and probably 350 people in at that time, go ahead.
All right, here we go. Maybe you could do a head count while this plays.
You know, God separated you for this time. He saw you, and he said, I need to separate this one. This one is different. This one's going to make it. So he had to get in the way. He had to stop what the devil was trying to do in your life. He separated you from everyone else. It wasn't that everyone else separated themselves from you. He separated you from everyone else. You know, God separated you for this time.
So, this is the one thing that I've really seen, and I've seen it happen and affect a lot of the people in my life. They've all experienced this in one form or another. And when so if we look at the biblical stories, when Noah was given the instructions for the ark, and what the Creator's plan was at that time, he was off and by himself. He was refreshing himself. He was trying to discover something. When Abraham recognized that all of these idols that people were worshiping were doing nothing for them, that they were false, then the true God revealed himself to Abraham. When Jacob, when Isaac, had chosen the wrong son to be the leader of Abraham's people, the Creator took Isaac's sight from him and allowed the deception to happen for Jacob to get the blessing instead of Esau, his brother. This one particular blessing that was passed down to who was going to lead the next generation, right? So Isaac, blessed Jacob, and Jacob goes off and in his journey to go and find a wife, he was destitute, had nothing, had a long time to travel yet, fell to his knees and finally put his head on a rock and cried out to God, and the Creator showed him the stairway to heaven and said, the lineage is going to continue with you. They each needed a purpose. Okay. Abraham left his father's house because this Creator told him that, leave your father's house to a land that I'm going to show to you, that is going to be your inheritance as long as you abide by me, is going to be your and for every generation to come, and that your children and children's children will number the sky as the stars. So every person who dies becomes part of that firmament that we're seeing, that I believe that the angels are posted in the firmament. He raised the waters from above and below. He did it with purpose. He did it through separation. He communicated these things. When John the Baptist got ready for his ministry, what did he do? He went and spent 40 days in the desert, eating nothing but bugs and water. He abstained from everything else. No bread, no wine, no nothing. Just bugs is what he fed on. And Christ, okay.
And Klaus Schwab wasn't even in the neighborhood.
There you go. See, yeah, it's
Gates wasn't even there.
You know, but every person through that separation finds its true connection.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes they hear the voice themselves. Sometimes the voice comes to them through a friend or a family member, you know, and this purpose is shown to you during this period of time. It's and it's an evolution of our state of being in its true creativity that was stolen from us. It's like now you've gone from music to being, you know, and you've gone from music to being a conductor. Okay. So you went from one level to the next level, and now you're a teacher. Okay. Just like Dave went from being, you know, an athlete, he's now a teacher. Now, you can teach the skills that you have as a conductor and as a musician. You can teach music, you know, but you're teaching the creator's truth. Dave can go and teach kids to the sport and everything that he's learned and expanded on through his journey as an athlete. Okay. And he can coach, but in a way, all of that taught him to be a teacher. Now, the thing is what you guys have added to your retrospective books is you're teaching truth. You're teaching how to find truth, to see it, to recognize it. And it's like you said, when these people are awakened by that thing, okay, they are going to need somebody to talk to. They're going to need a teacher, because they have to learn everything that Dave has learned over 15 to 20 years, what I've learned over 15 to 20 years, and just what you brought in 5.
Yeah.
You know, you think it's and the thing is that's one of the reasons of the mustard seed. With a mustard seed of faith, you can move a mountain. Okay. So in teaching that particular message, we've adopted that we're not going to be the I told you so. We're going to be the teachers. And then when the celebrations come later, then you get to have your I told you so's, you know, over a beer, over a barbecue, you know, you get to have laughs about the I told you so's.
That's after the danger is over. That's after the demons have been, you know, put away or put to rest.
Yep.
Where do you think we are, Dave, now at the moment? Where do you think we are in this process?
Well, you know, just kind of expanding on, you know, what Hawk was just saying, I think that, and what we were saying earlier, is that I think that we need to understand that we need to be okay with being wrong. And one thing that, you know, I think one reason why it's so easy to connect with people that are awake, so much easier. Like I can have a friendship with somebody that goes from 0 to 100 in a matter of hours, minutes, because of the conversation that we're having is so
The level.
important. The frequency, right? It's not a lower level. Oh, did you hear about Mary? Oh yeah, she and Tom, they're dead. But that's down here. You know, that's down here, right? And what about
chit
this?
chat? Chit
Chat. Oh, the weather and the and the sports teams and the movie. Oh, I'm binge watching this and I'm doing it. But you go to somebody who's awake and you're like, yeah, we got to save the children. Okay. This is what's going on. This is what we got to do. What are you doing? Yeah, I'm doing a show. Let's get together, do a show, talk about it, raise awareness so that people realize that these conversations aren't serving us, and they haven't been serving us.
It's entertainment, Dave. It's entertainment.
It's the distraction. It's the bread and circus.
Distraction, entertainment. I mean, I've talked about this often. Entertainment is entering. Tain is holding on to, and ment is your mind. So entertainment is getting into your mind and holding it.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Yep. And so they you know, there's a war on for our mind. There's we are absolutely inundated and being hit up with these incredible distractions and containment, and you know, look over here, not look over there. Absolutely. But the other thing that is so amazing about connecting with a fellow person who's awake is that there's the instant recognition that Hawk, you and Stephen and we humbled ourselves enough to say, I know nothing. I know nothing. I was such an idiot. I was so brainwashed. I was, you know, I had a couple of my friends busting my chops because, you know, I used to be George Bush, man. George Bush. Yeah, let's go, man. Right. And it's like, I didn't know. And so it's this, and I was thinking about this actually when I was driving home just today, that we are going through this period where, like, the conversations that would happen used to be, you know, Republicans are, you know, they're all about the money. They're all about business. They're all about limiting our rights and the whole thing. And then the left was this, and this, you know, but then it went to Trump, and then everybody was okay with saying, oh my God, Trump, what a nightmare. Oh my God, the guy's, you know, and people would just throw that out. They would just throw that up all over, you know, a dinner party or whatever, with the expectation of other people saying, oh yeah, Trump's bad. Yeah, he's what an asshole, you know, or whatever. But now, to me, that's shifting. So like, I used to feel alone at a party in a room full of people because they're just talking about this stuff, and I know I'm not going to be able to sway them. I you know, I could see it, and so I would feel alone in
their head. Yep.
And we've called it, you know, alone at the barbecue. You know.
And
it's so, but now I don't feel alone in those types of situations because there's more people that are awake than there are.
People are coming to us, Dave, and asking us, you know, tell me what's going on. You know?
Now they're coming over to the guy who's alone at the barbecue, sitting down with him and saying, hey, weren't you talking about a couple years ago, couple months ago. Yeah, yeah. What did you know then? How did you know then? Or what do you think about it? Yes, and exactly. They're coming, but here's the thing, and this is why the intellectuals are our biggest hurdle, because it's the intellectuals who think they're so fucking smart.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they're not, but they don't know they're not, which makes them even dumber.
Because it's the constant need to rationalize.
Yeah, and to be right, and that's ego. And the thing that we all have in common is we have set our ego aside and said, yep, that's not me anymore. That used to be me.
Yeah.
It's not me anymore. And
Mhm.
it's I think and answer your question about where are we, I think what we're seeing is more and more people awake, more and more people that we can engage in conversation that aren't awake but are open to being awake. Okay. And if we can get our ego out of the mix, hey, Magnus, get down. That's good. There you go. There you go. This is him here. Say hi, buddy. Hi. Look at him. Can you see him?
He's a happy looking dog.
He's awesome.
Yeah. What kind of dog is this, Dave?
His mother, I think, is let's see, is she a Ridgeback? And Dad, I think, was a Shepherd, but
Okay.
he's a mutt. I think I gotta let him out. Hold on a sec. I'll just pause this for a second. Hold on, buddy. I can take you with me. Oh, as a matter of fact, I was kind of inspired to come here, buddy. Come on. Go on. There we go.
Oh yeah, show him the view.
Yeah, I'm on the backside, but there's the sun gonna set behind me back here. This is my backyard. I'll take you guys. Somebody mentioned a stairway to heaven. I'll take you on the stairway to heaven here in a sec. Yeah. So in terms of where we are, Stephen, I think that we're with all the people that are being exposed in the situation of these supposed truthers and what they've been up to and how they're being exposed and everything. I think that people are realizing that they need to do things a little bit differently in the way they aggregate information and understand that the alternative media that we're dealing with right now that's being exposed, that so many of these people are using the same mechanisms that I mentioned earlier to entrap the mind, entertainment, and to suck them in. And so people are falling into the same traps that we did with the mainstream media. And so while that layer of supposed truth has slowed down the movement, like you and Hawk were talking about earlier, even though that's slowed down the movement, that is now being exposed. And so the people that actually slowed the movement down are actually, people are awakening to them and changing their tune. But here's why I say, for people that for instance, that followed Godlewski. Yeah, you can, you could be mad at him, no question about it, as you should. But are you mad at yourself for allowing yourself to be, suckered into a situation that we've been before? And this is the true awakening to me is the understanding that we need to stop handing our mind over to the next guy that tells us, our ass looks good, or tells us that we're, tells us what we want to hear. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So this is, here we go.
Wow.
Get out of the way here.
What a view.
This is, I got out of,
On top of the world.
yeah, I'm on top of the world. It's literally, I'm up where the eagles fly.
Wow.
And the sun comes up right about there, and off to the left there is Austin.
Dave,
Yes.
the sun doesn't come up, it appears.
What's that?
Yeah.
The sun
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
come up,
Flat
it
Earther,
appears.
Dave, you gotta remember, it just appears, okay? It
Yes.
doesn't come up. It gets
Exactly.
It appears, yeah.
Exactly. Yes. So, but yeah, how about that's
Wow.
right? That's
You're very privileged there, Dave. You're very privileged.
Yes,
Absolutely.
I feel very very much so, and and it was just the right deal. It was the right situation, and it just it allowed me to. I've always made sure that I had a good place to live. One that really inspired me, and I've lived on the beach. I've lived in great places in my life. I lived in the mountain in Topanga, and I don't need to travel a lot. I do, but like I don't.
The wind just took away your microphone.
Yeah, I think I might need to shift. I might need to get back inside. Is that any better, by the way?
Yep.
Okay, that's better. Good. I think I might have it blocked. So yeah, so I need, because I do so much at home and I do so much writing and creating that I need to be inspired, and I can't be on top of other people. I can't be right next to people. I love to go and I love to be close to people, but I need some solitude.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's very important that you have time and space for yourself now and again, eh? And you have the freedom to decide when you can be alone.
Yeah.
It's very important.
Yeah. When you want to be alone, you need to have that option, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So it's wonderful. But I've been sharing some videos of the sunrise, actually. And videos of the sunrise are pretty amazing. I think I've got one or two up on my Rumble channel. And but it's pretty amazing. I'm gonna pull one up here. I think I have it. So that's where I think we are. I mean, I think the awakening to the truth movement is something that has been a long time coming.
Lay down, baby.
And I think that
Lay down.
I think people just are in a place where they they are learning about that they need to stop handing their mind over. Where do you think we are?
Are you asking me, Dave?
Yeah.
I haven't the slightest clue. I don't know. I don't know. I can tell you where I wish we were. It sounds like E and it ends with an S. I'm not the slightest. I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, I thought this week, 11-3, the marker, and this week would be a very important week. Apparently, nothing happened yesterday on 11-3. Not even Podesta's arrest or indictment or what have you. So, I don't know. I wish I knew. But, again, operators never divulge and no outside comms. We will not know until it really happens. So, yeah. No. Beautiful this day. Beautiful.
Isn't that great? I took that
Wow,
the other morning. And yeah, I'm renting. Like I'd love to say I could afford to buy this place, but it's I've always rented, but always made sure that I went to a special place.
Wait for the GCR, Dave, and the Nasara Gisara.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Hawk, I have some things I'd like to expound upon, but Hawk, do you have thoughts on where we're at?
Oh, we're coming up on the end. I was saying to Stephen earlier, I said I think we're at the beginning of the end. And it's gonna wasn't gonna talk about it yet because I wanted to be able to phrase it properly. So I had another dream last night.
Oh boy!
And
tell us about it.
So I got to tell you, I've had this reoccurring one. Okay, that's each year, a little more comes out. I have the same dream at least once a year, and each time something becomes clearer. Each time. So the first time I saw it was I was standing on the side of a mountain, overlooking a city. Okay. And as I was overlooking the city, the skies were dark, the moon was bright, and there were these things flying over the city, flying down, scooping people up, flying up into the air, and then dropping them. And it was, everything was kind of blurry, like, kind of thing. And then the next year, I had the same dream again, only this time it was much clearer that these definitely weren't regular wings. They were like bat wings, almost like, and I was like, those are demons. And they were going down, scooping up people, picking them up in the air and then dropping them, terrorizing, people were running through all the streets down below, and you got this overlook of it. And the streets are bright, but the skies are dark, and you can see the people just running around freaking out. And there's always been this one part on the side of the city that I could never get a focus on. Okay. And I could tell that there was like a sign there, but I just couldn't see the sign. And then about a year ago, the sign was clear as a bell. Same dream again. Okay. Demons very more detailed. The people falling more detailed. And the sign was the city of Portland. It was the Welcome to Portland sign with this big elk on this big elk. And then I woke up, Well, last night I had the same dream again.
Now,
and this time
how
as the demons were flying up,
Hey, Hawk.
they were being shot.
Hawk. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Just I don't want to interrupt. I want to accentuate what you're about to say, because I want to know I want the listeners to know the context of when Hawk has dreams 2 nights in a row versus just, you know what I mean? So what's the significance of, okay, now you're having the second dream the second night in a row?
Well, no, this is over. Okay, so the dream started in 2016. Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay. And so this is we're basically what 7.5 years later, that even now in the dream is instead of them flying up and dropping off people there and madness on the street, there are soldiers on the street. The demons aren't getting anybody. They're being repelled and killed. When they get shot with a bullet, they kind of like a vampire, in the movies where, the vampire gets shot and he just kind of disintegrates,
yeah,
kind of thing, is what was going on. The sign of Portland was still there. You know what I mean? So it was clear. And this time it was lit up with an outside border all the way around the Portland sign, so it was in bright lights. So every time this goes on, I see and hear from people from that town who are saying about changes that are happening in the city. It's, sometimes it's maybe their personal awakening, to what's going on in town. Yesterday we had a conversation about a particular donut shop in that town that is now becoming known for child trafficking. But it took year after year after year at doing this in order for this to become clearer and clearer and clearer. And, trying to translate the dream is the difficult part. But entering and being in the city, you can feel the evil there. You can feel the evil. It grew from the time that I first went to Portland back in 2009, all the way up until I left in 2017. That you could feel that heaviness over the city. You could see the people becoming spiteful, hateful, angry all the time. The youth even more enraged. And so it's kind of like I'm seeing it was basically like watching the city become possessed one by one by one by one. And it's like the way that the movement is on the street with the soldiers in the dream isn't like they're going from car to car for cover for fire. They're doing something else that's making the demons fly up so that they can be taken out. So it's almost like there's an army of God marching on the streets in Portland, Oregon, removing the possession. Is basically, I guess, what I'm trying to say. I see them as soldiers in the dream, but I'm seeing this army of God growing before my eyes across this whole freaking country, across the world. People are recognizing evil for evil. they're seeing it, and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think that this dream is basically a way for me to understand what is happening in that city, you know, and in many cities all around the country, all around the world. We're seeing, we talk about people fighting back. Okay. We talk about the farmers who are doing everything in their means to decapitate the government without having to actually take their heads. Trials will come later. Okay. It's getting them out of there so that the people are gaining control. But this is an army of our creator that is doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I've basically translated out of that dream. It was telling me that place that I was at, I got away from at the right time, because if I had stayed, I would be destined to be possessed by that demon.
Okay.
And that's why it wanted to show me that it's weird. It's a weird feeling.
Did you get back to the second night? Was the second night the same or
no?
Different?
The second night was because the first day, the first time I had the dream, the wings, to me it looked like they were angry angels flying down and picking people up and dropping them. But that second dream was the one where it showed me that those weren't angel wings; those are devil wings, bat wings. That leathery type thing. And the third year, I was actually able to make the shapes of their heads invisible. The contortion of pain and suffering that these demons have gone through in order to become as evil as they were. And the fourth year, I actually woke up early from it. And I woke up when the first person was falling, because I saw her face. Before that, the faces were all blurred. You could make out the shapes, you could make out a body falling, but there was no distinctiveness. It wasn't like a blob dropping, but then the fifth year came along, and the fifth year, I saw it to the end, and there were fires burning in the streets, and the people who were on the ground, they were battling with the demons right there, physically on the ground, and then the demon would carry them up. It wasn't like they were just scooping them up and picking them up and dropping them. They were battling and then bringing them up, and this was their finishing move to destroy them, kind of thing. And in that period of time, between that fifth year and the sixth year, there were a lot of people that I knew from that city who died, that I always believed were kind of bad people. You know what I mean? And then the seventh year, was this time, and this time, it was this was a fighting back. This was it was like, you're not taking anybody away this time. So it's like it's like seeing this play out. I mean, let me tell you, I literally, if I could write a script about it, because it was so prolific. So I think that this was the final of that I was going to see. I was seeing the destruction of evil, and it was telling me that I'm doing the right thing. I'm doing the right thing.
Wow.
Wow.
Anyway,
and
guys,
the people all around are doing the right thing.
Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely waking up. Guys, gentlemen, I must love you and leave you now. It's gone 12 o'clock midnight now here in the Netherlands, and my eyelids are dropping. I have to go to bed. I have to retire now. So I would like to thank you, Hawk, for inviting me to your show tonight.
Absolutely.
It was,
Don't forget
it was
to put
really-
your Telegram in the private chat. Don't forget to put your Telegram channels in the private chat. So put links to
I
those.
already have put the channel.
No, you
I'll
put
do
your
it
YouTube-
again.
Yeah, you got your YouTubes in there. is what
Also,
you got.
I do also have the chat in, so I'll put the Telegram in the chat.
Okay, did I give you a wrench to drop links?
Yeah, I can put it in the chat now. I'm going to
Okay.
do it right now. There you go.
Okay. I didn't know if you have a wrench on my channel.
No, it's okay. I've just put it in. I think I put it in anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me pull this up and give
I'm
you
just
a wrench.
Just feeding Magnus.
Whoop.
There you go.
I think I put it in anyway. It was nice to meet you again, Dave. Anyway, good to
Yeah,
hear that
so-
you're doing okay. We must
Yeah,
do this
man,
flat Earth
I'm
show
glad you're feeling
sometime.
better. We can do. Let's reach out about that. Doing a show, and I'd love to do another interview with you.
Yeah.
And I think I was giving you kind of like an internal answer about where do I think we are, but I do think that we're close to certainly more and more awareness is coming out, and I think the awareness what we used to see like this, and I think it's one of these curves, the bell curve.
Exponential.
And so
Exponential,
it's becoming exponential. It's like Hawk was doing all these, hours of the shows because there's just so much to talk about, like we used to do. But it's becoming more and more and more, and it's
drip, flood, eh?
yeah, drip to flood. And I think we're really close in that regard. And that doesn't always mean that it's going to be easy, because it's Nassar Jassar isn't going to happen with the cabal and still visibly in charge.
No,
You
as
know,
long as
even
Biden is there, it's nothing. It's all got to go down on Biden's watch.
Yeah, yep. It's going to get worse on Biden's watch, and then pick up on Trump's.
Yeah,
at a whole nother
absolutely.
level too.
Yeah,
a whole nother level. So
one question, guys: election 5th of November, yes or no?
No. Nope.
I don't think we make it there.
No, we can't.
Unless
Fix
they
2020. Fix 2020.
Unless they need to do one more sting.
Yeah, no,
But
I don't think so, because of the dream I had. I had a dream that Clarence Thomas was on TV, stating that they reviewed all the evidence pulled from the 2020 election, and they found that the election to be fraud, that the election was in fact stolen, and he had to give back the diamonds. So they're giving him his 4 years.
He has a bone to pick with Biden.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Clarence Thomas. He has a
Yeah.
bone to pick with Biden. So yeah.
Big time. It'll be the longest, vengeance track that we've seen in a long time. It's been what, 30 years?
Yeah.
30 years at least, right?
Yep.
That happened with Anita Baker. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Anita
yeah.
Hill. Anita Hill. Anita Baker's the singer.
Yeah. Yeah. That's yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing time we live in. I mean, it really is just an exceptional time, and we're going to look back on this in human history and really say, wow, like, holy cow, did that really happen during our watch?
I believe
But it
so, yeah.
also comes with a great responsibility, right?
Yep.
And the responsibility I try to honor, and I know you both do, which is why I'm having a conversation with you like we are. And we know that this is this is the time that you don't take lightly, and you don't disrespect. And there's a lot of disrespect for this revolution going on right now. People not taking it seriously, and that bothers me.
Yeah.
Especially the ones that have an audience.
There has to be something gigantic happening, so we get an ice bucket awakening with the masses.
Well,
Something big has to happen.
Okay, well, before you run off, let's throw an example here. Okay. We have this eclipse coming.
Yep.
Yeah. In the shape of an X, by the way. Like,
going through 9 cities named Nineveh.
Nineveh, yeah.
And
we showed this the other night.
So there are some warnings that this is supposed to last 3 days.
It's going to be biblical, huh? No, it's going to be biblical. Huh?
You haven't seen that?
I have seen that. Yes.
Yeah. That the world is going to experience darkness for 3 days.
Now that's trippy. What do you think of that?
Well, the 3 days of darkness.
Well,
remember the book, 3 days of Darnkess?
Yes.
Okay. About what's that about? Child trafficking.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is this eclipse where more than just an eclipse, maybe it's going to be an eclipse of knowledge, of information. People are going to now learn about the trafficking because of this eclipse.
Yeah. Well, possible. Yeah.
Because I think Trump wouldn't and I believe it was because of a Trump tweet that Darnkiss was even sought. The 3 days of Darnkiss. Dave, I remember sitting in your chat with Vincent Kennedy, and him and I both looked, and we typed it into Google, and we typed in DARNKESS. And it came up as a book about child trafficking.
Yeah, about a 5-year-old boy who's
taken through tunnels.
Yeah. What started all that, Hawk?
It was a Trump tweet.
I'll pull it up for you.
Yeah, it was.
There's even a Q drop. There's even a Q drop 97 that mentions Darnkess. Huh?
It's right here.
Yeah.
So it's November 5th, 2017, 97. Game theory, divine, why is this relevant? Moves and counter moves, who's the enemy? False flags, shooter identification, shooter history, shooter background, shooter family, MS-13, define hostage, define leverage, MS-13, shooter, family, hostage, force, narrative, race, background. Why is this relevant? Flynn. What is Flynn's background? What was his rank? Was he involved in intel ops? What access or special privileges? Why is this relevant? Setup. We got to address this. Who wins? Who becomes exposed? Who knows where the bodies are buried? Who has access? What is MI, military intelligence? Who was part of military intelligence during Barack Obama term? That was Flynn. Who was fired during Barack Obama term? Military intelligence. Why is this relevant? Reread complete crumb graphic, confirmed good, paint the picture, disinformation exists and is necessary. 10 days, Darnkiss. War, good versus evil, roadmap of big picture is here, review post happenings, clarified, crumbs not only for Paul, this is the platform online of 4chan, the silent ones, others monitoring, friends and enemies, instructions, Snow White Godfather 3. And then when you searched on Amazon, Darnkiss, it brings up darkness, thinking you spelled it wrong. But if you search instead for Darnkiss, it's
Right there on the top. 3 days of Darnkiss.
that's darkness.
Oh,
Yeah. This one. Wait a minute. Where is it? A lot of Darnkiss. No.
10 Days of Darkness. Satori Secrets. Substack.
Yeah. So here's Bewitched by the Darkness.
It is David, is 3 days of Darkness, and
Yeah.
it says Darkness here in Amazon. They spelt it wrong.
Yeah, it keeps taking me to darkness, but there is Darnkiss here too.
By Aitken. 3 days of Darkness by Aitken.
yeah, it says right here, 3 days of Darkins. Even though the title, the title written on the book says 3 days of darkness, go back up to number 1, click on that top one, click on that, and watch what it comes up as.
3 days of darkness still.
Okay,
But
so you're
I
getting
remember-
something totally. Okay, so watch this. Pull yours down, and let me pull this up.
Okay, I
Watch
think I
this.
remember this, Hawk. I remember that what you just said absolutely was happening.
Yep, watch. Here we go.
There it is.
Yeah, that's what I have just found. Yeah, Darkness, Aitken.
Wow.
Jack Stagger must fight his way through a city to save 5-year-old Susan Riddle during 3 days of where hell reigns on earth.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Yeah. And that's wild that mine didn't do that.
So it's almost like this is during the time of the eclipse is going to be a great time of spiritual conflict.
Well, do we have any receipts on the 3 days of darkness?
No.
Yeah,
It's just,
it's just-
it was there was a scientist guy who said that it was going to last 3 days, and then everybody went off of what he said. Even what's it, that David guy, Wilcox, is that his name? Wilcox. Even he's saying it. But you know, I'm not doing this. I'm not saying this to throw a date out. I'm just saying that during that period of time, you know, it seems that the celestial times. Okay, there was a quote that was that James Earl Jones used in the Jesus of Nazareth movie that was that was put out. And he talked about how the alignment of the stars there was a certain thing that happened during this period of time that let me get the scene queued up, and then I'll pull it up and play just that part. And it's basically the three wise men are traveling to they're on their way to Bethlehem and the three wise men, it's when they first come together as the wise men sitting in the tent waiting, preparing to go.
I think Steven's got to jump. He's fading.
I've got to,
yeah,
I've got to go.
You got to cut him loose. But
all right,
I'm knackered.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, tune in though, because it'll give you a topic to talk about next time.
I will. Gentlemen, thank you very much. I'd like to thank your audience as well for putting up with me for these few hours, and I hope to join
Love
you soon, guys.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Take
they love you.
care.
They
Great.
they uh
Great to see
they
you,
love it
Steve.
when I play your content. So keep making them, and I'll keep
Yeah.
playing
Thank
them.
you very much.
Let's keep going,
Take care,
guys.
guys.
All the best,
Take care.
Steve.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So the celestial connection, I guess, would be kind of like the meaning behind what I was saying. So this is the part here.
Crossed them. I would have to tell him, as Balthazar has said, that I follow that star wherever it leads.
But what will we find? All my calculations show that there was to be a new heavenly creature, a new star. It was even precise as to place and time. So I made up my mind to set forth and seek what they would unfold.
You did not know?
Only that it would be something wonderful. The stars are not distant and aloof, cut off from the lives of men. The rising of a new star entails an immense labor in the heavens that always has its counterpart on earth. The universe is about to bring forth a prodigy beyond our understanding.
And that part right there is the part that I was talking about. You know, it's understanding that as you know, like we were talking the other night about the sign in the heavens when Brother Pollock was with us. You know, and we were talking about the maiden in the sky and the planets coming into alignment, and it basically looked like, you know, Jupiter was put out as a star going through the womb of the woman that's up there in the stars. You know, that, you know what I mean?
Virgo.
Yeah, Virgo. And you know, so it's like, so when I'm looking at this, I'm looking at it saying, okay, so we've gone through that period where the stars, where the planets were in line, and they were in alignment for 9 months, and then it came out the end. Okay, and now we're in that period of time that rebirth in the stars has happened. Now the rebirth on Earth begins. Because like he was saying there, is every time that this happens in the stars, that there is a humanly connection that occurs on the planet, you know, on Earth, as you know, as well. So it's got its counterpart is here on Earth. So, and then Trump's talking about and saying that God is among us. Okay, and he used pretty much those exact words. As God is here. Let me see if it comes up here in the video. Oh Lord, where is it? And it was just in a speech, not too long ago, like not even 2 weeks ago, of him saying that you know, we have to trust God because God is here. And he doesn't say something like that unless he means it in a literal sense. You know, that God is here. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute here. It's yeah. You guys stop it. I'm looking for the video right now so I can add context to this.
I was just grabbing a little snack. So
yeah.
while you're looking for that, I'm gonna pull up something.
Go ahead.
Did you happen to have my? Did you do anything
Off of your Twitter yet? No, I did off of mine, not off of yours.
Okay. So, you guys gotta see this this car accident. This is unbelievable. Watch this. This white car in the right lane. There's a tire rolling towards it. Okay. I've never seen anything like that. That was remarkable to me. But I have, let me see. I've got a post to share as well. Excuse me. And I think I can do it. I think I can do it now. Here. My take on the snake, because can't remember, was it Shadow of Ezra who posted about the snake? But my take on the snake, in my opinion, is Obama and Muslim Brotherhood infiltration into our government and forced migration into Europe and the US. Now, this is obviously, we're talking about
the path along the lake. A tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. Interesting. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. Oh, well, she cried, I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman. Sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up cozy in a curvature of silk and then laid him by the fireside with some honey and some milk. Now she hurried home from work, and that night, as soon as she arrived, she found that pretty snake she'd taken and revived. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. Now she clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in, by now you might have died. She stroked his pretty skin, and then she kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying thank you, that snake gave her a vicious bite. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. I saved you, cried the woman, and you've bit me. Heavens, why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Oh, shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in. Does that make sense to anybody? Does that make any sense? Does that make sense? I mean, you know, and hopefully that's not going to be the case, but it's pretty. I read it and I just sort of put it together. We have no idea what we're doing. We have no idea who we're taking in, and we better be careful. Okay.
Okay, I found mine, Dave. I'm going to send you the link for it. I'm going to
Okay.
put it in the private chat so you'll be able to just click it and pull it up.
Okay.
Here we
So
go.
I'll so going back to the post. So who is he talking about? Who's Trump talking about when he's mentioning the snake? Well,
There's
obviously,
a lot of snakes.
yeah, absolutely.
I think the biggest one was Obama.
Yeah.
You know, but he knows that Biden is as well. And he had a lot of snakes that worked their way into his administration. You know, I think he was talking about the Queen. And I think he was talking about, well, he was definitely talking about Biden. Okay. And in that, and Rothschild's another one.
Mm-hmm.
So
my take on this, like we did that decode a while back. And Oscar, it was basically again, the snake, in my opinion, is Obama and the Muslim Brotherhood infiltration into our government and forced migration into Europe and the US. And he always brings it up around immigration. Oscar Brown Jr., tell you a little story, was a Chicago singer, songwriter, playwright, poet, civil rights activist, and actor. In 1948, Brown ran for Illinois legislature as a progressive, and then again in 1952 for Congress as a Republican, losing both races, all while being a card-carrying communist. Up until 1954, he was a communist. In 1949, he co-produced the first national radio show, and that was created and hosted by Black Americans. And the two gentlemen that did it were Brown and Vernon Jarrett, and they called it Negro Newsfront, and it was nationally syndicated. In 1963, he wrote The Snake, which was one of 125 songs he recorded over his career, and it was inspired by an Aesop fable. The song was later recorded in 1968 by Al Wilson, who made it famous. Vernon Jarrett, the partner of Brown, the writer of The Snake, had two sons, one of which was William Jarrett, who married a childhood friend, Valerie Bowman, who was born in Shiraz, Iran. Now Valerie Jarrett, having married William Jarrett, Jarrett would go on to befriend Barack and Michelle Obama and be his right hand in the White House. This included the bombing of the Middle East and forcing migration into Europe. How are those decisions looking now? Jarrett also moved in with the Obamas in Washington, D.C. after his presidency in order to discredit and circumvent the presidency of Donald Trump. The Jarretts would have one daughter, Laura Jarrett, who became a Mockingbird media asset for CNN. This is a click. This is at Dave Snedeker, by the way, folks, at Dave Snedeker. Okay. And just make it, even if you don't have any followers on Twitter, okay, go on there, pick some key accounts, and just use it for your news. Even if you just do Hawk and I, you're way ahead of the competition. And it's a great, you'll be able to scroll. You'll love the interface. I highly recommend it. It's not something that you need to like share pictures of your family and stuff like that. Just go there for your information. Okay. And so the music video is linked in here, and it's pretty amazing. And it's, basically this woman wrapped around a snake and doing this very erotic dance, and it's very cool. And here's my show and the decode of the snake, which was it's been viewed on multiple platforms over 10,000 times. So I recommend that. That's The Indoctrination on Rumble, no space, just The Indoctrination. And then is Trump making this obscure connection between partners, Brown, Jarrett, and daughter-in-law, the closest advisor to renegade Obama? What are your thoughts? So this has already gotten almost 3,000 views and a lot of comments. So we'll get more and more, but go ahead and check it out. I don't have my Twitter account that got canceled. I didn't get that back, but I've always had this one. So, all right. So let me pull up your, did you say you sent that to me in?
Yep. It's in the regular private chat right here in StreamYard.
Wait a minute. Did I not have that up for you? Did I not have that screen up just now?
No.
Oh, man. Well, that's okay. I was not, all right. Bummer. Thank you, Richard. I don't know which point. Yeah, please let me know what point it was a good historical point. Basically, what I was sharing was my my ex post on the snake and my account, and then the link through to Rumble is the indoctrination right here. And this is the decode of the snake that I did with Hawk. And okay, so let me get to your post. No, it's just the woman in Dancing in the Rain.
In private chat?
Oh, I'm sorry. I went to
private chat. Yeah, it's in the private chat here on StreamYard.
Okay, my bad. All right, here we go. Okay, here we go.
You're going to believe, and you're going to believe in God. You're going to believe in God because God is here and God is watching. God is watching. And God probably can't believe what he's seeing.
Yeah, just a short clip of it, but he says he's here. He's watching. And it's the way he's saying it. You know what I mean? It's like it's not like God is watching. Like you hear. There's a difference.
It's like he knows something. It likes he knows, right?
Yep. It's like he's saying it like, listen, God is walking among you right now, checking you out. He's watching you right now, kind of thing. It's like back when he made the comment back at the beginning of when the Big C first came out, and he kept saying, "Wash your hands." Okay.
Yeah.
He wasn't talking about going and putting soap and water on your hands. He was talking about the old saying, "Wash your hands," meant to wash your hands of everything that you were doing.
It definitely was something more than what he was saying, just like that, because of his tone, because of his cadence. Okay. It's these things aren't by accident. As a matter of fact, I wanted to go back to his speech of the poem of the Tender Woman, because at one point he said, very interesting. He stops, right? And he says, very interesting. And I wanted to go back and find out when he did that.
Yeah.
Little things like that. And that's what we've learned. And people are like, oh, you guys are reading too much into it. Listen, when you read into it once and it comes to fruition, and you do it again and again and again and again and again, you're not reading into it too much. You're paying attention to the pattern that they've established in letting us know things. It's yeah, Raven's Wings says he's telling everyone that God lives within. You know, I do think that I do think that he said God is here, but that he's not going to like what he sees.
Yeah.
But if he was here, he would already know what he sees.
Well, he's watching. He's basically saying he's in direct communication with God, and God's saying, I don't think I'm gonna like what I'm seeing. You know what I mean? And but it's like he's, that old adage of, every once in a while, King Solomon would dress up in pauper's gowns and go out into the city and just listen to what the people were saying. Hear it from their perspective, how their lives are affected by the decisions that he's making, kind of thing. Almost like he's playing secret spy for himself. King Philip of France used to do the exact same thing. He would put on, he'd put on poor gowns and a hood and go out and go into the pubs and hear people, and hear what they're saying about the crown and all that. And so it's like when you look at that, it's like that's what God's doing now. Okay, because if we think back to the days of Abraham when they destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, okay, the Creator was there with two of his archangels, okay, and basically, sat there and spoke to Abraham. And when he got up to leave, he said to Abraham, "Now I have to go and see. I've heard these things about these cities. I now have to go and see if they are true." And that's when, and because Abraham had his nephew Lot lived there at the city, he wanted to make sure that, that the Creator that he believed in and Lot believed in wasn't going to destroy Lot, and that's when he went from, what if there's 50 people who believe in you? What if there's 45? What if there's only 40? What if there's only 10? And through the deal making that Abraham was making with God was that if there were 10 people, 10 was where they left off, and God stopped answering him. 10. If there were 10 righteous people in the city, then he wouldn't destroy it. Okay. And when they got there, the only people who were righteous were Saul or were Lot, his wife, and his daughter. And the angels got them out of the city and don't look back, and they destroyed the city. And it's like, is that kind of like what we're seeing right now? If you think about it, with between the transgenderism and everything else going on, and and then the major thievery that's going on, corruption, fraud, scams, all that. And it's like, God is walking through town saying, okay, am I burning this to the ground? Because he promised after the last flood that he wasn't going to do it again. He wasn't going to flood it, and Christ said no. He says he destroyed it by water the first time. The next time it's going to be by fire. So it's like every city's got to go through getting rid of all the demons in their cities so that their cities don't get destroyed.
Well, I mean, Trump's basically telling us it's a mistake to take in a snake who doesn't know any other way to live.
Yep.
than to bite. And so, you know, since they're already in here, we got to drive them out now. And what do we get, a Pied Piper, or, you know, do we just, you know, here's the problem that's going to happen. And I recommend anybody who has a conversation with somebody about the problem at the border and why we need to fix it, and get these people out of here, is because the money's going to dry up for them. And then what do? They got to eat, they got to drink, they got to smoke, they got to, you know, they got to live, you know.
Yep.
It's like, what happens then if they don't speak the language, they don't have a job, the money is gone, and they need to support themselves. So what are they going to do? Well, they're going to get into, you know, organized crime, or they're going to just get into unorganized crime.
Yep. I have a feeling it's going to be more unorganized than organized. I think our organized crime has already been here for years and have already participated in a lot of the shenanigans that we've seen since 2016, you know, very clearly, you know, Antifa and BLM and all that. And I have a feeling that there's going to be a reemergence of a very, that one faction is going to end up creating a reemergence of another in order to put the blame off, you know, because it's like when you looked at the BLM supporters, protesters, you know, it was like 80 or 90% of them were white. They all had hoods on, you know, but they were white. You know, you could tell they were white, you know. And so it's almost like Antifa is going to use, I have a feeling that Antifa is going to use BLM as a blame for something. And then people are going to discover that it was both of them, you know, combined, that was the problem. And the thing is that there still needs to be retribution for, you know, for the damage that was caused, like to Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Was it, or Minneapolis, was it? Which I think it was Minneapolis, Minnesota, that had the big fires and everything else. Terry, yes, 22 got taken down this morning at 5:30, somewhere around there.
Yeah, it was yours truly to blame.
Yeah. That's all right, though. Yeah, 22 is gone. Well, that's okay. That's all right. You
It's
know,
not even suspended, it's just gone, right?
It's just gone. Yeah, completely. It said it was removed. I was like, okay.
Now, had you tried to take the one down?
Yeah, I tried. I tried to do it yesterday, and it wouldn't let me take it down. So I think that they were already on it last night.
We've got 1,000 exactly in the stream. Now it's 1,001. Is that just Facebook and YouTube?
Let's see. We've got 64 on my X, 278 on YouTube, number 24, 30 on Facebook, and 630 on your X.
Oh yeah, I see it. Okay, cool.
Yeah. You see how if you just hover over the number.
Yep, I'm seeing that.
A little menu pops up there and tells you which is which.
That's a nice feature.
Yeah, it is. It's, you know, because that way there, then it also shows like now if we had your Rumble in it from the beginning, from the start of the video, your Rumble should be up there as well. But I'm not sure. I don't remember if it was. It wasn't there the last time. I'm not sure why. And you had to manually shut your Rumble side down at the last broadcast too. So Yeah, so don't you guys go and watch the end of that video to see what we said when we went backstage and we were still live on accident on, it's
Hey, D asked if I got a dog. This is my sister's dog that I'm watching for about 5 days. Hi, yes, that's Magnus. He's a good dude. 3 years old. Yeah, man. What we've got?
up to 1,007 now.
Okay.
So that means we better come up with some content, huh? Can't leave them hanging. Can't leave them hanging. Yep. It's oh boy, I'm telling you. Wonder if there's anything funny out there. People are like talking about how they've noticed just like over the last couple of weeks, a lot of events have gone on, stating that everything is extremely eventful. Go on, lay down, Samson. You too, Gabriel. You both lay down. It's crazy, how much people are beginning to recognize things. You heard about the fact that New York City is now basically screwing all the pizza shop owners and bagel bakers because of wood stoves, the big wood ovens.
Oh,
yeah. Tell them they have to cut their carbon by like 85% or something like that.
When are they doing that?
They announced it yesterday, and it's like supposed to be, it's it's basically like in a very, very short period of time. And then there's stuff with Kate Middleton. That's another one. That's getting to be kind of a fishy story,
She just hasn't been. She hasn't been seen. She hasn't been seen in how long? Yeah, the crown is just falling. The whole financial structure is falling, and that's exciting to see. And but there's no explaining what's going on with the royal family right now. I mean, there's just not at this speed, not at this. None of this makes sense. Not in a normal course of life events. Okay.
Here's something that's really kind of unusual, Dave.
I was
so many patriots out there selling Black Rifle coffee.
Yeah, I talked about them 2 years ago. I said, Black Rifle is bad.
Look who they're donating to, guys.
Yeah.
Black Rifle coffee.
That's where
these
your money's
patriots
going.
are selling are giving to Act Blue.
Yeah. See, this is part of the thing. This is part of the awakening. See, think about it, Hawk. All the folks out there that are digging on stuff. If they hear something, they're like, nah, I need to look at this myself, right?
Yeah.
Because we don't have a bunch of regurgitators here. There's some of you are, and you need to stop doing that. But there's a lot of free thinkers here. And so being a free thinker means not just copying and pasting without really checking to make sure it's accurate. And so if you put that kind of mentality, which is the Socratic teaching method of Q, was asking questions, and the nuns and the autists would go, away and come back with the answer. So he got everybody thinking. And so now that, he's got us thinking and challenging the narrative and doing, digging into one story or another, or one person or another, we need to turn those magnifying glasses that we're looking through at all these different clues that we're being given, and we need to turn them towards our TV screen and our computer screen and our phone screen, and be just as discerning or dig into these, so-called truthers, or these fake anons, or these grifters. And we need to be as discerning about where we're getting our information, even more than we're discerning about the people we're getting the information about. Because we can be, guided into a narrative that is not beneficial for us, and is not beneficial for humanity. And we need to wake up from that. There are people that have been drinking Black Rifle coffee and paying that company a lot of money. There are influencers that sell Black Rifle coffee. Are you going to trust that influencer or that podcaster to give you good information about what's really going on in the fucking world if they can't even do due diligence on a company they're doing business with, and putting and recommending to you and putting your money into? This is a thing, folks. We got to wake the hell up. We can't be, how is that any different than putting money towards a Starbucks? How is Black Rifle better than Starbucks? It's not.
Yep.
Okay, just because they tell you what you want to hear and they got a cool name and they're obviously supporters of the Second Amendment. Okay, because a Black Rifle assault weapon, which the Democrats want to get rid of and the deep state want to get rid of, because it's the best, it's the best weapon, right, Hawk? I mean, if you're going into battle and you have a choice between, pistols, shotgun, hunting rifle, elephant gun, whatever, or an AK-47 or an AR-15, which one do you grab?
I'm going to take the AR-15. It's more dependable, but the AK-47 has been around for ages.
That's right up there.
But they're known for breaking after a short period of time. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we can get a lighter AK than we can. We can get a lighter AR than we can an AK too, because the AKs, most of the AKs are all wood, aren't they?
Well, yeah, yep.
Yeah.
So there's they don't have any composite plastics or anything like that. So,
but either one, AK or AR, you're going to grab that to go into battle, and you're going to be fine with either one. You're going to be great with either one. But the point is that that's why they want to call those assault weapons, and they want to get them out of our closets and out of our gun safes, because that's the real weapon that we can do some damage with if the government oversteps their bounds by trying to take those away from us. And so, I don't.
I dropped a short video. I dropped a short video into the private there.
Okay.
We can always use some good news, right?
Oh, this looks good. Holy cow, I just read that.
Yeah.
Capital punishment on the principle that I've always opposed capital punishment on the principle that it's wrong to take a life, so it can't be right for the state to take a life in revenge. Events have caused me to reconsider my position. So Madam Deputy Speaker, can we have a debate on crimes against humanity and the appropriate punishment for those who perpetuate, collude and cover up for these atrocities and crimes so severe that the ultimate punishment may be required?
I think the honourable gentleman's incredibly subtle question is not lost on anyone in this House where he might be taking it. It is appropriate that the finale of this session, which has featured so heavily conspiracy theories, should fall to the honourable gentleman. And I would just caution him also just to reflect with the things that have been said about his own behaviour, what he does on social media, the security measures that have had to be stepped up for honourable members in this place in the wake of some of his social media tweets and questions in this House. Whatever my disagreements with the honourable gentleman, I will always stand ready to get answers from departments and assist the honourable gentleman in his work. But I'm going to call out on every occasion when he is doing things that are, I think, a danger to our democracy and also the safety and security of members of this House.
So interesting that they're so big on democracy, but they're absolutely dismissing another man's comments or another man's words. The dismissive act is a more subtle version of censorship. That's what we must remember, is that it's not just one thing to, let's say, for example, I'm talking and Hawk just hits the mute button, right? That's one thing. It's like, oh, I needed to say something, Dave, and you were rolling, whatever, right? But that's temporary. We've got a relationship. We've got rapport. You know, we know each other's intentions. But for YouTube to take Hawk's channel down after a great show, people loved that show. It was amazing, and that's, you know, the kind of an ultimate form of censorship. You're not going to have your voice on this platform, just like all of my channels that have been deleted off this platform. And then you have so now you're restricted by which platform you could speak on. So I can speak freely on X, I can speak freely on Rumble, but I can't speak freely on YouTube. And also personally, I can't be on Facebook. Excuse me. So you're limited by where you can do it, but I can sit in my living room and talk to friends, or I could go downtown and I could just talk to anybody that'll come by and listen. But when you actually can't shut somebody up because you would be viewed as being evil or not democratic or not about a republic or not about freedom, and that's a fascist, that's fascism. If you really want to shut somebody up, which is the easiest way to do it, and that's why sometimes we'll be inappropriate with our children by trying to change their behavior quickly out of impatience, and then that controls the child versus rather than, you know, helping them, educating them. Now, maybe this isn't the best time for you to be bringing this up, and here's why, or, you know, whatever, or, you know, so there's the kind of the censorship that you need around your child, but as a teaching method. And it's not censorship at all. You're actually trying to, you know, let them know that their voice is important, but that, you know, you can't disagree with daddy on this or mommy on this because you don't know yet, you know, what you're talking about. But when so the fascism doesn't work because it's a blowback, because then we see who the fascists are that are actually shutting people up. So they have to instead discredit. Silly. Just, you know, do away with. The gentleman, she's very polite. She's a very polite bitch. Okay. And she's a World Economic Forum stooge. So she was a very polite bitch, but a bitch nonetheless. Because of a bitch who was passive aggressive as well. And so by dismissing him and making him be like a lunatic or an idiot, and to still use the word conspiracy theorist, which was a 1968 CIA invention with the help of Edward Bernays to sway the narrative of the Kennedy assassination, because people were not buying that bullshit story that they sold. They weren't buying it, so they had to discredit them. And so that's what's disappointing, to see that we're still allowing the discrediting of other human beings based on, there was nothing of substance that she said. She said he's a conspiracies, okay? She said he's dangerous. Do we really think the added security that they get, by the way, as they take away guns from the rest of us, was that really, were people really in danger because of his social media posts? And also, you'll notice in her speech that she subtly discredited social media, because not only do they want to discredit that person on social media, they want to discredit us all on social media, including adding in the conspiracy theorist moniker that was also created to discredit the free thinkers. So it's a very subtle thing that she did, and yet so unbelievably powerful, because she spoke intelligently. She didn't lose her temper. She was respectful without being truly respectful. She's beautiful, well-dressed, obviously in a position of elevated, edification, because she's in her parliament. And so, Dana Wren, Dave, I used to think you were cray-cray, but here I am 5 years later. Now I'm cray-cray. That's awesome. So look at that subtlety, man. Like, right, Hawk? Like, just how subtle that is, man. And yet it's so damaging to that man's character, and how they cut away from him. And he's sitting there all alone, by the way, right? All alone. And she's got people that are also WEFers agreeing with her. Yeah. Can we watch that again?
Yeah. I also put another link in the back there too.
Okay, let's watch that. Let's watch that one again, because I think that was really important to get. And
make sure you share it.
And yeah, thank you. And by the way, we know for sure, that he's talking about Bill Gates. Santa Surfing reposted this.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
I've always opposed capital punishment on the principle that it's wrong to take a life, so it can't be right for the state to take a life in revenge. Events have caused me to reconsider my position. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, can we have a debate on crimes against humanity and the appropriate punishment for those who perpetuate, collude and cover up for these atrocities and crimes so severe that the ultimate punishment may be required?
I think the honourable gentleman's incredibly subtle question is not lost on anyone in this House where he might be taking it. It is appropriate that the finale of this session, which has featured so heavily conspiracy theories, should fall to the honourable gentleman. And I would just caution him also just to reflect with the things that have been said about his own behaviour, what he does on social media, the security measures that have had to be stepped up for honourable members in this place in the wake of some of his social media tweets and questions in this House. Whatever my disagreements with the honourable gentleman, I will always stand ready to get answers from departments and assist the honourable gentleman in his work. But I'm going to call out on every occasion when he is doing things that are, I think, a danger to our democracy and also the safety and security of members of this House.
And you hear, here, well said. Well, let me take this to another level of psychological manipulation. If I'm the Black Hats, I'm the WEF, and I have this woman who is well respected and well listened to, and I get a couple minions saying, here, oh yes, she's right, yeah, oh yes, of course, yes, this conspiracy nutcase, yes, it's very dangerous, yes, thank you very much, yes, and I get a couple of these minions spouting off this bullshit, okay, and there's rumblings about Bill Gates, crimes against humanity, whatever. If I'm the cabal, I'm having a guy already ready to go. That guy who's on social media doing all this stuff, and I'm going to have him stand up, and I'm going to have her humiliate him. And the rest of the group humiliate this man. He sits back down and he's small. That's a victory for them. And many of these people have been planted in to do just that, to discredit the revolution, to discredit the challenge to government. This woman literally has the audacity to say, I'll help him with his stuff. Oh, she's nice. She wants to help him. But when he says something that's out of line, which out of her line means out of Klaus Schwab's line, what's that little creepazoid, his right-hand man, Yoel, who is just a little dweeb. The Gates Foundation, the establishment, if that's a win for them to have that kind of beat down. But if this man stands up and challenges and crosses the line, and her line is the people I just mentioned, she's going to put an end to it. Well, and then in that same fucking sentence, she says it's a danger to our democracy, which we've heard on this Sinclair video, tile after tile after tile around the United States of people doing that. Do you have any thoughts on that, Hawk, or you want to go to this next one? You're on mute.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Let's go ahead. Go on to the next one. Sorry.
Influencers to view his State of the Union address in order to.
I was one of the 70 influencers that was invited, so let me spill the tea with you. So I got this message, I want to say on Monday night. So I got an email from an agency, and I saw the people that were CC'd on, and I didn't recognize any of the other email addresses that were CC'd onto this invite. So essentially they were like, we'd love to have you at this like watch party, blah, blah, blah. But they just said it was like a watch party for the State of Union address, blah, 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 whatever it's called. So I'm not super political on this platform for one reason. I care about work-life balance. I care about employee conditions while they're working, right? That typically doesn't really have a political party attached to it. I personally am not attached to a political party in my personal life as well, so I'm not going to pander to one side. It also creates exclusion in this community where there could be people of all political spectrums following me. And it's important that I'm creating a healthy space for all of them to talk about work, because the main concept here is to talk about the frustrations of corporate America, not to get into all the other stuff, right? So I was like on the fence. So I just kind of like give these neutral responses, whatever. I keep getting like more information. 24 hours before the State of the Union address is when Biden, which is what this original creator was talking about, was when Biden was like, yo, if TikTok is going to get banned, I would totally sign on that. Hard stop, right? I was like, oh, no, absolutely not. After Biden has used TikTok to campaign certain things recently anyway. So I was like, you're full of crap. So I don't go, right? And I just kind of leave it unread. And then right at that time too, the agency was like, here's all the concept briefs of your posting. And so that's something that we do as influencers when we have brand deals and we have sponsorships, we have these things called concept briefs. And it's all these approved talking points that we can make videos about afterwards. I didn't know that posting was like asked. It wasn't asked in the original invite. Felt really gross about it. So I was like, oh, is there like a budget for this? Like this has to be like wildly talked about with my team. Like we're not really going through this like right now, an hour before the fucking event. This is crazy. So they're like, no, we don't have a posting requirement. We just really encourage everyone to do that. So then I've been getting emails like since the event to like post on one of these talking points. Haven't answered any of them. So on all platforms that I have, TikTok and Instagram and all these things, right? I have about a little bit over 400K followers. Pretty small in the grand scheme of public figures that you all know today. So if you think about my size of following, I was invited to this to basically boost Joe Biden and his voice. Think about the people that you look up to that are high public figures that all of a sudden get into political activism. Think about if it's actually authentic or not, or if they're getting things out of it, they're being celebrated to do that, they're being paid to do that, right? Think about that. So sometimes when we go, oh, well, you have a platform, you should be using it. I don't really know if I care what Taylor Swift, Selena Gomez, etc. really cares about politically, and they're probably not doing it in an authentic way. Just food for thought.
Interesting, huh? They hired these influencers in with the and paid them to influence their public.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Oh, we've known that's been going on.
Yeah.
You know, it's it's that, and I mean, they're coming. They're coming at all angles.
Yeah.
That's the thing, and it's so damn subtle that it's almost imperceptible. Because and part of this awakening is, like, for example, what they're showing about, like, Dylan Mulvaney and all this, right? The white hats are exposing this system of corruption.
Yep.
That they're making us aware of, so that we're not taken in. If this young lady was, going to write positively about Joe Biden. But the question is, who are the rest of the 70 influencers?
Yeah.
And how many of them wrote positively about Biden? That's the follow-up story right there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's it's going to be interesting. It's between listening to Kamala talking about their plan, and this is where we talked on something a few days ago about the Hatch Act. Basically, that's a they're paying somebody to come in to the State of the Union to influence, knowingly that they're violating the Hatch Act.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And
oh, sorry, I had to for a minute there. Yeah.
Let me see what else I got here. Yeah, I want to know. Want to know who else went.
Yeah. I'm looking to see if anybody else posted anything about it.
Yeah. Here's what we have. Because I'm looking in the chat too, right, to see who dropped what. Mayo Monkey said that was painfully obvious watching the leftist accounts like Brooklyn Dad and the Angry Mayo Chick and the rest. They were marching in lockstep. This is just a few. The Democracy Posse, paid social media influencers. At It's Tef Diedrich and Media's Jordy, Aaron Parnas, Justin A. Horvitz. I don't know any of these cats, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I know any of them. But these are the names, guys. If you want to take a screenshot, I'm going to go JoJo from Jers. Okay. So we're going to go to at JoJo from Jers. Right there. Let me do this.
Dude, lay down.
Oh, I can't stand this woman.
Jillian, get out of there. Now.
Okay.
Liberty, move. Move. Come on. Out. Move. Go on. Liberty, move. Go on. Move. Kuve, get over here underneath there and lay down. No. Right.
So
lay
this
down.
is JoJo from Jers.
Now.
Okay.
Lay down.
And here she is. Brilliant. Donors are welcome to contribute to multiple campaigns. It's the Laura Trump RNC. Campaign to pay Trump's legal bills, Trump's living expenses, pay Trump's financial judgments, pay Trump family expenses. Yeah. Project much. And look at this. Look at this woman. You know, pretty enough, but what a shame. How ugly to me. I mean, absolutely hideous because of what she's doing. And she was being, you know, she was being, she's one of the influencers. Okay. Yeah. Just try to find whatever you can wrong and pick it apart. When women succeed, America succeeds. Look at these women. Nancy Pelosi, I tell you what, her stock market portfolio succeeds. That's about it. So she's literally reposting Nancy Pelosi. Okay. So this is just one of the influencers, my friends. This is just one. It's and so it's very interesting to see that. Here's Cool Texas Chick. Let's check out Cool Tex Chick. Okay. This ought to be good. Oh, sorry, buddy. There we go. And it's Mike Pence's. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Hi, buddy. Yes, it's okay. All right, so here we go. No, stay down. Okay. All right. Okay.
Well.
Mike Pence's other mother. You see that? Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay. Author, screenwriter, mom, resistor, traitor, hater, sexual anarchist, independent journalist, pardon the insurrection, co-host at Dem Voice. Trump is pulling all the strings with Speaker Johnson. Okay. Q kind of told us that by putting the 45 Trump watch in front of the Jordan sneaker. Okay. Biden testified to her that he doesn't even own individual stocks and gave $1 million to book proceeds to charity. Oh, by the way, she just reboosted something that the other girl did, and that's Trump smiling with a group of people holding the name and picture of Laken Riley. But here, I'm sure they didn't post Biden not being able to pronounce her name. Trump moved docs from Mar-a-Lago to Bedminster in 2022, according to another Trump employee who confirms what has long been reported, including this video from spring 2022. But lying liars lie. She's reposting that, right? So how I didn't get approached, by the way. To get paid to go to the State of the Union.
Yeah.
Did you get a call, Hawk?
No.
Yeah. You must have been out putting gas in the generator or something. May have missed a call.
Yeah. Well, I got a new number. So.
Oh, that must be it. Yeah, because you got terminated off of YouTube again. So I'm trying to go back to the State of the Union. So she's doing a lot. So I want to see if there was what kind of response coming off that State of the Union, Okay. Yeah. 14. Oh man, I gotta go back. There we go. What was the date on the State of the Union? Was that
that was Friday of last week or something?
Okay.
Thursday or Friday?
Remember the date? Let's see. If the 11th was Monday, 10, 9, 8 or 7. Did you see this? One of these guys went woke, the Man Show.
Yeah.
And
there's doing voices for the Daily Wire.
Daily Wire.
Pretty much the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
Especially after seeing the shenanigans of Ben Shapiro lately. It's like he's
It's taken me a minute to get back there, and I'm gonna fly with What's that?
I said these guys are loud.
I know, yeah, they are. On March 11th, she's got over so far about over 50 posts just on March 11th. Okay. So do you think she's getting paid somehow She's got
Yeah,
100,000.
absolutely.
Because this is all she's doing, folks. You can't do anything else. You can't hold down a job, okay, and do this. That's ridiculous. Yeah, now I finally got to March 10th. And March 10th, there's another 50, 60. It's ridiculous. And these people, that's who they want. People that'll do anything for money. Okay. And anything to discredit everything right, basically. What's your plan for the rest of the night, bud?
Well, I had planned on taking a nap, but I don't think that's going to happen. It's yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
No. Well, I think I need to. That's what I was asking. Yeah.
I planned on originally to be done at 4:00 today, and nap out for a little bit, and then maybe come on and do another late night, because that's it's actually doing pretty good. Actually, it'd be perfect timing because my dog food just arrived. So I just gotta text the delivery guy, just unloaded it at my gate.
Oh, is that right? So you got to go take care of that anyway, right?
Yeah. I got to go haul 300 pounds of dog food down.
Holy cow!
Yeah. That's I go through four 55-pound bags of dog food a week. So, so that's this week and next week.
Amazing.
Yeah, you're telling me it's and it's I think I'm gonna warm up some milk and put a bowl of milk in here and see if these guys can make themselves super dirty and super wet from milk, because their first experience with it is going to be walking through the bowl. It's always got to be the first experience. Then after that, they learn to stop at the edge and drink.
Is that right? They walk through the bowl.
Yeah, I got some goat's milk that I got to mix up with do a half and half with milk, raw milk from a cow up the road, and some goat's milk. Do a 50-50 mix on it, and start getting them used to that too.
Nice.
So it makes it easier on mom's boobs. If they have me supplementing some food, so she's only got to go in there and feed them like 2 or 3 times a day, in comparison to 8, 9, 10 times a day. Every time that she jumps in there, they're all over her boobs. If I set them up, then she'll go in there in the morning, she'll go in there in the afternoon, she'll go in there in the evening. And then when they, then she'll jump in there when they fall asleep at night, and stay in there with them until they wake up in the morning. As soon as they wake up, she's out of that box real quick. So yeah,
that's awesome, man. And this little beauty too, I want to spend some time with this little dude, man. He's pretty awesome.
Get him out for a good run.
Yeah, before it gets dark, I might walk down the hill and back. But we were out already today. We went over to an outdoor restaurant, and he was moving around quite a bit. But and we got a neighbor. I got to introduce him to the neighbor dog. So so I think they're going to do well together.
Yeah. Good.
So thanks for having me on, man, and thanks for the birthday wishes, everybody, and those who have shared your bounty or your plenitude with me for my birthday. I appreciate. Definitely let's get back and do this again. Yeah, and I doubt I'd be up for anything later tonight, but I gotta do a few things tomorrow, and Ed's gonna be here tomorrow, so maybe we could do something there.
Yeah, we'll talk. I'll give you a call in the morning.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right, guys. Well, be well, and I will. Hold on. I am trying to take this off here. All right, my friend. I'll let you close up, and I'll just jump out. Okay.
All right, brother.
All right.
Okay.
Pal.
All right,
All
guys, and I'll be back with you guys probably around 9 o'clock tonight, right after 10 TV gets done. They do their Tuesday evening show, so I will pop on right after that, and for a couple hours, and we'll run through a bunch of stuff tonight. God loves you, Jesus loves you, I love you. Peace.